y'all doing? What's going on? What's going on? Shout out to all of you all tuning in. Oh, how y'all doing? What's happening? Thank y'all so much for being patient with me. Y'all, I went to the store after work to get some medication because the pollen is kicking my butt, right? Wow, a whole bag of items was just left out. And I asked the cashier, is that everything? So naturally, I'm going to go up there tomorrow with my receipt and go ham in on Walmart. So if I make the news, just know I want you all in advance. be on the lookout. Lady Luck Club cut up in Walmart. Oh, I can't believe it. It's like, man, it's not like cheap stuff either, you know. It's some bug spray and Clorox. Summertime, you know, you gotta lock down the house, put up a barrier, bug spray around the home, treat the yard and all that stuff, because you know, all the bugs want to come in the house like they live here and pay rent. And so, oh, you talking about pissed. So yeah, I gotta go up there tomorrow and cut up. But y'all, thank y'all so much for being patient with me and hanging out with me. Y'all ready? It's Memorial Day weekend. We are off Monday. Happy Memorial Day to all of those in advance. So tonight and tomorrow, we will be at it. Sunday and Monday, I plan on taking the kids to Six Flags so I can get out and get some exercise and get them out the house and, you know, spend some time with them, reward them for doing a great job throughout the school year, and just kind of welcome in summertime by having a little fun. So we're going to be in it for today and tomorrow. Y'all ready? Now, I may try to go live on Monday evening. Maybe Sunday. We'll see. I do plan on getting in the live stream for tonight and the one with Hunter Biden. Candace did. That's got to be a separate one, y'all. That's got to be a separate one. All right. So I do plan on doing those for sure this weekend. But we're going to, in this one, we're going to cover, now let's see here. We got the Facts Me Watch Party. We had started on that. And then we have Gary from Paramount Tactical's response. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started. Y'all ready? I'm going to start this with Gary's response to, he responded to the Candy Asses and Barron Coleman, a simp who refuses to go and represent Candace in the court of law. Go figure. Is it Barron or Barron? What's his name? Coleman. I just call him Coleman. Coleman. You're supposed to be an officer of the court, a bar licensed attorney, and somehow you still have not managed to represent Candace. So you just going to sit and do all these videos, but you don't want to represent her in the court of law. Why not? I mean, you might as well. You're halfway out here defending her at all costs. Why not? Because he's a punk ass. Can't make this up. So we're gonna start with that, y'all.
All right.
Shout out to Gary with Paramount Tactical. Oh, Edie Marie. She's kind of seared that in my head now. I can't think of anything else. Shout out to him. And man, the Candy Asses, boy, they try their hardest. They try their hardest to go in and do dumb stuff. And I mean, they took down cold-blooded Christians. I really think that the Candy Asses reported the Cold-Blooded Christians YouTube channel as spam. Because he, you know, catfishing. That's what she had coming. Candace, every person that reaches out to you is essentially catfishing you unless you're planning it. You know how you planned it with Mitch Snow? And then raised money on a Save Go Now for his fake attorney fees that did not exist. Because I went over the lawsuit you thought he filed. I went over it. They dismissed it. So what attorney's fees were you trying to cover again? Or was it the potential attorney's fees that were forthcoming? Because perhaps you told him, look, we're lying really, really bad, and this is defamation. You're probably going to get sued. So I'll help you get started with attorney's fees, because $134,000 is not going to cover all of his attorney's fees against this federal lawsuit from Brian Harper. That's not going to cover it. Not from start to finish. It'll get them started, but it won't take him throughout the entire proceeding. And then if he get hit with a judgment that's equal to yours, Candace, even if it's 6 figures, he can't afford it. So he really gonna be asked out. And that's what he get. I don't feel bad for him at all. I hope they order him to pay $2 million. Candace ended up having to pay 20. Let that happen. So your cult members out here talking about somebody spamming and scamming because you don't vet tip lines, but you planned that nonsense with Mitch Snow. And you knew more than likely he was lying and could possibly face a lawsuit. And his dumb ass went along with it. I don't feel bad for him either. But Candace, you knew that you weren't trying to help him pay those attorney fees. Why don't you tell Barron Coleman to go represent Mitch Snow for free? Make that happen. Chapel. What's going on, all y'all? How y'all doing? Let's get some music on in the background. I have to have some noise in the background. Shout out to all the mods, all the members, all the Lucksters up in here. Thank you all so much for your support. You guys could be tuning in to anybody, but you chose to tune in to me. And I am honored. We are in this for the rest of the evening. Y'all good to hang out with me? For those that can't hang out with me, we're going to have a good time. When we do the Hunter Biden interview, that's going to be a separate live stream because I don't want this one to be 1,000 years long. Y'all know I could do an 8-hour live in a minute. Candace, when I say I'm doing a marathon, I don't play games with that. That's why her dumb ass be watching. she knows I don't play around with it. What's going on, Don't Stop? Francisca, how you doing, honey? You got a new emoji. Nice. So uplifting. I love it. Shout out to you. Shout out to my moms. Thank y'all so much for being so patient with me as well. What's going on, Jackie Bowling? Oh, man. Y'all, we in here. Juju up in here. Shout out to my mom, CC. I see y'all. I'm just trying to get some of you all's comments up. Mindy, Susie Q, how you doing? Happy Friday to all of you all. Saint, shout out to my mods. I have the best mods ever. Best mods ever on YouTube. Yes, I do. I love my mods, y'all. If y'all wonder why I dote on my mods, because this is volunteer and they hold it down here. So you got to give credit where it's due. They are absolute blessed to me. All of them. They look out for me. All the Lucksters. All of you all look out for me. You guys will say, hey, why don't you collab with Lady Luck? Mindy and S-Files and Francisca, boy, they'll help set up collabs in a minute. Lady Luck, you gotta collab with this person. You guys are awesome. I love it. I love it. I have not checked my email today, so I have to see if I've gotten word from Artie Trolls. Hopefully so. Tomorrow we're gonna have a little thing with Edie Marie. Y'all remember that? Let's see here. I hope Artie Trolls got my email. Artie Trolls, if you haven't seen my email me. Ooh, child. Oh, we got to check on a federal lawsuit with the LGB meme coin. How's she not on the case? Candace, how did you get dismissed off as a co-defendant? When did that happen? I haven't seen an order on that for the allegations to be dismissed against Candace. I will look, though. It's a federal lawsuit, so y'all, we have to go into PESA on that one. But I sure will look. Thank you, Mindy, for sending me an email on that. Hold on a second. Oh. Y'all, can someone please reach out to Artie Trolls and let him know. I don't see an email from him, but I definitely want to do a collab with him. Excuse me. Oh man, sorry you all. I had to sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Oh man, this pollen is kicking my butt already. Okay. Yeah, someone let Artie Trolls know. I don't see an email from him. And y'all know oh man. I love the collabs. I'm digging it. So we'll be with Gary next week, Thursday, on the 28th. And I'm still waiting to hear back from Ami on a rescheduled date. So make sure you guys tune into that. I just moved the actual time up to a placeholder, but as soon as I get that word from Ami, I will set up the new date and time for the collab with Ami Kozak. It's going to be a ton of fun. Edie Marie and I will be hanging out tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be pre-recorded or live streamed. Edie, you let me know, girl. But if it's pre-recorded, then it will be a special treat. And I will make sure that whatever video is pre-recorded is definitely going to be premiered over on E. Marie's channel as well as the LLC. I am here for the skits. I love, love, love her skits. They are absolute pure comedy. And we are here for that. I love that style of comedy as well. The skit like comedy. I told her she's like the new age Mad TV. We're here for it. We're ready for that to take off. I see great things happening in that in the future. Look at God. Won't he do it? Y'all ready? Let's hear from Gary from Paramount Tactical. Shout out to all of you all. I appreciate you all. Hit that like button. Y'all hit that like button. Hit that like button. Y'all hit that like button. Somebody said Israel pre-approved. Reasonable sense. Can you tell Israel to send me my $7,000 check? Thinking about taking the kids to Universal Studios. Can you tell Israel to send me my money? Why are they withholding it? Why is it taking so long? It's been 8 months. The candy ass has been promising I was gonna get $7,000 for 8 long months. And I have yet to get the money. Summertime is coming up. Boy, that $7,000 will come in handy to help pay some bills. You know, I gotta buy groceries because they can eat $600 worth of groceries in a week. Imagine taking them little buggers out of town. We got to do buffets just for them to like feel complete. Can't take them to like a regular restaurant. They would sit there and like keep ordering add-ons and stuff like that. Like, come on, man. That $7,000 would be a blessing. Hey, what's his name? Reasonable. Can you send me a super chat? I'm just gonna keep calling out the candy asses on this. Send me a super chat. Let's set up that $7,000 goal. And then you can help me reach it. Tell the other candy asses to send me some money. Until Israel decides to, maybe they can just reimburse you all. Y'all can give me the $7,000 up front. I think this is more than fair. The candy asses want me to get this money so bad. So they can give me the money up front. And then the candy asses can send an invoice out there to the Israeli Prime Minister and Candace Owens. And then y'all can just let them reimburse you. It's a win-win for me. I lose nothing in that. Go ahead, just give me the money, bro. Why y'all keep getting my hopes up? Yeah, Israel pre-approved. We're here for it. I just want the money. I don't live in Israel. I have no idea what they're doing over there in everyday people's lives. Like, I don't live over there. But if you want another country to give me $7,000, okay. Yeah. Child, ain't hurting my feelings. Hey, don't reply. How you doing, honey? Give me the $7,000. Come on, reasonable. Don't be selfish. Don't be selfish. Give me the money. Come on. Bro, reasonable. Give me a super chat. Can you send me $20 in a super chat? Reasonable. Can you send Mama a $20 super chat? We'll wait. Taking the kids to Six Flags, you got this is expensive as hell out there. At a theme park. Y'all know how much a bottle of water costs at a theme park? Like $6 for a little 20-ounce bottle. That thing is gone in like 16 seconds. And you can't bring anything from the outside into the park. So you basically got to go out there and be full and happy. Maybe get a snack and then go out to eat for dinner after you leave the park just to save some money. You got 2 teenage boys. That's not always possible. They be out there 3-4 hours. Mom. Yeah, we're running low. We need some food. Like, what you mean you running low? Their stomachs are like bottomless refrigerators or deep freezers. Send me some super chats. Get them some bottled water out there. Oh, the candy asses. They're funny. Just gotta laugh at them. All right, y'all. Y'all ready? Hit the phone where you can see it here. Let's get to it. Oh, Gary.
So, late last week, Candace decided to continue her coordinated attacks and smear campaigns on me, trying to slander me, defame me, and just lie, because that's all she has. She doesn't have the facts or the evidence on her side, so this is what she resorts to. And this video is to you, Candace, and to you, Barron. This is directly to you, but let's just go ahead and get right into what she's been saying.
And speaking of lies and people who tell them, sometimes accidentally because they're just stupid, Paramount Not So Tactical doesn't understand what an alibi is. Okay, so we showed you the clip, the now famed clip of Erica and Andrew Colvett orchestrating this Fort Huachuca non-alibi behind the scenes.
All right, so this is what she has put forth for months. This idea that I'm controlled by TPUSA. She said I've been paid by TPUSA, that Andrew Colvett orchestrated all of this behind the scenes. And she knows this a lot. I've talked to her. Other people have talked to her. And she's seen this text message string that I'm getting ready to show you. Let's see who initiates this interaction and this information provided by Andrew Colvett. And I know she has this information because this entire text string was released by Alex Jones, but she doesn't show it to you because it doesn't perpetuate her lie. It doesn't perpetuate her false narrative against me and Andrew Colvett ultimately, as well as Erica Kirk. All right, so here's my text message initiating this whole thing to Andrew Colvett. Andrew, hope you had a great time at AmFest. I'm doing an expose of Mitchell Snow tonight at 6 p.m. So is Nate over at VFT and Jesse on Fire, who are both no friend of TPUSA and is still wholly aligned with Candace at 8 p.m. Can you provide anything proving Erica's whereabouts on the 9th? I know I've heard she was with her mother. Even give me a statement to confirm that will be helpful. Hard evidence is obviously better. And we can see that he responds at 7:30 to 3 p.m. I didn't see this initially, even after I started the live stream at 8 p.m. Hey, man, sorry, just seeing this. Been off of my phone. But it's worth saying, LOL, Erica wasn't in some fort in Tucson. The internet has gone insane. She woke up next to Charlie, went to the office with Charlie all day, woke him up from a nap before a fox hit, went to dinner with Charlie. Literally, people are lunatics. And then we received this picture. Proof she was with her kids at 8:33 a.m. Pacific time. Don't share. And yes, I didn't see the don't share part. I was literally doing the live stream, looked over at my phone, saw a picture, screen grabbed it, threw it up there, presented it to the people. Now let's go back to the very beginning of this. Andrew, hope you had a great time at AmFest. I'm doing an expose of Mitchell Snow tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So is Nate. Can you provide anything proving Erica's whereabouts on the 9th? I know I've heard she was with her mother. Even give me a statement to confirm that will be helpful. Hard evidence is obviously better. But that right there is proof that this was not initiated by Andrew Colvett. TPUSA is not paying me. They're not directing me. The only thing that he said was don't share the photo, which I missed. Big deal. Who cares at the end of the day? We'll talk more about that in just a moment. But one thing I don't do anonymous sources. I was forthright and honest with everybody who that information came from. And if I hadn't been, this wouldn't even be a thing right now. This would still be who sent this? She'd still be making a big deal about it. But look, Candace, this is the way I look at this. If you're going to have anonymous sources, you better have verifiable information. You can't just build an entire narrative. It's unethical. And you're not going to see any serious journalists do that. And by the way, you consumers out there, you shouldn't accept that. We have unverified sources providing unverifiable information. That is not the way that we do these things. Anyways, let's carry on.
And Paramount Tactical, who is, not a very quick reader, did not realize that he was not supposed to read out the alibi or show the picture, and he accidentally did. Okay. So now that he's accidentally rumbled the fact.
Girl, hold on. Candace, I know damn well you're not saying somebody's not a quick reader when you're a non-reader with your illiterate ass. Gary, hold on a second. I got you. Mama got you. Hold on. Let me go in on her for a minute. Candace, let me explain something to you, you dumbass demonic alien that crash landed on our planet where no one asked you to be here, and you are always welcome to leave. If you want to go to Russia, girl, when do you want us to help you pack and get your ass the hell up out of our country? See, I tell you one thing right now, Candace, you know not to F with me, because you will find out. I have no quarrels with suing the crap out of you, and would do it flawlessly with one attorney while you're trying to scramble with 4, one of which has already filed a motion to withdraw from your case, and you will lose that one as well. As a matter of fact, you're going to lose all your defamation lawsuits because all you know how to do is lie. I hope they depose the hell out of you. Candace, if I sued you, that's exactly what I would make sure is done. You would be deposed and placed under oath. And understand, my lawsuit would be a federal lawsuit. That way, any criminal activity that is supported with evidence that a prosecutor would be interested in pursuing in a criminal court would be forwarded over to them and referred as criminal charges against you. And you know what I'm going to do, Candace? I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to sleep peacefully and still not give a damn how you or your dumb ass cult members feel. Do you understand me? I don't make threats. You used to people stalling around, I guess Erica Kirk could be waiting for something. I personally would not. If for nothing else, she should get a protection order against you. You have admitted to stalking another grown woman that owes you nothing. You don't have to pay her bills, take care of those kids. She does not have to pay your bills, help you raise your 4 kids that you had with your lavender gay husband. She doesn't have to do any of that. You are a non-MFing factor in the grand scheme of everyone's life here on earth. When I say we did not ask for you to be here, no one asked for you to be here. You choose to continue to breathe God's air and roam this planet as if you belong here when you don't. See, Gary, this is how you got to do it. You can't come at her with common sense and sensible things. You can't do that. She doesn't care. This is a PR stunt for her. Candace can't say the word beret. What are we talking about? Or bureau. Or spell the word evidence. These things go over her head. You can't be intellectual when it comes to Candace. No, your response has to be swift where she has no power. That's the court of law. I don't give a damn about court of public opinion. Candace, your dumb cult members want me to get $7,000, and yet they won't even leave me a $20 super check. Go figure. They want me to get all this money so bad. Why not make it $70,000? Why stop there? Make it $7 million. If Candace can earn $50 million weaponizing the death of someone that she did not like either and had unfriended for at least a year leading up to his assassination, then I have no quarrels with any country on earth giving me $7,000, $70,000, $700,000, $7 million, $77,777.77. Put all sevens in that bad boy and at least have 3 sevens behind the comma. .77. And it will not bother me at all. If that dumb demon can get 50 to 60 million in 6 to 7 months lying through her teeth that led to a federal lawsuit already from this situation, I don't care if someone gives me $7,000. Just stop being cheap with it. Gary, this is how it's done, honey. I'm trying to hip you out. This is how you got to talk to them. The candy asses and Candace. I know you listening, you dumb heifer. You're bad at this. Victim Marks handed you your ass on your show. You should feel stupid from that. But we all know you have no conscience or soul. Why you kept trying to talk about some beheaded cat? Why would you want to focus on that? It's dark and demonic and disgusting. You actually have people that actually love pets and animals. The man is not going to jail over it, so why Harper want it? That is the level of intellect that Candace has. She would rather talk about a beheaded cat that may or may not have been done by somebody that was 3 years old. And what if he didn't actually do it and he found it that way? What if it was him and a group of other 3-year-olds somehow doing something like that? You have no idea what really happened in this man's past. And guess what, Candace? It's none of your damn business because you don't have to take care of him either. You don't have to take care of Gary from Paramount Tactical. He's a married man. Why are you sitting here? You think he's supposed to be a simp for you? This is what happens. She tries to go in calling him an obscure YouTuber. Yeah, one whose name you keep putting it out there. I will take advantage of this opportunity. Candace said my name, y'all. I don't give a damn about none of the other stuff that she said because we all know Candace cannot spell or define the word obscure. When you can't somehow seem to pronounce the word beret correctly. If I were you, Gary, I just would have clowned her ass for the good 30 minutes. Oh, Candace, I would have ethered you. This is just a sample of what I can give you. Just a taste. There's no reason to lie if you have talent and the truth. What do you need to lie for? Candace has neither. That's why she lies like hell. I told you, Gary, I got your back, honey. Mama got your back. Mama know. But the candy asses are brainwashed cult members and bots. And they just copy and paste and repeat whatever she says. I wouldn't even try to reason with them, even though we're going to definitely listen to this. And I support Gary, absolutely, in his defense of this. I really do. And formally, if you think about this, if he wanted to sue Candace, this could be a video where he could at least show that he tried to correct the record and he went and debunked all the lies that she told. And she still doubled down and showed malice. So, you know, there it is, Candace, because you still won't learn that lesson because words are hard for you. You know, 2-3 syllable words will break her brain. You got to use the simple words like red, blue, white. 1 syllable words with less than 5 letters. That's all she can handle. This dumb alien want to sit here and just go lying on people left and right. We're not going to your alternate reality, Candace. We don't care if somehow you discover a word called fantastical. And yet you claim to be some level of journalist while you entertain statements you called fantastical because you don't know what that word means. Candace, I can keep going. But for the sake of time, because we have so much to cover on your dumb ass, we're going to continue to let this play out. Y'all hit that like button. Candace, you don't want me to go scorched earth on you, girl. I will ether your soul, whatever you think you have left of it. You can make this.
All right, so I find this funny and quite frankly rich coming from her.
Oh, yeah,
I have hundreds of hours of live streams covering this topic. And this is the one thing that she continues to go back to. This happened back in December. We're 5 months departed from that. And she has brought this up 4 or 5 times. And she's continued to push the false narrative that I was controlled and I'm paid for by TPUSA. It's a lie. Believe what you want, it's a lie. But as much as I appreciate her pointing back to the one mistake that she has, that she can point to, over hundreds of hours of content, I think it's especially rich coming from her, given there's an entire cottage industry of content creators that do nothing but produce her blooper reels. I mean, she's been doing this for over 10 years and she can't say basic words correctly. She doxed her own lawyer's address while online. And you want to come at me with this? And speaking of which, let's take a look at some of those. And big shout out to Nathan Livingstone from Milk Bar TV.
Their new push is just that I'm stupid. It is a biennial joint military operation. Sex Slave was hired by music mogul. Candace is dumb. She's really stupid. I am so very disappointed in Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, who all made these grandiose promises. I am saying this in its true genitive meaning. She mispronounced the word. There's been so much toxicity. Given all the toxicity there, discussing their toxicity, we're going to go scroll through 300 episodes and look, and a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize. You can't compartmentalize. Compartmented. We knew a kerfluffle happened because this dress kerfluffle causes this whole race kerfluffle, a serious kerfluffle. She's ignorant. It was a philosophy class called Senior Sam, and he used to come in every day with a debacle. He hadn't yet committed the crime that creates that whole debacle. Taylor Swift was somehow involved in this entire debacle. The Kanye West debacle, Christ is King debacle, the Christ is King non-debacle, Jeffrey Epstein.
Hold on. I thought that was her mantra. Why are you calling Christ is King a debacle? Not a debacle. Not a debacle. Because that is how that word is pronounced. Debacle. No, she's talking about debacles and all that. Candace, you actually are stupid. I don't know why you won't lean into that and just, at least make some comedy out of it. You're an idiot. You don't read. You're illiterate. You dropped out of college allegedly in your third year, to which you still have not proven that you actually attended a college. You all realize that we're basically going on, like, I'm not, but the idea that she went to college is based on what she said, but not what has been actually proven. Y'all realize that? Candace has not one time proven that she even attended college. Where's the transcript, Candace? Where's your enrollment documentation? Where are the photos or the videos of you on the campus? If you attended the University of Rhode Island, but you grew up in Connecticut, that's not a reasonable commute to go to that school. That means you would have had to live on campus. Who was your RA? Let's see if she knows what that means. Or the RD for your dorm. Who was that? What was the name of the RD for your dorm? What were the names of some of your teachers? You claim you majored in, journalism or English or both, even though the school doesn't offer that type of dual program. Who are your teachers? Show us a thesis paper that you wrote. And we want to see the grade, because as dumb as you are, I highly doubt you got anything above an A in English. Ain't no way in the hell she passed English. Candace, we want actual evidence and documentation that you attended that school, with photos and videos of you on the campus, real evidence that someone can identify you as a former student, a classmate, a teacher, the dean, somebody. Somebody had to remember you went to that school. Funny how no one has came out and spoken out on this and confirmed, you attended that school. I don't even know if her cousin even mentioned that. So Candace, we want evidence, because we don't owe you that. We don't have to actually go based on what you said about going to school and dropping out in your third year. You've never even proven that you were enrolled. You've never proven that you stepped foot on that campus into any building to attend a classroom for any subject. You've never proven it. So we want photos. We want transcripts. We want absolute concrete evidence and proof you attended any college in the United States of America for 3 years and dropped out. What the transcript would reflect that. Documentation from your school would show that you were enrolled and you dropped out. Nothing you typed up and drafted, because we will go behind you and vet. I have done it before. I will do it again. I will reach out to your school and vet anything you put out there to prove you attended that school for 3 years. What was your tuition like? What type of financial aid did you receive? Do you know the difference between a subsidized and an unsubsidized loan? These are words that she would not be able to reiterate on her own. And yet she has relatives that are well known, make decent wages, and she couldn't ask any of her relatives to help her finish out school for 1 year. You dropped out because of financial issues? Where's the evidence of that? We haven't seen any proof that this girl ever even had a loan. She said she had to take out loans to go to school. What loan? Name it. What's the documentation? See, Candace, this is what happens when you lie like hell. Everything starts to kind of boomerang right back on you. And I hope this boomerang effect hits you in your soft spot on the top of your damn head. This is what people mean by you having it coming. Because you keep effing around, now you about to find out. So for all the times you've called everyone else a liar, yeah, we're ready for you to prove that you actually attended a school, a college. Show us your papers, your transcripts, your assignments, tests, quizzes, something. And when you show it, I want photos. I definitely want photos. You know we're going to vet it and go behind you and verify. Because you have the nag of drafting up fake documents and texts and emails, trying to pass it off as something. You couldn't even put that fake ass email in the proper format. That's how dumb she is. Yeah, we'll wait for that evidence, Candace. And understand, we will contact University of Rhode Island again to verify anything you put out there to prove that you went to that school for 3 years. Yep. See what happens? I told you. You don't want me to start digging, Candace.
Whole debacle, Epstein debacle, and him wanting to move on from the Epstein debacle, the FISA debacle. Are you guys following this debacle with her earrings? The Hamptons debacle came up. Okay, remember that whole debacle? Sort of a debacle, when that whole debacle was happening, entire debacle, calling out Candace Owens and waiting for her to make a mistake so they can try to delegitimize every effort that she is making to get to the bottom of this thing. That was meant to legitimize her. It wasn't because people were just trying to delegitimize him. This caricature of Candace Owens, I did not grow up in a Prince household beyond a couple of his major hits, namely Raspberry Beret, retired Green Beret. To do it again posthumously will be posthumously honored, a posthumous award. They've decided posthumously. So I'll give you an analogy, or actually an anecdote, not even an anecdote, a little anecdote. I'm sorry, I don't speak German. Everybody uses the terminology blitzkrieg. You can't even say blitz means lightning, krieg means war, and the NFL football team say blitzkrieg. Like, no, he just liked the architecture. He loved the architecture. It was about the architecture. He loves the architecture. I think this may have been about more than the architecture. Ways you can honor Charlie. Stop telling us that it has to always be Miss McIver, obligatory. Boyer then jumped into the beret. Then Alex Jones jumped into the beret. There is a borough that has been corrupt. Borough of alcohol and tobacco, federal bureau of investigation, FBI borough of prisons chief. What is the borough doing? All these bureaucrats, among bureaucrats, into the bureaucrats, the federal borough, state borough, Utah borough, rebuilding this borough. Look at the boroughs. Is the borough's borough? Were you brought into an FBI borough?
Look, I'm not going to be lectured about mistakes on the internet by someone that thinks there's a hard R in macabre. And, look, some of us are built to defend this country, and some of us are just built to be professional liars and grifters. But let's listen to what else she has to say.
That the internet was correct, that these didn't look like Erica's children. First, he said, it's not her son. Like I said, there have been people who say that it's also not her daughter, but who am I to make that claim? But people with direct knowledge and who know the daughter say that it is not her. Anyway, Paramount Tactical now is raging about that. And he says actually it doesn't even matter if neither of them are her children. It's not relevant at all. Do you know what an alibi is? If you're saying her alibi is she was with her children, it would kind of be relevant, Gary Melton, if these are in fact her children. Okay, so this is what he...
No, it wouldn't. What do you mean? These are in fact her children. How would that be relevant to anything regarding an alibi? when there are cameras and you have direct sources and contacts that live in her building. See, Candace, the issue with you is that you have foot and mouth disease. You put your foot in your mouth and then wonder why it's infected. You bring the bullshit into your damn body. You can't make this up. It is absolutely irrelevant to the kids being brought up at all when it comes to any alibi that you are not deserving of. You do not have standing to demand an alibi. No one gives a damn how you feel. And they should not be catering to you like that if they're not going to pursue legal action. And I'm talking about make it quick, because there's this thing called a timely filing period. You can't wait forever to file something about defamation. This is why Erica Kirk needs to do it. Because Candace is not going to stop until she does. You're talking about her kids, and you know that you're stalking her. So the kids are absolutely irrelevant. You don't need to know anything about those kids being hers. When you have people watching and stalking her that live in her damn residential building, you already know her whereabouts. You try to disguise it as some sort of Egyptian plane following her and Charlie Kirk everywhere. No, that's you admitting to stalking. You've been stalking them. Prove me wrong and take a lie detector test and go get under oath. I dare you say that in an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, that there are Egyptian planes that were stalking Charlie and Erica Kirk and not you. I dare you, heifer. That way we can just get your ass hit with some perjury and keep living. Can't make this up. Don't bring up the kids. You don't want people to bring up your kids, Candace. Stop bringing up her kids. You trying to take yet again another woman's motherhood away from her. For what? You did the same bullshit to Brigitte Macron, and now you're doing this to Erica Kirk. You cannot take away her motherhood. You were not there in the hospital when she gave birth, or wherever she gave birth. And the audacity to say, yeah, you know, those aren't even her kids, you know, because of reasons. Okay, well, then the same can be said about you and yours. How do we know those 4 kids are your kids? Proclaim to be an alien and all. George wouldn't even know where to stick it to even impregnate you. Can't make this up.
This is peak clarity. He tweeted, the fact is, we don't know. It hasn't been clarified by Erica, but it doesn't matter. The content of the picture was irrelevant. It was proof that she wasn't at Fort Huachuca on the night. No, Gary, let's just take apart that sentence. I really hope you're not watching Barron Coleman's show, because that's a high IQ outfit, and he would really be upset with this, and he would bring out the logic book.
We don't give a damn about Barron. What's his name? Barron Coleman? Barron Coleman. We don't give a damn how you feel. When did you become important? You don't take care of Erica Kirk either. You're letting a dumbass, ignorant piece of crap brainwash you into believing that somehow Erica Kirk needs to live rent-free in your head 24/7. Most of these simps can't even admit that Erica Kirk is a beautiful woman. And they probably wish they had someone like her in their life. They simping for Candace. Yeah, they definitely would love to have somebody like an Erica Kirk on their arm and shoulder every night. And she has some business about herself. Erica Kirk has some business about herself. Won a whole pageant to be Miss Arizona. And was still able to get Charlie Kirk's attention and become his wife, and gave him 2 kids. Meanwhile, Candace is a scorned woman. And you think we give a damn about a Barron Coleman? We don't care about his ass. He is insignificant in all of this. And moron can walk into oblivion right now. Most of us would not give 2 craps and he calls himself an officer of the court. Oh, he will be mad. Who cares? Gary doesn't answer to Barron Coleman. No one does this for Barron Coleman's satisfaction or yours. The audacity that Gary is supposed to prove something for Barron Coleman not to get mad. We want him to get mad. Let him get mad. Tell him to represent you in court for free. And Mitch Snow. I mean, if he want to knuck, if he buck, why don't he just do an order of entry and represent at least Mitch Snow? You can afford attorneys. I want to see that happen. I want Barron Coleman to go to court for a federal lawsuit now in a district court and go in there and reiterate all that bullshit he's been saying in his videos as a legal argument. I dare him. I've already said this once before. He would never repeat most of that crap in front of an actual federal judge because he knows it's not based on the finding of fact, law, or evidence. You don't get to twist up laws to fit your moot point based upon your opinion of something. Don't give a damn about that. He knows there's case law to help him interpret laws. There's precedent that has been set in other cases. So the court would not care about his opinion either. They would be more concerned with, are we interpreting this law correctly and applying it as it should be? And what does precedent show? What does case law show? Even if it's not precedential. Let's be consistent with our interpretation of law. He knows he can't go to court saying all that bullshit. He knows that. YouTube is not court. No matter how hard you want it to be, Candace. That whole court of public opinion, don't nobody give a damn about that. You about to be out millions of dollars because you think court of public opinion somehow overrides the court of law. You and the devil are a liar. Can't make this up. Ron Coleman can kick rocks and kiss all of our asses.
Take apart that sentence. I really hope you're not watching Barron Coleman's show because that's a high IQ outfit and he would really be upset with this and he would bring out the logic book.
All right, so let's bring in Barron Coleman's logic book on this.
No, that's not how defense works, honey. That's not it. That's not how defense works. That's how prosecution works. You have to prove your evidence. You have to bring your evidence and prove beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond all reasonable doubt that somebody did something. That's how we convict people in this country.
What the hell are you talking about? What the heck? You see this? You think a judge would take his ass seriously watching these videos of him sit here and butcher laws? Not one time did he start off by differentiating civil matters from a criminal matter. And he went to law school. He went to law school now. Like Megyn Kelly. Just because they attended law school doesn't mean that they're competent or smart or intelligent either. Everybody's not meant to be an attorney or a lawyer. If he goes out here and intentionally lies and defames, and he's an actual bar licensed attorney, he can have his bar license revoked. The hell you mean? He might want to start being careful about what he says. He could be reported to the bar for intentionally spreading misinformation and making defamatory statements and then doubling down on it like somebody owes him something. Child, that judge would laugh that nonsense out of the court. What you mean he made Barron Coleman mad? Gary doesn't have to make him happy. There's more around here.
Take apart that sentence. I really hope you're not watching Barron Coleman's show because that's a high IQ outfit and he would really be upset with this and he would bring out the logic book.
All right, so let's bring in Barron Coleman's logic book on this.
No, that's not how defense works, honey. That's not it. That's not how defense works. That's how prosecution works. You have to prove your evidence. You have to bring your evidence and prove beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond all reasonable doubt that somebody did something. That's how we convict people in this country. You don't get to convict them because the defendant can't prove he didn't do it. He doesn't have to prove a thing. He doesn't have to put on a single piece of evidence. He doesn't have to cross-examine a single witness. He doesn't have to review a single document. He can just sit there and say, prove it. You put on all you want and prove it. For example.
Well, there you go. There's Barron Coleman's
criminal matter. What does that have to do with the federal lawsuit filed by Brian Harper? If Barron, what's his name? Barron? You can't make this up. I want y'all to hear what he just said here. And he's an attorney. He's an attorney. He went to law school. Where the hell he went to law school? What's his bar license number? What state is he licensed to practice law? Does anybody know? This is unbelievable. But she said this is high IQ. When he is intentionally being misleading about the burden to meet when it comes to an actual civil proceeding. Part of going to law school is learning about the federal rules of civil and criminal procedures. And those court rules are in tangent. They're synced with laws. The court rule can't go against the law itself. And you mean to tell me this idiot thinks that in a civil proceeding, the burden is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and his dumbass went to law school? You can't make this up. His name is George Barron Coleman. Is it so George is the first name? He's in Florida. Oh, he's in Alabama too? Florida, Alabama, and Tennessee. You have this moron registered in 3 different states to practice law. And he is being intentionally misleading and deceptive about the burden to meet in a civil matter, not a criminal matter. So all of that he just said is moot and null and void. It is irrelevant when it comes to a civil proceeding. You can still file a federal lawsuit or a federal complaint, and it's not a criminal matter. This dumb piece went to law school. Bar number is 35489. Indiana University Moore School of Law from 2006. I wonder if he got a degree from a degree mill or if he actually attended the school. You can't make this up. Yeah, Andrew Tate is suing Nathan in Florida. Why, I don't know. Milk Bar lives in Australia. He's in a whole different country. State courts, Alabama, Florida. I just can't wear curtains. Y'all, this is crazy. Man, this is this is such an insult to the rule of law. Who all are attorneys up in here? Real to you, are you an attorney? I don't know why I keep thinking you're an attorney. If you're an attorney or you went to law school, you're a lawyer or an attorney, hit the 4. Hit the 4. Anybody that went to law school, you're a lawyer or even an attorney, hit the 4. Because I want y'all to hear this. I want y'all to hear this. Because lying by omission is also a crime. He can also be held legally liable for that. Because he knew when he made these statements that he failed to differentiate what type of proceeding this is, what type of case this is. He intentionally omitted that to make a moot point that proved nothing. And Erica Kirk still owes him and Candace Owens nothing but her ass to kiss. I want y'all to hear this. The lady said, I'm not a real lawyer. I just play one on TV. Oh, my God. Y'all, you got to kick out these dumbasses that come in here trying to spam. Get out of here. And understand, I'm telling you all candy asses right now, you're going to get your cult leader effed up with me. I have no quarrels with suing the out of her. And name as many of these candy asses as I can. Don't spam my chat. You can't come up with an actual real statement. Kick rocks. You can make this up. Y'all make sure y'all hitting that like button.
Coleman's logic book on this.
No, that's not how defense works, honey. That's not it. That's not how defense works. That's how prosecution works. You have to prove your evidence. You have to bring your evidence and prove beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond all reasonable doubt that somebody did something. That's how we convict people in this country. You don't get to convict them because the defendant can't prove he didn't do it. He doesn't have to prove a thing. He doesn't have to put on a single piece of evidence. He doesn't have to cross-examine a single witness. He doesn't have to review a single document. He can just sit there and say, prove it. You put on all you want and prove it. For example.
Well, there you go. There's Barron Coleman's logic on this entire situation. You are making the accusations, Candace. You are the one that's saying, number one, the military was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We're going to address that insanity in just a minute. Number two, you're saying that Erica Kirk was there. Number three, you're saying that Brian Harpel was there. You have zero evidence. All you have is the word of a pathological liar. And there's so many reasons why none of that is true that I will discuss in just a moment. But it is.
But here's the thing, Barron Coleman. I don't care if he sees this or not, and no one's scared of Candace. No one's scared of you. You dumb alien. No one is scared of you or your dumb ass coat. They know I don't give a damn how they feel. Into my chat at your own peril. I don't play that shit. I don't care how they feel. Their feelings mean nothing in a court of law. That's why their cult leader hates being sued, because she knows she does not want to go to court, and whatever discovery they can get out of her would be made available to the public. And she doesn't want anything about herself to be released out. That's why she lies about everything. She intentionally confuses people about her background just so you can be misled every step of the way and never fully find out what's going on with her background. Not one time has she ever proven that she actually attended college. And I want evidence. Since you demand photos from Brigitte Macron, we demand that from you, Candace. And until you present a photo, if for 3 years in college, you should have at least a good 5 to 10 photos every year. You didn't take pictures over there? Get this campus security footage. We want video footage of seeing you walk across the university to go to somebody's classroom. When I say evidence, I want evidence. It needs to be clear and irrefutable that you attended the school, that you actually went to class. If you lived in the dorm, which dorm, and all of that needs to be backed up. Plus, we should be able to get other people to verify that too. Can't make this up. But Barron Coleman failed to actually state, for criminal matters, the burden to meet is beyond a reasonable doubt. In a civil proceeding, the burden to meet is a preponderance of the evidence, not beyond a reasonable doubt. And you're talking about a matter that revolves around Brian Harpel's federal lawsuit. That is a civil matter. It's still a civil proceeding. He's stating that they violated federal laws. So, no, Brian Harpel would not have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. He just needs to be 51% convincing. And if this dumbass Barron went to law school, he knows that. He just failed to actually relay the accurate and direct truth about the differences between the two. This is not involving a prosecutor. Brian Harpel is not a prosecutor. He's a standalone individual bringing forth a federal lawsuit to the court. He's not a prosecutor. This is a civil proceeding. But somehow Barron Coleman couldn't say that because he's trying to appease Candace and he about to get himself effed up now that we got his bar license number.
It's on you to prove this. Now, I made a mistake showing that picture, and you can continue to bring it up 100,000 times. Couldn't care less. But my real mistake was playing into your business model, and that is content creation through extortion. Because if you think that I was providing that information because I was trying to convince you of anything, you're out of your mind. I wasn't providing that information for you. I was providing the information for the reasonable among us. I do not have the forensic capabilities, and neither do you, to go through and vet all these. And by the way, I know that you're not going to accept it no matter what they give you. And again, just going back to my original text, can you provide anything proving Erica's whereabouts on the 9th? I know I've heard she was at her mother. Even give me a statement to confirm. That will be helpful. Hard evidence is obviously better. So this wasn't about trying to convince Candace. No one owes you anything, Candace, because no matter what information that you're provided, you are just going to turn that into more content. You are not going to accept it because you don't care about the truth. What you care about is getting more clicks, more views, and you care about pushing a narrative that is extremely popular right now and is extremely profitable. And unlike you actually have proof of what I allege. Because
why are these bots asking, are we live? Why is that a common thing where you fail to show you have any other level of intellect beyond dumb questions like this that are repetitive? This is a live stream. Why are you asking if this is live? What is this? This is Gary going in on Candace, rightfully so, because her cult members are dumb as hell. You want to keep asking me that? Oh, I can get savage. You've heard nothing yet.
You perpetuated the lie that Cabot Phillips was also there. That came from Mitch Snow, who also said Congressman Amodei was there. And that's been proven wrong as well. But Cabot Phillips jumped through hoops to make sure that he wasn't smeared by this. He said, my response to Candace Owens, I was not at Fort Huachuca on 9/8 or 9/9. I've never been. I was home in Nashville both days. On the afternoon of the 8th, I attended an ultrasound with my wife and stopped to get balloons for a gender reveal with our son that evening. It's a boy, if anyone's wondering. The following morning, I was at work as usual. Here are photos and surveillance footage below to prove my whereabouts. Go touch some grass, folks. You're being lied to. He provided surveillance footage. He provided receipts. He provided photos. None of that was ever good enough. And have you ever corrected the record about Cabot Phillips? Have you ever went back and said, hold on.
Are you his mom? Texas Mother Bird, are you his mom? Are you his mom? Well, my apologies to you. Anyone else can confirm that? Let me know. My apologies to you. I get asked that dumb question all the time by the candy asses. It's ridiculous. It's like, are we live? What do you mean? No, we're watching Gary's response to them. My apologies to you, honey. The rest of the candy asses, trying to spam. I'm just so irritated at the idea that the cold-blooded Christian lost his YouTube channel for scam, and yet no evidence was proven or provided to him to even show that. And he took his channel. Y'all make sure y'all keep cold-blooded Christian in your prayers as well. Wish him good health and a speedy recovery and all of that. We're praying for you, cold-blooded. Man, I can't believe they took his channel. This is so crazy. And it's because the candy ass is spamming the stuff and reporting it as a spam or scam. Although YouTube failed to actually show evidence of what's a scam or a spam at all. And then he filed an appeal, they denied it. Man, you can't make this stuff up. So when I see the candy asses coming in, they ask questions like that. I mean, I've seen that one 1,000 times. Oh my God. My apologies to you, honey. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Good to see you. No, honey. We're watching his response on this. I've been meaning to check this out since he did the video. But we are slated to go over and join him on next week, Thursday. So that's going to be fun and exciting. Shout out to you. My apologies, honey. You can tell oh, man. Now we got to be alert and make sure that we're not being scammed by these stupid cult bots. Because that seems to be the goal with them. Let's spam this live stream chats and comment sections. And then we're going to report it as such, because we have nothing else to do and we want our cult leader to be a dictator and control the internet. Can't make this up. Oh, man. My apologies, honey. Y'all welcome her in. Make her feel love. Sorry about that.
Incorrect. I searched all through your content. I have a super grok summary here, and let's see what it actually says. Phillips, Daily Wire commentator, publicly denied it. He stated he had never been to Fort Huachuca. He was home in Nashville on those dates. He provided photos, surveillance footage, e.g. at the store, and details like attending an ultrasound with his wife and a gender review. Owens' response, thanking him for replying and congratulating him on the baby, noting that his Morning Wire segment on the 8th was pre-recorded explaining beer differences, acknowledging he went to New York City that weekend, not Arizona, continuing to question the evidence and asking him to text photos directly so she could verify unedited iPhone metadata. She demonstrates how metadata.
Hey, you still, man, expect this from somebody that's an elected official? Hell no. This is the thing. Candace has, 6 million bots and cult members that kiss her ass. They don't tell her no. They don't put her in her place. They don't correct her when she's wrong. She's still trying to sit here and almost justify lying flat out on this individual, noting that his Morning Wire segment on the 8th was pre-recorded, talking about beard differences. Why do you give a damn about his beard? It's such a stupid thing to bring up. That would be moot. It would be irrelevant in court. And if this person, Cabot Phillips, if he wanted to sue Candace, he could. Whoever this elected official is, if he wanted to sue Candace, he could. Definitely for defamation. And here you see her doubling down. All that nice nasty doesn't get you anywhere, Candace, because the judge and jury would not be pleased with that either. Pull that nonsense in court if you want to. Go to court and think you're going to be nice, nasty, and sarcastic. I dare you. You can't make this up. And it's still asking for more information. Hell no. But she'll harass you into Kingdom Come about it. Same thing with Brian Harper. She actually harassed him. You are going out of your way with this pattern of behavior, as it's legally defined to be, where you are giving this unwelcomed attention to someone that wants you to leave them completely alone. Here you are still asking for more information. You think with him saying that there's plenty of evidence to prove that I was not there, and this is where it stops. So unless you want me to sue the crap out of you, stop coming for me. Hell you doing? She did the same thing to Brian Harper, demanding that he come on her show and answer questions and all this stuff. No, because your dumbass can't read and you can't come up with better content. Harassing someone to come on your show? Girl, if you don't kick rocks.
Data can be altered and traceable when texted. She treated it as unresolved rather than retracting the initial reporting or the eyewitness claim. Later episodes and posts kept Fort Huachuca relevant to her coverage without conceding error on Phillips specifically.
Hey, Nick.
He did it all. It was never good enough with you. Candace, we wouldn't be in this spot at all if you'd have done what was ethically and morally required of you. And that is, if you are going to accuse people, you have a responsibility to provide actual evidence, provide such significant proof that Erica Kirk was there, Brian Harper was there, that there was this meeting at Fort Huachuca to assassinate Charlie Kirk, provide such evidence that there's nothing to refute. That's your job. But instead, we've turned justice and logic on its head. Now it's accused people of whatever, and then they're forced to prove their innocence. That is the most un-American garbage thing that I've ever seen.
And to try to force someone to prove it to her ass. And she's not a commissioned officer or an investigator of any sort. Certainly doesn't work for any federal government agency, even though she steals the CIA logo and the likeness of that image to make money by putting it on her merchandise. And they should be suing her ass for that. And they need to stop playing games with this, because more people should be suing Candace to put her ass in check and to remind her that we don't care how you feel or your cult members. We will take you to court and you will have to pay us all the money if you keep on with this nonsense. She's also not a judge or a jury either. So her so-called demanding of this stuff is laughable. A judge would laugh at it. As a matter of fact, Candace God is laughing at this right now. The idea that someone owes you something, like you're God. Candace, God wants me to tell you that you need to go sit down and have several seats before he sits you down, and then you end up broken, despondent because of it. He knows how to humble you. He'll take away the one thing that you're trying to hold on to the most. Your infamy and your fame and your money. He will strip you of that in a hot minute. Stop playing with God or people of God. He knows how to get your attention. Candace doesn't even believe in the scripture, but yet talks about Christ as king. Girl, if you don't go so well.
And I'm offended down to my soul as an American that loves this country, that has fought for this country, by that. I find it repugnant that that is what's taking place. And that is the new standard. And by the way, there's so many people dumb enough to actually support it. It's insanity to me. And again, what you're engaging in is content creation through extortion. That is what you do. Let's go.
And this would be a mess. Okay. So if it is proof that she was not at Fort Huachuca on the 9th, and if the proof that you presented was that she was with her kids, then indeed, Gary Melton, the content of the picture is relevant, especially if it's not her kids.
No, it's not. It's not relevant. And no judge or jury would agree with you or Barron Coleman. And they will scold his ass. Preferably, they will sanction him. That federal judge will not be playing games with you, Candace. And that's the one thing that you know you have no control over. You do not control the courts. You don't control the law either. You're supposed to abide by them as everyone else should be doing that. And when you don't, you can be held legally liable. And any person in this country has the right to pursue a lawsuit against you in the court of law in the name of justice. While you sit here and file motions to dismiss to try to dodge the damn hearing. You file a motion to dismiss and you know that that triggered a hearing, and then you're stalling on the hearing on your motion. Make it make sense. June 22nd, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Candace. Take your dumb ass to court. Stop stalling on the Macron lawsuit. You are stalling. You've already admitted to defaming them. And then you doubled down and you did it with malice. Go to court. Her punk ass wants discovery and subpoena power somehow.
That's how alibis work. He goes, why do you care whose kid it is? It's none of your business.
The way that accusations work is you provide evidence of your accusations. So let's not get the cart before the horse. You can criticize me on this piece all you want. The fact is, we wouldn't be here if you'd have provided. And again, I'm not trying to convince you, Candace. There's no convincing you. You're not going to let it go no matter what.
Of course.
There is nothing that is going to convince you of this idiotic lie about Fort Huachuca.
Gary, you introduced this to the public as an alibi for Erica and proof that she wasn't at Fort Huachuca and was in fact with her kids. Now you're saying it doesn't even matter if it's her kids and it's the content of the picture is not relevant and somehow it's still proof. How could it be proof if Erica's not even in the picture? It was stupid off the bat because Erica's not in the picture. So all it would be proof of is her kid.
You already know where she was. You have sources and direct contacts that live in her damn building. In her residential building. Not some complex where she works. This is her residential building. You know, the place where she calls home and deserves to go there in peace. I would not want to go home either. Knowing that your dumbass cult members are living in the building with me and stalking me. And then calling you and telling you my whereabouts. I wouldn't go back there either. I would move. I would silently move out. Not say a damn word to anybody except my mama. And take my kids and move. Then you'll have to find my ass. You kidding me? You got Erica Kirk being stalked. And these morons are reporting shit to you about her. Not thinking that they can easily get some jail time for this felony. Because they're there in person. You're the one that's just being the puppet master. You will be held just as liable as the people that you claim to be sources and direct contacts that are stalking her in person. That's a felony. And you have no quarrels with that because you actually think you will be able to beat it. No, she's going to do a protection order. This is why. Because Candace doesn't care about leaving the kids out of this. The kids have nothing to do with this. Still, they have nothing to do with this. And you want to pretend like you don't have people calling and contacting you about her whereabouts. And then, once again, let's not forget that there are surveillance cameras. She has cameras. Her neighbors have cameras. You understand that those cameras can be used as video evidence. They come with date and time stamps. Whether you believe it or not, Candace, is irrelevant. You will find out what it's like in this reality to lie on someone and to defame them and to be malicious about it. And then you're ordered to pay $20+ million. You'll find out. We don't know what you do on your home planet, but we don't play that shit here on Earth.
Let's play this out. Like, what would she accept as proof? Is it just so happened that one day, that particular time and date? Because let's understand what's happening here, folks. I'm reaching out, or anyone's reaching out to Andrew or Erica directly and saying, hey, look, do you happen to have a picture or any proof of where you were on a particular date and time? Like, if I asked you, like, look, on September 30th, 2025, I needed you to go back and be able to prove to me where you were. Most of you would not be able to do that. If you did, it's just by happenstance. So I'm trying to understand what would be, other than, yes, I'm accepting her word that the screenshot, this picture of her phone showing kids on September 9th is legitimate. I don't have a search warrant. I have to accept it on its word. And again, I think most reasonable people will accept that. That just happens to be a picture that she took that day. But I'm curious of what Candace would accept. Is it like a selfie sitting next to an atomic clock?
She wouldn't accept the damn thing. Candace, if Erica Kirk wanted to get this protection order issued against you and your so-called sources and direct contacts, it wouldn't be hard. The girl has a camera. Her neighbors have cameras. You know, someone like Erica Kirk have to have cameras installed. Because Charlie Kirk and who he was, and he was a public figure, and they always received death threats. She has cameras. She could bring video evidence to show where she was. The hell you mean? If she has a camera at the door of her residence, it's going to capture her going in and out of it. Someone that gets death threats like that, high-profile individual, where you have people who, if you don't agree with them politically, they'll sit here and put a mark on your back, because of reasons, but they still don't pay your rent. Can't make this up. You know she had to have cameras. The building would have cameras. So for whatever is not installed on each residence door, the building itself would have surveillance cameras. And I don't think, Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk were living in the boondocks or anything. I would like to think that where they lived was a very nice, probably well-gated type of community. So it wouldn't be difficult to go even to whomever owns the building itself to say, hey, we need your security personnel to pull surveillance camera footage because Erica Kirk is being stalked by this dumbass named Candace who does not belong on our planet. And somehow she has her little minions and goons and bots and, cult members that are reporting every little thing that Erica Kirk does. And she resides in this building. Candace openly admitted she has sources and direct contacts. We have eyes and ears everywhere. We're always watching and listening. Who the hell is we? Candace, are you referring to you and those that legion of demons in your head? Who is we? We are always watching. No, you are always watching, Candace. You understand that video alone would be sufficient for Erica Kirk to get a protection order against you? and anyone else affiliated with you, it would not be hard, especially if they live in her building. Oh my God. Erica Kirk, please file this PO.
While like a Buc-ee's in a background at a specific location with an address, like there's nothing that she would accept. And I find it hilarious, but continue on with your rant there, Candace.
And somehow we should still accept it as proof that she wasn't at Fort Huachuca. I am very terrified. I'm terrified to understand that Paramount Not So Tactical served as a Green Beret. I'm terrified that China represents a threat, not because of their data centers that are expanding, but because they
What
might
does this have to do with China?
have smarter people than Gary Melton. Like this is a military.
And this is coming from the idiot that can't say bureau. Beret. She got close. She still can't define the word evidence. I mean, you know, that's problematic for you considering you have now 2 lawsuits on your hands. Okay.
Operative. Turning Point is turning to him for public relations, and he doesn't even understand the functionality of an alibi. He doesn't understand why people.
Relations. Candace, this has nothing to do with public relations. They're not turning to him for that. Candace, I have tagged Erica Kirk in many of my videos and my posts over there on X. You think I give a damn about what you think about that? And I'm going to continue to tag her. I hope she sees my videos. I want her to clip those videos of you admitting to stalking her and take that crap to court and get a protection order granted against you. And I hope she sues you. And she really don't have to wait. She can do it now. It's enough for her to, you can always do an amendment, Erica Kirk. You can always amend your federal lawsuit. Because hers will be a federal lawsuit as well. So if anything, you can always amend it and add more onto it if you need to. But you need to file an initial. Let's get that going in court because this is crazy. She doesn't care that the kids could be put in danger even more. And you admitted to stalking her, eyes and ears everywhere. Who the hell says stuff like that? Candace, what are you really jealous about here? You know, you already, we know you're a scorned woman. You couldn't have Charlie Kirk. Are you mad because you couldn't get Erica Kirk either? We know you go both ways.
This is a military operative. Turning Point is turning to him for public relations, and he doesn't even understand the functionality of an alibi. He doesn't understand why people are obviously concerned about the fact that his alibi has now been completely debunked. Now he just says it doesn't matter whose kid it is.
All right.
Oh my God.
You're going to come at me about my military service, and I don't talk about it very often, but let's discuss that.
Candace, you're insufferable.
Candace, I fought the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, ISIS. I've lost friends in combat. I've lost probably just as many friends after we got home. You can highlight some mistakes against me. You can try to defame me. You can try to discredit me.
Oh,
you can attack me, smear me. You can send all of your minions to the comment section and they can say all the mean things. It's not even a bad day, Candace.
Hey,
Doesn't affect anything that I'm going to do. You're not going to stop me. This doesn't bother me. Candace, let me let you on a secret. You know, yes, in special operations and special forces, you have to go through intelligence testing. You have to go through psychological testing, but that's not what makes it special. What gets you through some of the most arduous, unbelievable training and combat missions and all the things that we go through is none of that. What makes us special is that every single one of us is an unstoppable force. I don't care what is coming. Like once we receive a mission and we see the objective, we're not going to stop. It could be 100 miles that we have to walk with a 120-pound rucksack, and we're going to fall down 50 times or more, and we're just going to get up, dust ourselves off, and keep coming. You can't shame me into silence. Nobody's going to buy me. This is not about money. You know, the funny thing is, my YouTube channel was at like 285,000 at the beginning of December. You know, when I released that first video, December 6th, directly challenge you on all the lies that you're putting out, I was 100% convinced that I was going to lose 150,000 followers. I didn't, and that's good. Have views went down dramatically since then? Absolutely. We've basically been stuck at, I think we're now at 286,000 subscribers. So for 6 months, when I was growing around 3,000-ish subscribers per month, went flat for 6 months. I don't care. I don't need this. This isn't how I make a living. I don't care if I burn this YouTube channel down to the ground. I don't care if I have 10 followers. They can shut it all down, and I'll be out there with a microphone and a PA system telling people, exposing the lies in what you're doing. What you and your ilk, like Barron Coleman, are doing. You're deceiving millions of Americans, and I'm not going to stand by silently while it happens. I don't care what the consequences are. I don't care if I lose everything. Truth is that important. That's how I feel. I would not be able to look myself in the mirror. And by the way, I wouldn't be able to look myself in the mirror if somebody was paying me and I changed what I was going to say. I don't even have sponsors on this channel because we have hundreds of people that have reached out, companies reach out, trying to get us to, that want to sponsor this channel. And I go through these things, and it's like, it's not products that I necessarily want to get behind. So I just don't, because I don't need it. It doesn't matter to me. And they're not going to influence anything. No one is going to ever influence what I say. I was willing to die for this country. I'm still willing to die for this country. And I'm willing to die for the truth. That's a fact. And you people can believe whatever you want, that I'm a Fed, that I'm paid by TPUSA, that Israel controls me. I don't care. You're lying. Look, Candace, I know exactly who you are. Barron Coleman, I know exactly who you are and what you're doing. So you can say whatever you want. Oh, and going back to this, the military. It's one thing to accuse Brian Harpole and Eric Kirk of being involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That in of itself is reprehensible, with zero evidence, and so much evidence against it, by the way, which is why you are going to lose that Brian Harpole defamation case. You're going to lose it, and I'm going to be there watching. But the other thing that really does piss me off, and why I got so engaged.
Project Constitution, I know damn well. Is that him in my chat? Project Constitution, if you're in my chat, you're going to get sued like hell. He had broken a lot. Broken a lot of updates. Chabo. To the point where he had to get hit with a cease and desist. Project Constitution be lying like hell. They definitely need to name him as a co-defendant. Erica Kirk for sure. And TPUSA. I wish Brian Harper would have did it. But TPUSA and Erica Kirk definitely should name him as a co-defendant. That idiot got it coming. And he still does it. Just because he was not named in Brian Harper's lawsuit certainly does not mean he cannot be named in others. He's such a simp. It looks like he need a bath. We don't do simps over here. I don't sit here and pump up simps. The real men of the Lady Luck Club will not allow that to happen. We don't simp over here. We don't do that. Chabu. Man, you can't make this up. This Project Constitution need to be sued for real. Go ahead. Go in, Gary. You're doing a great job. I'm loving this.
With this whole Mitch Snow thing is because you are accusing the military of killing an American citizen on U.S. soil. Like, the military is not some abstract thing, Candace. These are the sons and daughters of America. These are the men and women that risk it all. I mean, even the training that they do. People die all the time. And then we're down there at Joint Task Force Southern Border. These men and women are down there going up against cartels, risking their lives. And just because it's fun, because you want to have some idiot, a pathological liar on to push a narrative, you're going to accuse them of being willing to kill Americans, to go against everything that they joined the military for, their oath of enlistment or oath of commission, their oath to this country.
Yeah, Constitution, you obviously want some attention. All right, so I'll give you a good minute of this. No one said you can't have an opinion. Those words did not come out of my mouth. It's so funny when they enter my chat at their own peril, and then they want to sit here and think they're going to control it. No, you don't control that over here. No one said you can't have an opinion. I gave my opinion. Project Constitution should be sued to hell. There's my opinion. Y'all let Constitution Hero know how you all feel and give him your opinion in the chat. Project Constitution should be sued into oblivion. He lies like hell. That's my opinion. And I will have my opinion on this platform. I never said you could not have one. I just don't agree. Project Constitution has broken nothing. He just lies and repeats whatever Candace says. And he's a simp. More of my opinion. I can keep going. You want me to keep going about my opinion? While we're in the mood to give our opinions. Oh, I'm here for a Constitution hero. Tell Project Constitution to kiss my ass too. That's my opinion too. Oh, I'm here. You want me to keep going? I can keep going. Let's all give our opinion about Project Constitution. He sucks. He's an idiot. He's dumb. He's failed to read. The only thing he knows to do is copy and paste. He's a simp. And I feel bad for any girlfriend or wife that he has. Especially knowing that they're coming second to Candace Owens, who does not pay his bills either. And if he gets sued, Candace will not be getting him an attorney. She won't even help pay attorney's fees for Mitch Snow. All she did was encourage her cult members to go over there and donate. What's the proof she gave him some money? Candace, I wish you would prove that you gave Mitch Snow money. Please let that happen. I don't care if it's you matching dollar for dollar in the Save Go Now, or you gave him money behind the scenes. I don't care. I just want you to produce evidence of it. Do it. Please do it. Show us that you gave Mitch Snow some money. Project Constitution should be learning a lesson. Candace is a cult leader. She's not loyal to anybody. She's willing to let Mitch Snow, who came on her show and lied about Brian Harper and Erica Kirk, and she still won't help him with attorney's fees. What you think is going to happen to Project Constitution when he gets named as a co-defendant? People have the right to sue him. You know, we can all talk about opinions here. The judge will have their opinion in their courtroom. Attorneys can have their opinions about lawsuits where Project Constitution is being sued. Yeah, we can all have our opinion. And the thing you got to remember is that we will not all agree. That's fine with me. Have your opinion. We're here. Listen, no one's challenging that. I'm not here to convince anybody either. Project Constitution should be sued into oblivion, so he can F around and find out the hard way. He doesn't break stories. You have to read to do that. All he does is copy and paste. He won't even be creative about it. How do you continue to use the same fire alarms on every post you put up talking about breaking news? Child boo. Him using the words breaking news does not mean that it's actually breaking news. That boy probably can't even define the word breaking. Child boo. But yeah, you're entitled to your opinion. Go ahead.
And you just think that I'm going to stand by and just, no, maybe that's true. I know it's not true. There was no meeting to kill Charlie Kirk at Fort Huachuca. It wouldn't happen. There's 1,000 reasons why that wouldn't happen. But first and foremost is because we have Americans that are in the military that love this country, that respect, defend, and are willing to die for the Constitution. They have done more in a week than you've done in your entire life for this country. So no, I'm not going to stand by quietly while you slander the name of our American men and women in uniform. Let's watch some more. Still counts.
Erica is good. And then he rants about why he's never going to present an alibi ever again, right? Because this is why anyone who presents alibis or information is an idiot. It's also why no one should ever trust Candace Owens. It's never enough, never accepted, or she twists what's provided into another conspiracy. No, I was not handed this alibi, actually. You were.
And let's be real. This is the thing that she's most pissed about. That Andrew Colvett would send this information to some obscure YouTuber instead of her.
Paramount Tactical, and it's obscure YouTuber, Paramount Tactical onto Charlie Kirk's podcast show, Paramount Tactical, YouTuber Paramount Tactical, with a relatively unknown YouTuber Green Beret, hosted Paramount Tactical. Who's directing Paramount Tactical? And Paramount Tactical. He said Paramount Tactical, Gary Melton, to this obscure YouTuber. Paramount Tactical, Gary Melton, staying with Paramount Tactical, and Paramount Tactical now, it's Gary Melton, Gary Melton. He is just very fun to watch.
Well, why would he do that? Well, maybe it's just because that Erica Kirk flew all the way to Tennessee, sat with Candace Owens for over 4 hours, answered any questions that she had to ask. During that time, by the way, she also gave Candace Owens the flight itineraries and the information she needed to know that Brian Harpole was not at Fort Huachuca. Also, Candace Owens knew at that time that Mitch Snow had already claimed that Erica Kirk was at Fort Huachuca. Did she bother to sit there and ask her about that? Say, hey, you know what? I have this eyewitness saying that you were at Fort Huachuca on September 8th. I don't know why she wouldn't be on September 9th, because that's when the meeting happened, but regardless, it doesn't matter. There was no good faith in her whatsoever. And the reason that she wouldn't ask those questions is because she was scared of the truth. The truth undermines Candace Owens every single time, because then she wouldn't be able to continue this narrative that she knew was going to be so hot and spicy and going to be amazing, going to get millions of views. And it did. She's not a good faith actor. She pushes narrative over truth every single time. And that's why she's getting sued. There's more lawsuits coming, and she's going to lose them all.
You submitted it, and then it got debunked by you. It's all very confusing, and now you're angry, but not at you. You're angry at me.
I'm not angry at you. You're the one that's crashing out over this video that I released. And folks, if you haven't seen this video, make sure you go watch it. This is really what this is a response to. She had to bring this up again because I proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that she's lying to you and she's not acting in good faith. And she's not being, she completely abuses her audience. She thinks her audience is completely a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, because look what they're doing. Honestly, she knows that her audience are a bunch of idiots. That's why she knows that they're going to copy and paste everything she says. The bots are even dumber because they can't even spell her first name correctly. One of these candy asses up in the chat talking about is Candace, not Candice. Don't you think I know that? I'm going to call her exactly what the candy asses and the bots call her. I have too many live streams recorded where you've had bots and cult members come up in the chat and spell her name Candice or Condence or Candance or Condoleezza or Karen. We've seen it all. These are her supporters and bots misspelling her first name. And we're just going with that. Plus, I don't give a damn if I mispronounce her name. You think I care about that? Candace doesn't have the common sense God gave a cockroach. You think I care about mispronouncing her name? I will continue to call her Candice, Condence, Karen, Condoleezza, Congo. We can keep going. Capricorn, cupcake, cactus, carrots, cucumber. I mean, we can go to vegetables, canned dunce. We can keep going. I don't give a damn about pronouncing her name correctly.
And she's not wrong with a lot of you.
Even Tracy Martin, Erica's dear, long 15-year friend, jumped into the foray at some point.
Jumped into the foray. You guys have already come to a conclusion, and now you're just looking for evidence and creating evidence to confirm that conclusion, to support that conclusion. Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk. Right, that's your conclusion. And there's nothing that you're going to accept otherwise, even though there's all the evidence that we have that didn't happen and that Tyler Robinson himself is guilty. We have confessions, DNA. There's a laundry list of all that. I'm not going to litigate that again. You know, the wild thing to me is even Candace has said that Tyler Robinson was involved, and she has continued to completely ignore that element. She hasn't investigated that part of it at all. She's continued to redirect people away from any culpability of Tyler Robinson, going as far as saying that Tyler Robinson wasn't even on campus. That's going to be proven completely false. And look, a wise man once said, the truth isn't always popular, but it's always worth it. And I hope you look that up. But more importantly, I hope you remember. I hope you remember who lied to you. I hope you remember who told you the truth when it wasn't popular and it wasn't profitable. And not just me. There's lots of folks out there that are out there trying to get you the God's honest truth, even though it's against a lot of resistance. So speaking of false narratives, both Candace Owens and Barron Coleman, for months and months and months, have said that I stated that Mitch Snow was never even at Fort Huachuca. Well, let's just go to the tape and see the evidence.
That all of these attempted alibis, the Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca, that went through Gary. He tricked Mitch Snow's son into confirming that Mitch Snow was at Fort.
You using terms like tricked. That's speculative. What is wrong with you? This idiot went to law school. You're accusing him of tricking anyone into saying anything. What do you mean? They need to really challenge his bar license. That's what needs to happen at this point. Barron Coleman's bar license should be challenged. You're directly, falsely accusing him of tricking somebody. You think he had to trick this man's son to come on his show while the son told the flat out truth about his father, Mitch Snow, whom Mitch Snow claims is the son of the Zodiac Killer? Mitch Snow declares that he is the son of the Zodiac Killer, someone who took people's lives for no reason. And he claims to be the son of the Zodiac Killer. We haven't seen any paternity test results or DNA testing on that to confirm that. All of these years, why the hell has he not come up before as the son of Zodiac Killer? Why would he just frivolously throw that out there again? But you don't have any heat for Mitch Snow claiming to be the son of the Zodiac Killer. And you're accusing Gary of tricking the son into a conversation. Don't you think it would be more profitable for him to for the son to actually take up for his father than to actually say the truth about him? Because all the son would have to do was go on Candace's show and then get a bunch of more interviews and lie like hell. The son told the truth about his own father. You cannot take that away from him, Barron Coleman. You can't say the son was tricked or anything. The son is a grown-ass man. The hell you mean? This is why he would never be able to say this stuff in the court of law. Because the opposing counsel would object to him quick, fast, and in a hurry. You're categorizing this as some level of deception or trickery from Gary to the son of Mitch Snow. All because the son said that Mitch Snow was a liar. Why do you care, Barron Coleman, that Mitch Snow is a liar? You're a grown-ass man. Why do you care about that? You care about another grown man lying like hell. You're mad because his son told the truth about him? Why do you care about Mitch Snow? But yet you won't demand DNA evidence at all from Mitch Snow to prove that he's the son of Zodiac Killer. Are we picking our battles like this, Barron Coleman? Your bar license should be challenged and revoked. If you actually think that you wouldn't be able to make that argument talking about he was tricked, knowing the son could easily go in and debunk your dumb ass. Gary literally could slam dunk a lawsuit on Candace and Barron Coleman right now. And Mitch Snow's son, his grown son, would probably be more than happy to go to court and testify. You cannot force that boy to say that he was tricked. If he goes to court and testifies and says, no, I went on this man's show on my own accord, and I told the truth about this sperm donor I call a father. Why are you trying to speak for the son, Barron Coleman? And then you're lying. Not one time did the son come out and say, y'all was tricked to say these things. I really didn't want to say that about my dad. But you do know, Barron Coleman, if Gary sues the hell out of you, Mitch Snow's son will testify against you. So you saying all of this is for what? Because Mitch Snow's son's testimony would be credible evidence. And you can't force him to say that he was tricked either. You can't force him to believe that Gary tricked him into saying anything about his dad. He knows his dad better than you know yourself, Barron Coleman. You don't think this boy knows his father well enough to know that he's alive? And somehow Barron Coleman is offended that people call Mitch Snow a liar. While Mitch Snow claims to be the son of the Zodiac killer with no genetic DNA testing. You mean? Boy, this the hypocrisy of it all. This is coming from somebody that went to law school. Barron Coleman went to law school.
See the evidence.
That all of these attempted alibis, the Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca. That went through Gary. He tricked Mitch Snow's son into confirming that Mitch Snow was at Fort Huachuca. That was not known. In fact, that was hotly debated.
Objection. You would have to prove that he tricked anybody. How old is Mitch Snow's son? He's got to be at least, 25 years old? He is well into adulthood. He is a grown man. So if Mitch Snow's son comes out and calls you a liar, Barron Coleman, then what? Then you've said all of this nonsense and buffoonery for nothing. Go read a book. What the hell wrong with him?
At the time, if you remember, if you go back in time, when the Mitch Snow idea first populated, there was a lot of doubt whether he
wasn't the idea. Candace brought him on her show. Oh, he really is this stupid. Barron Coleman is an idiot. And you are making any real attorney look bad right now. You are an insult to the rule of law. You know you would not be able to prove that Gary tricked any other grown man into speaking candidly about their own father. He knows Mitch Snow better than you, Barron Coleman. Hell you mean? As a matter of fact, the son said that Mitch Snow was not even a part of his life. So what the entire F word are you doing? The video alone of Mitch Snow raising that hammer to his wife that he's still illegally married to because he refused to just go through the divorce process would be sufficient to tear his credibility into shreds. And guess who else's credibility is going to go along with it? Candace and Barron Coleman in Project Constitution and all these other dumbass idiots that failed to read a book. So keep connecting your credibility to Mitch Snow. It's going to land straight in the hottest parts of hell where it belongs.
Was even there.
All right, folks. Again, this is a very common tactic with this information. What they do is they confirm, they show you proof, or say they even confirm the non-material elements of the story. All right. I can confirm you were there. Who cares? Who cares if you can confirm this guy was there, or you can confirm that he stayed at a freaking Best Western somewhere near Fort Huachuca? None of that matters. What matters is you confirm what he's saying or anything. I mean, she confirms nothing ever. I mean, that's the problem with all this stuff. I don't doubt that he was, matter of fact, I'm quite sure he was down at Fort Huachuca.
Look at that. I'm quite sure he was down at Fort Huachuca. He also got removed from the military base, Candace. You want to know why? They thought he had some suspicion object in his bag. You do realize that there are cameras on the actual military base. All of this shit is unnecessary. And I'm glad Gary is doing this. Nothing wrong with making a record. But Candace's dumbass argument is still stupid. Because the military base has cameras. There are witnesses that would be able to attest to him being on the base and being kicked off of it. He was removed from the military base. We don't care about that. We don't care what the hell. That's like worried about whether or not he, went to McDonald's last week. Like, why do we care if he went to McDonald's? Why do we care if he was at the military base? What matters is if he actually saw Brian Harper and Erica Kirk. Especially when he said that he would not know anyone or recognize anyone at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. So how the hell he recognizing head of security again? All of a sudden, he could recognize the head of security with a 95 to 99% accuracy after stating that he would not be able to recognize anybody at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. So if you don't recognize anyone, you certainly should not be recognizing the head of security or Erica Kirk. And yet you didn't take a photo or a video or anything of them. No evidence to prove that he saw them. Candace, you know this word salad shit would not work in court. So does Barron Coleman. He's just an idiot. He's supposed to be an officer of the court. This man, oh, what an insult.
That doesn't mean anything. And I don't care if it does. I don't doubt that he was there. All right. He's a weirdo. They said he was acting weird, making threats. The next thing you know, bomb dogs are called. Who cares if he was there? Crazy. Brian Harpole wasn't there. Eric Kirk wasn't there. And no matter amount of proof, again, we have no proof of any of this. And they don't want to give you any proof of any of this. They don't want to give you any proof of any allegations, but they demand that you prove with evidence your innocence. That's not how the system works. All right. That's crazy. We're in late crazy land. And the fact that that's the standard on which Candace operates constantly.
The Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca. That went through Gary.
The Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca. That went through Gary.
No, it didn't. And you're intentionally lying. Just like how you lie by omission, but not differentiating the burden to meet in a criminal matter versus a civil matter. You're an insult to the rule of law, to any bar association in any state in the United States of America. Pick a state. I don't care. You should lose your bar license in every state that you're registered to practice law. And any judge should be sanctioning your ass right now. You do understand that you're not protected from lawsuits. And you're sitting here trying to purport yourself to be an officer of the court, making these statements under the guise of you being an attorney. This is not a matter of opinion. That could be verified to be false. It's that simple. And you know this. So why are you being this stupid? Look how many brain cells he had to lose to sit here and try to cover up for Candace. The audacity. And he wants us to take him seriously. Barron Coleman wants us to take him seriously when he has to lie this damn bad to appease Candace and her dumbass cult members. And somehow he's supposed to believe that his bar license is safe now.
You see what Baghdad Bob did right there? He proved my entire point about disinformation. He wants to distract you completely away from the fact that Candace Owens didn't provide any evidence of a single material claim. And then what he did, he created a complete new narrative that refocuses your attention on a claim that was never made at all and isn't one of the substantive claims. We don't care if Mitch Snow was there. But I always stated, I believe Mitch Snow was there because that's how disinformation works. And man, Barron, did you prove my point? You went right back to that point that I said, hey, this is what they're going to do. They're going to focus on the non-material claims. And that's exactly what you did. All right. So that was a short clip of video that I put out addressing directly the lies and the false narrative that Candace and Barron were pushing for months, trying to say that I said that Mitch Snow wasn't there. I've always believed that Mitch Snow was there. I knew that was a critical component of the con. That's how disinformation works. But Candace and Barron, I see you. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly what you're doing. And I'm not going to stand by. And there's nothing you can say, nothing you can do that's going to stop me from continuing to expose the liars and the grifters that you are. The only thing you've accomplished with all this is you've given me proof. You've provided me firsthand experience that you will lie, you will smear people without a second thought. You don't care about the truth. It has nothing to do with the truth. This is about you in protecting your grift. It's nothing more. So all you've done is harden my resolve. I'm not going anywhere. And by the way, my fellow Christians out there, you have a responsibility to speak up against this. If you're
Thank you. Oh my God. I'm so glad he did this. Because I'm tired of seeing people say, you know, you guys are giving her more attention by talking about her. Candace wants negative attention. She doesn't care if it's positive or negative. She just wants attention. This is why I don't sit here and try to debunk Candace on any intellectual matter at all, because this is a PR stunt for her. This is all about public relations. That's how she's dumbing everything down to being a PR stunt, because she's an idiot. Candace can't even tell you the difference between globalism and nationalism. But holding her to the fire and keeping our foot on her neck, yeah, no, that's biblically aligned. Even the word of God says that we need to keep each other on the straight and narrow. Otherwise, you got a bunch of yes men around you, and you're just going to continue to live life thinking that you can just do and say whatever you want without consequence. And that so far has been Candace's MO. Let me just say whatever I want and then get mad if anyone tries to hold me accountable. At this point, you can't just sue Candace. You have to sue Candace, all her LLCs, and all her little dumbass cohorts, like Wolves of Finance and Project Constitution and Barron Coleman and the Village Crazy Cat Lady and all the ones over there kissing her ass on X. Go get them all. Get them all. They're sitting here having these stupid ass interviews and meetings and all this stuff where they continue to defame and they double down on it. So name their asses in these lawsuits. They'll realize Candace ain't shit. She will not pay their attorney's fees. And they're on their own. They'll learn the hard way. But that's the only way they're going to learn. Don't try to prove anything to them on a public platform. No, take their asses to court. And then slam dunk it there. And then have them have to pay out thousands to millions of dollars in judgments. That's it. The Bible says Psalm 94:16. Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will stand for me against those who practice iniquity? Ephesians 5:11. Take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them. Proverbs 25:26. A righteous person who yields to the wicked is like a muddied spring or a polluted well.
You're appalled by this. If you believe this is evil, you have an obligation to speak out against this. Sitting by idly isn't an option. Anyways, Candace and Barron, I hope you do your best because you better believe I'm going to do mine. We'll talk to you later.
Let's go. Oh, I'm so ready for him to sue them. Shout out to Gary with Paramount Tactical. Oh, mama, love you. Y'all, I would like to change up pace. Is that okay? Is that okay? Can we change it up a little bit? I actually want to do the this interview. For those who want to see it. I know many of you asked for me to go over the Candace and Hunter Biden interview. Can we do that?
Hunter Biden.
Y'all mind? Or do you all want, if y'all want us to go over, because we can just do the Fax Me, Bride of Candace. We still gonna go over that. We can do that tomorrow. Because Sunday and Monday, like I said, I'll be taking the kids out, have a little fun and get out the house and all that good stuff. They earned it. There's some good kids. I have some really good kids. So we're definitely going to do that, but I definitely want to cover this since you all have asked overwhelmingly for me to cover this one. So hit the 4 if y'all okay with us changing course a little bit. And we go ahead and dive into this interview. Let me know. We'll cover Fax Me tomorrow as well. And just do like a little mini marathon on Candace because there are a few more videos we got to get in. Candace, you going to tell us who Samantha is or what? Good job, because we got to talk about that. And then, of course, we have her so-called dedication to Charlie Kirk. We certainly should revisit that. And the eclectic journalist knocked it out of the ballpark in her episode 10 of the Narrative Machine series she's been doing on Candace. It was an excellent idea to go over that. Many of us only saw it once. I know I personally only saw that once. And then, of course, the bit that we checked out with the eclectic journalist who was with us this week in the LLC. And I definitely want to go over that video in its entirety. In hindsight, now 8 months later, because looking back at that is even more disturbing. Candace, you are one dumb demon. Can't make this stuff up. So we're good to go. We're good on switching it up. I appreciate you all. Thank y'all so much. And then tomorrow we'll go over Fax Me as well and just kind of have a little marathon. Okay. Y'all good with that? That way I can free up my Sunday and Monday. So, how bad is this going to get? Y'all let me know. What should I expect from this? What made her interview him again? Of all people. Candace, you're desperate for views. You do understand you're interviewing Hunter Biden. You couldn't stand him, remember? Now all of a sudden you're giving him a platform? I don't know him. I don't follow him like that. But I just find it very odd for Candace to have gone after every single Democratic anything for the last, 6 good years? Now, all of a sudden, let me interview Andrew Weinstein and Hunter Biden. Candace would interview Jeffrey Epstein if she could. She's just going after views. She don't give a damn about nothing. Oh, my God. And we have an awesome thumbnail that I'm going to put up. I'm going to change the title of this live and, of course, change the title of the other lives and cancel the ones for Sunday. And we'll just do a marathon tomorrow. So we have an awesome thumbnail that we can utilize for this. Y'all, it's going to be on point. Mira, I got your email. Thank you so much. Let's see here. I think Mira sent the thumbnail. Y'all, shout out to Mira K. Mira sent the thumbnail. I'm going to show you how this photo right quick before we start. Candace, we got to, in between clowning you out, we got to laugh a little bit. Oh, my God. Hold on. Oh, shout out to Beer. Oh, you said, it's such an awesome thumbnail. I said, this is going to be the thumbnail for this live. The live that we go over with this interview. I would love to have the whole video in Muppet form. But once again, I don't even really know how to do that, y'all. I don't have any software program to convert the videos into like an animation or a Muppet, anything. So, of course, I asked if anyone is able to do that. And I haven't heard back. So, where is it? Where is it, my photo? Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on, y'all. Okay, here it is. Oh, what am I about to say? Oh, y'all. This is so epic. It's so epic. Two crackheads interviewing each other. Can y'all imagine the whole video being in this version as a Muppet? Imagine this as the whole video. Oh, man. Y'all, we don't play around in the Lady Luck Club, man. Can't nice. Oh, we just gonna clown your ass until Kingdom Come, okay? Y'all, this is gonna be the thumbnail. Boy, this thumbnail hard. I love it. Oh, man. All right, let's get to this interview of these two crackheads. Hunter Biden, I don't know you at all personally, and I really don't care. The fact you admitted to using crack, it is what it is. All right, y'all. Y'all ready to hit the floor where you can see it in here? Let's get to it.
Welcome to the Candace Owens show.
It's wonderful to be
People
here.
are just going to be like, how on earth did this happen?
I know.
I got to give them a bit of a backstory. So I went to dinner with a fellow podcaster, and we were just talking about interviews. We don't do too many interviews on the show, and he first asked me what was the best interview I ever did, and I said, no question, the USS Liberty survivor Phil Turney. And then he said, what would be your top interview that you'd want to do? And I said, oh gosh, we're in such a different time now. Like, I'm just not interested in politics. Like, it would have to be something so different. And then I said, actually, Hunter Biden. I said to him, I watched your sit down with Andrew Callahan, and it was kind of the most refreshing interview that I had seen in politics in a very long time, because we're so used to being gaslit about various things happening. Everyone's trying to hide stuff. And we read a lot about you. I guess we didn't really hear anything from you. So this was kind of the first time that I heard you in your own words, just totally owning your addiction issues, also going after Jake Tapper and George Clooney. And when we were kind of expecting the typical Democrat, like, these are great guys, these guys are amazing, Jake Tapper should, win a Pulitzer, I don't know. And I would just, it wasn't what I was expecting, is what I would say. So, and then that person just sort of made this happen.
Yeah.
So I want to just sort of get into the Hunter Biden story. I will say to the audience right now, I have already made the pledge right when I got on the phone with you that, like, obviously I'm not going to make you say anything bad about your father, because that would just be completely demonic to be like, say something terrible about your father. Everyone knows my opinions, my political perspectives. They're already out there. He is your dad. So that is separate from my viewpoints.
Because there's no way I possibly could.
Yeah, of course. I totally get that. But there's a lot to be said about you, and a lot that I guess hasn't been said about your journey. And I guess I want to start with just one question for the culture. The cocaine that was found at the White House, was it yours?
No, not only was it not mine. No, number one is thank you for having me here. And one of the reasons is to be able to answer these questions. The one thing I am, after 6 years of this, I've been sober since June 1st of 2019, clean and sober. Verifiably so, by the way, and verifiably so by the Bureau of Probation, in which I was drug tested randomly for over the course of 2 years while I went through my trials and things like that. But beyond that is that, directly to your question, I wasn't even there. Not only there, but people have to understand is where that cocaine was found was, the visitor's entrance underneath that is where visitors come in and they come over from the old executive office building staff to go to the Oval or go to the chief of staff's office or to the offices in the West Wing. And it was found in a cubby in right outside of the Situation Room. And it's like no possibility, not even remotely, beyond the fact that I wasn't even there. I mean, I spent probably, over the course of 4 years, maybe 25 days at the White House, like 25 nights, 30, if I'm being fair. And so it's just, it was an easy, I'm an easy target, and understandably so.
Right.
I mean, I've been, I think, probably the most famous addict and famous person, through the grace of God, in recovery for 7 years, or close to 7 years, June 1st. So.
Yeah, I definitely thought you were on drugs while your father was in the White House. I don't know. Yeah. But I think it might have just also been the timing of the laptop coming out and then people just assuming that you were still on drugs. I don't know. That might have been why in our heads we thought that.
I think that it was that they purposely conflated, I wrote a book which came out in April of 2021, in which I did something that very few people, I think, ever in that are kind of like similarly situated to me do, in which I was 100% frank about the fact that not only was I an addict, not only was I alcoholic, I don't really see the distinction between the two when they're both drugs, but I was a crack addict. Like, I was a degenerate crack addict. I mean, I've heard you call me a crackhead many times, and the truth of the matter is I was a crackhead.
Yeah.
And I say that not to shock people, because it's really shocking.
Hunter Biden will be shocked to know that we got a whole Muppet thumbnail of that. Oh man, he's gonna be so pissed when he see my thumbnail. You get mad because somebody calling you a crackhead when you actually did crack? What do you mean? But yeah, I mean, we're not saying you're still doing it, but once upon a time you were a crackhead. You did crack. You took it to the head.
Crack cocaine carries such a stigma to it to begin with. But I say it because I think that there are so many people. I know. There are so many people. I think that there's, at any given time, 30 million Americans that are either in active addiction or in recovery. There's not a single person that I know that hasn't been impacted by addiction at some level, in some form, personally, or with someone that is 1 degree of separation from them that they love. No one that I know.
Least of all me.
Yeah, and part of that, one of the reasons I'm here, the stories that you tell about that in terms of
my family,
your family, and there is where the common ground is. for me, I can 100% say this, is that a friend of mine gave me this quote about 2 years ago, and it's become my mantra. It's Mother Teresa. It was attributed to Mother Teresa. Is if you want to change the world, go home and love your family. That's my everything now, and part of that is not just the family that you have by blood and birth, but also the community that you're inextricably tied to. And that community for me is the recovery community, and it's people that are still sick and suffering from addiction. And so, the biggest reason that I wanted to come talk to you, beyond the fact, and this is not me blowing smoke, I think that regardless of whether I agree with you, that you're probably the most effective communicator I've ever heard behind a microphone. And it's really drove me crazy at times.
Oh my God. Where has he been this whole time talking about she's an effective communicator? The girl lies like it's nothing. Candace lies like she's breathing air and then makes money from those lies. And you're sitting here saying that she's an effective communicator? Is he for real? Oh boy, how bad is this gonna get again?
It's really made me mad. Yeah.
Now y'all see why I wanted the Muppet version of this. I can't take either of these clowns seriously right now. Candace, I will not take you seriously because you're a dumbass cult leader. Hunter Biden, let me tell you something. I don't know why you think having the ability to say words somehow makes someone an effective communicator. You're going to ask her to produce any degree that she claims she earned. She said she obtained 2 of them. One of them in English. Funny how she still can't, say simple 2 and 3 syllable words though. Beret and bureau. You can't make this up. Oh, it makes me mad. You're so effective with the communication. She lies like hell.
But is it? I wanted to talk to you about those things and anything else you want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm most interested in the addiction story, and I was saying to you before we started rolling that this was sort of something that I noticed when I would cover various topics, whether it was pornography, drugs on my show, drinking. How many men would write and say they were suffering with various things, and yet they don't often speak about like how they're quietly suffering, whether it's with addiction to pornography, addiction to drugs, and I don't think there are enough conversations about it. And so when I watched that interview, if you just lay,
not enough cover. What the hell are you talking about? There are plenty of conversations about it, Candace. You just don't care, and yet you dox victims of these people that go out and commit crimes against underage girls. Like Andrew Tate, Andrew Weinstein. Didn't she interview Jeffrey Epstein? Did Candace actually interview him? Or am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Candace actually interview Jeffrey Epstein? You can't make this up. Talking about, it doesn't get enough attention. You don't give a crap about his addiction. You were mocking him for it. We got to create comedy out of this somehow, because oh Lord. Candace, this is why people don't take you seriously. You're completely disingenuous. I give you 2 minutes to Google that word. I know you do not know what it means. Disingenuous. You're not sincere. This is all a PR stunt for you. You don't care about any man being addicted to any damn thing. Because if you did, George Farmer would not be out getting DUIs. He would not be in the Bullingdon Club. That is how we know you don't give a shit. Because George Farmer is driving on our U.S. highways, getting DUIs and being charged with fleeing the scene of an accident where he drove a truck into the earth and had a loaded weapon and tried to leave the scene of that accident and then tried to keep the police officer from getting out of the car, carrying a backpack like he's 5 years old. You don't care that he's addicted to alcohol, to the point where he's getting in trouble with the law. And all of a sudden, you care about Hunter Biden being addicted to drugs. Y'all see the hypocrisy of this? Now y'all see why I wanted this to be a Muppet.
It out there, something that most people try to hide or they're shameful of. I was like, there actually just needs to be more dialogue about it. I grew up with tons of addicts in my family. I have people in my family who are still addicted. And there is, I think, there is a natural anger that people have when they, for some reason, believe, and I think this was part of the anger that even that I had it toward you before I heard you speak about your addiction, is that you sort of think when somebody has money and political connections, that somehow removes them from.
Oh my God! Before I forget, thank you so much, Jackie Blue, for the Cash App. That was an absolute blessing, honey. I appreciate that. I had to remind myself when I saw you come up in the chat to give you a shout out. Thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you, all of you who financially support the Lady Luck Club. As a matter of fact, we got some memberships that were gifted. Thank you, Mindy, for gifting 5 LLC memberships. Shout out to you, and I appreciate you, honey. I really, really do. Thank you so much for your support. Shout out to you, Juju, for the LLC membership. And then, one more from Juju. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Shout out to the mods, y'all. They hold it down here. I have best mods on YouTube. Thank you all so, so much for gifting out those memberships. If you received one, make sure you thank Mindy and Juju for the memberships and enjoy them. Free for 30 days. Y'all make sure you get all that content in on the members only channel. Thank you so, so much. I just wanted to make sure I gave you your proper due for sending over that Cash App. That is an absolute blessing. Thank you so, so much. Thank you, Candia. Oh, thank you, honey. So shout out to the mods. We're doing the membership up in here. I appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. Mr. said 2 lying, babbling narcissists stroking each other's egos. Oh, Mama's B, how you doing, honey? Shout out to the mods, y'all. Sam's, how you doing? What's going on? Good child. Y'all, Colleen said, that's what a demon is. Lucifer's favorite candy. Oh, Hunter Biden. Yeah. We're not calling you a crackhead right now, but we're saying you were a crackhead. At least the Muppet version.
Going through these sorts of barriers in life. So when I grew up, it's like, okay, like you have uncles, whatever, that are addicted to crack. You have cousins that are doing crack, whatever it is, or experimenting with meth and drugs and those things.
Candace, which of your cousins were addicted to crack and meth and all of that? Because your cousin, you actually had a cousin do an interview on another YouTuber's channel and said that everything you said about your upbringing was a lie. And that your mother ensured that you and your sisters and your brother were on the up and up. At least your 2 sisters. Why don't you talk about your brother? Candace is the middle of the 3 girls. Did y'all know that? She has severe middle child syndrome. Hopefully people can understand why. I don't care how she feels. She has middle child syndrome to the max. Obviously, the Candace did not get enough attention and love in the household. So she claimed. She also claimed she ran away from home. And there's no evidence on that. And her cousin debunked that. So as opposed to Candace being grateful for having 2 parents in the house and for having a loving home and environment where her mother made sure she was on the up and up, Candace would rather lie and say that her parents put her out at 14. She went to live with a boyfriend, for 6 months. Somehow she was charged with harassment and arrested at 17 years old with that. Then turned around and created a damn website that docks people, especially kids. And now she's still making money off of being a pathological liar and a cult member. And everything she said about her background, her cousin debunked it. So which one of these cousins was on crack again?
Things, and then you see someone that has a life of privilege, and for some reason in your mind you wrongly go, okay, that can't happen. And it did happen. And I'd like to hear like how you got addicted, like what was actually the story, your path toward addiction.
Yeah. So thank you for let me talk about that, or asking me about it. And I really mean it. It's one of the things that traps people. I can only speak about myself, but I think that people that are in that are addicts or that are in recovery also you find out really fast is that you're not as terminally unique as you think you are. Is that, and one of the things that that is really important about addicts talking to each other and talking about it is that realization. Because one of the things that traps you in your addiction is shame. And you like me are Catholic, and we have learned that guilt is inappropriate.
Candace, is that why you interviewing him? Because he's Catholic? Because otherwise, you two have nothing in common, and you don't care about people going through recovery, getting any treatment for any addiction, because you will not ensure that George Farmer goes to Alcoholic Anonymous or any rehab facility. We have to hear through the grapevine that he might have possibly went to a rehab facility in California. You won't even come out and say, I convinced George to get out this Bowling Down club. They keep him drunk all the damn time, and I'm sick of it. You can't even get your own lavender husband in some sort of rehab facility. He's an alcoholic. You understand how much alcohol it takes to be 3 times over the BAC limit in the state of Tennessee to get behind the wheel of a truck and crash it into the earth hard enough for the front driver tire to completely come off the wheel. Do you understand how inebriated you have to be to have that type of accident? How fast he would have been driving behind the wheel of a car? And you don't think George Farmer needs to go to rehab? But you want to sit here and talk about recovery and treatment from addictions. But George Farmer drinks alcohol like he's lost his damn mind and is a danger and threat to people on the highway. But nope. You talk about you want to bring attention to addictions, Candace. Why don't you force George to talk about his addiction to alcohol? Because you got to be an alcoholic to do some nonsense like that. 3 times over the limit. Somehow, though, he was able to bomb rush towards a police patrol to keep the police officer from getting out of the car. He just wasn't fast enough. The police should have tased his ass. I don't even know how anyone would do that and get away with it. But you won't have George talk about his alcohol issues and DUIs. But you care so much about Hunter Biden's crack addiction. Yeah, okay.
Emotion. Guilt is an appropriate response to something when you've done something wrong. And you're supposed to atone for it. And you're supposed to seek forgiveness, whether the forgiveness comes from an individual or not. That's the lesson, is that it is in only through seeking that forgiveness can you release yourself from that guilt. That's appropriate. Shame is not. Shame is just absolutely corrosive. Shame is you telling yourself that you're not worthy, that you're never going to be worthy, that the things that you've done you can never be redeemed from. And I've done horrible things in my addiction in terms of what I did, in terms of my relationships and decisions that I made. And more than anything is just removing myself from being present for the people that love me. And what happened to me, and I really mean this, is that the exposure, not piecemeal, but the total exposure, my entire digital footprint stolen from me, a 20-year digital footprint, every text message, every picture, all of the things that you would be ashamed of, became front page news for 4 years, 5 years, beginning in 2019. And it forced me into a choice. And the choice was, do I get out of bed and live, or do I die? And it became that much of a dichotomy. And I chose to live. And it wasn't easy. And maintaining sobriety in that kind of like a pressure cooker is often the thing that triggers you. But something broke in me in a good way, which was that I no longer have any fear. I sitting down with you is, to me, an opportunity for you to see me as a human being and not, Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah.
And the pictures that, Congressman Green, put up in Congress, or the New York Post. I think I was on the cover of the New York Post in 1 year more than anybody in the history of the paper. And none of it was good. None of it was good. And But what it's given me is the opportunity to own it all, is to own all of my story without shame or fear, realizing that I have a community of people out there that I want to be of service to. I really mean that. And so part of it is by me being able to be honest about it. We were just talking before we started this, is the hardest thing for any addict to do is not only get honest with the people that they love, but to get honest with themselves. And until they can really see themselves for who they are, all of it, and decide to love themselves, then, the cycle is just going to continue. It's just, at least in my experience, that's the truth.
I think one of the things.
Did I even answer your question?
Yeah, well, I want to talk about the first time that you got introduced to it, because that's interesting.
Oh, I know. I went into all the good stuff.
Actually, do start with that. Like, how did you actually get introduced? First off, describe for people who don't know the difference between cocaine and crack, because crack is a lot more addictive.
Candace. Oh my God. What do you mean? Oh God. Y'all see how this would be so good if it was a Muppet. Is anyone able to convert this interview into an animated Muppet version? I don't care if it's like 5 minutes of it. You got to visualize this as two Muppets sitting here with missing teeth on crack. Like, y'all. Oh, my good grief. The Candace won't make George Farmer go to AA. Oh my God. Candace, why do people need to learn about the difference between cocaine and crack right now? You know you can just Google that, right? Candace, why don't you tell us the difference between the two? I mean, I'm sure you know the difference as well. Crack is wick. Candace said, I didn't make too much money to ever do crack. Crack is wick. Oh, good grief.
Yeah.
And so just what is the difference?
I know I got a lot of heat for...
No, it was fantastic.
Yeah,
it was fantastic. I was like, well, he's actually very educated on this. And
well, it's important to me to make the distinction that there's this idea that...
It's just like he's very educated on what you have. She's like, Candace, what you just say?
All of it. And decide to love themselves, then, the cycle is just going to continue. It's just, at least in my experience, that's the truth.
I think one of the things...
Did I even answer your question?
Yeah, well, I want to talk about the first time that you got introduced to it, because that's interesting.
Oh, I know. I went into all the good stuff.
Actually, do start with that. Like, how did you actually get introduced? First off, describe for people who don't know the difference between cocaine and crack, because crack is a lot more addictive. And so just what is the difference?
I know I got a lot of heat for...
No, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. I was like, well, he's actually very educated on this. And
well, it was...
Did she just say he's very educated on this? Candace? Because he did the drugs. He did the drugs. You tend to learn about these things when you go to treatment and recovery. I'm all for people going to rehab. I'm saying that Candace does not care about anyone being addicted, let alone getting treatment. She sincerely does not care about this topic. It's like she's making a mockery of the concept of people getting treatment and going to rehab. We're not talking about this enough. Didn't we just have, didn't we have a whole opioid epidemic in this country? It's still going on. You understand that people are still using meth. People are using hardcore drugs that can have an instantaneous effect on the body by simply touching it. Police officers and personnel have had to use gloves to handle certain drugs because of the deadly effects. They have to carry narc pens with them to actually utilize in case they come in contact with certain drugs. Where the hell have you been, Candace? You know what? You dumb alien. I don't even know why I'm asking that. Candace is an alien. She doesn't care about our human problems on Earth, or the aspect that anyone is addicted or getting treatment or anything. She doesn't care. She has been completely oblivious to the opioid crisis epidemic. She doesn't care about any of this shit. Candace does not care about any of this.
Important to me to make the distinction that there's this idea that that there's this kind
Thank
of
you,
a
Tracy.
secret
Narco.
kind of special enhancement
God.
to powder cocaine that makes it into crack, and you know you have to have some technical degree in order to be able to do that. And
Exactly. No,
let's start all the way at the beginning. I think that I'm genetically predisposed to be an alcoholic. I do believe that there is a genetic piece of it. I do believe that my brain works differently as an addict in terms of the way in which my synapses fire once they're introduced to the dopamine hit and the serotonin increase that occurs because
he just said.
I do believe that there is a genetic piece of
He said, I am genetically predisposed to be an alcoholic. So that will mean that either your mother or your father were alcoholics. Are you serious right now? But yet he doesn't want people calling him a crackhead. While he admits to being genetically predisposed for alcoholism. So if we call him an alcoholic, would he be insulted by that? He's the one sitting here saying he's genetically predisposed for it. He treats it like it's high cholesterol or diabetes or something. What do you... Oh, this is ridiculous.
I do believe that my brain works differently as an addict in terms of the way in which my synapses fire once they're introduced to the dopamine hit and the serotonin increase that occurs because of an introduction of a substance.
Saying.
I believe that that I became.
Your belief has nothing to do with science and genetics. You actually stated you're genetically predisposed to be an alcoholic. Oh, former President Joseph R. Biden, you might want to say something about this because, you know, your dumb, weird son is talking about he's genetically predisposed for something. Any thoughts on this? Former President Joseph Biden, anything you got to say about this? He's trying to blame it on his genetics for being an alcoholic. Y'all... He doesn't know what he's saying right now. Are you high? You do understand that you're basically saying my parents set me up to fail to become an alcoholic because of their DNA and genetics. Does he not know that he's implying that his parents may have passed down an alcoholic gene? You know, something that's more of a learned behavior. You have people that grow up in homes where one or both parents are alcoholics and the children never do alcohol. Explain that phenomenon. Boy, this is, oh, he's so stupid.
Acclimated and physiologically dependent upon that when I started to drink in earnest when I was in college, in which you can control. And, you know, I made it through Georgetown and I went to Jesuit Volunteer Corps for a year. I've been and it's kind of like domestic peace, but you know, the JVC. Yeah. I was JVC for a year after college. And then I went to Yale Law School, you know, was married, had my oldest daughter when I was a first year law student, and made it through all of that and made it through my first years of employment, drinking probably more than everybody, than most people do, but completely functional. And one day I woke up when I was 33 years old to my brother calling me and saying, "This has got to stop."
You know what? Let me say this. Let's say that is the case where there's evidence that I haven't even researched this. I don't like him. What he seems like he's doing. Let me put it like this. What he sounds like he's doing is trying to pass the buck. He's not completely taking responsibility and ownership for becoming, you know, a drug addict. Because at the end of the day, unless the parents forced him to drink alcohol and do crack, he chose to do that on his own accord, right? So even if you say there's a genetic component to this, he needs to still say, okay, I know and understand that I chose to do the drugs at the end of the day. However, here's some scientific evidence to prove that there is some level of genetic predisposition for this. You see how now that, you know, at the very least, we'll challenge someone to maybe go and look this stuff up and do a little research on that. But he's still taking ownership of his actions. unless he's saying that his father, who was the former president of the United States, held a gun to his head and made him drink alcohol and do cocaine and crack. That was a choice he made with that, right? Getting addicted to it is what ends up happening because of the effect on the body. Body starts kind of yearning that. But he still has to take some level of ownership. And I'm glad that he's gone to therapy. I'm not knocking any person addicted to anything from going to therapy. Please go to therapy. I'm simply saying Candace is being a hypocrite to that, because George Farmer should be going to therapy as well. He's in a bowling down club. He's in a club where all they do is get drunk and smash property. He's had DUIs. He's caused accidents that left a vehicle totaled. And she's sitting here making it seem as if, she's the only one talking about addiction and getting treatment. You have to have some level of accountability. That's all I'm saying. Why didn't he just cite his source on that regarding the genetic predisposition? Did he do some level of genetic tracing to be able to make that statement? It is the implication of this. It's like saying, my parents were alcoholics and they passed the gene down to me. Okay, now you're talking about one of his parents being the former president being an alcoholic. I'm like, why? I just don't understand why he brought that up. I wouldn't. Not knowing my parents, one of them was the former president, I probably would not have brought that up. I would not have even said that. And unless I'm ready to show the science behind it, I certainly would have kept that to myself. That's just me. Oh man. I'm blown away by him putting that out there, and he didn't have any evidence to back that up. I mean, come on, man. You guys might disagree, but that's just how I'm feeling right now in the moment with this. I would not have said that. I just wouldn't.
And what he meant is that, like a whole weekend was missing, kind of, and I said okay, and he drove me to the airport, and he put me on a plane in New York, and I flew to a place that was started by Eric Clapton called Crossroads in Antigua, and I went to rehab, and I came out, and I went directly when I came out, my brother picked me up from the airport, drove me to an AA meeting, walked in with me, DuPont Circle in DC. I met my sponsor at that first meeting that I ever went to, and I stayed clean and sober for about 7 years, and then I relapsed, and it was such a mundane, stupid story. I was on a plane by myself. Everything was okay. Things were looking up. It was normal life pressures, but it was all good. And that's the real insidious thing about addiction and alcoholism. It never goes away necessarily. There's always the answer that is being presented to you by the thing that you trust the most, which is your brain. Mm. And what it says is, if you don't want to feel this way, whatever the way is, or if you want to feel this way even more, I have the answer for you. And I was on a plane by myself, and I had a drink. And that drink in 2010, 7 years almost of sobriety, started a cycle of relapse and recovery, in which it was really hard for me to be honest with the people that love me, because I just wanted to hide it. I just wanted it to go away. And I thought, okay, I'll get through this cycle, and I'll sleep it off this weekend, and that's it. I'm done. And that would last a week, and then it would last 3 months, and then I went back to rehab, and then it became then I came back, and I started. You talk about this all the time, which I love that you do. It was big pharma. You know what I mean? I had shingles, and so somebody prescribed me like 52 oxycodone, ridiculous. And I started that, and then I started drinking again, and the prescription ran out, and then the cycle just started to happen. And but when my brother died, it all fell apart. Bo and I were, and I don't purport that our relationship was unique, or that his loss was greater than my loss of him was greater than anybody else's loss of their brother or someone that they deeply loved. But when my mom and sister and my Bo and I were in a car accident in 1972, and we survived. It was the two of us every day. We're a year and a day apart. We talk every day. I mean, except when he was in Iraq, I literally probably talked to my brother every day. And when Bo died, my marriage fell apart after 22 years. By the way, for reasons that marriages fall apart, but I take a lot of responsibility for it. And it just started a really, really dark cycle. In the past, when I would have these relapses, there was always someone in such proximity to me that they would I couldn't escape. In this instance, Bo was gone. Right after Bo died, I ended up separated from my wife within a month. And my dad, for the first time in my life, who was my rock, was stuck in his own grief, deep, deep grief. And I just went down into a hole. And I checked myself into rehab that year and came out and stayed sober for a while, and then relapsed, and then went into an outpatient program in DC where I went 4 hours every day for from 8 to 2 or 6 hours every day. Stay sober, and then I relapsed. And I came back and they said, well, you have to, I admitted to them that I relapsed, and in this instance I also used cocaine. And they said, well, you have to take a drug test. And I said, I'm not going to take a drug test. I'm not going to put something on, it's because it's not protected by HIPAA in a rehab scenario, which is crazy, right? Yeah. Anyway, long story short, they said, you can't come back in unless you take the drug test. And I said, well, I'm not taking the drug test. I'm going through a divorce. And it's not protected by HIPAA. It will become public. I don't want to do this to my family. I'm telling you, I used cocaine and I drank. Is that not good enough? Come back. And they said, no, for whatever reason, and I'm not blaming them. This is not their fault. I walked out and I knew Lincoln Park was a kind of open air drug market. I saw a woman that was kind of famous in the area since I had been in college, literally for 20 years, that I would see in the streets around, DC, in that area where I would work for a long time. And I went up to her and I said, can I get some crack?
Wow.
And I think it was basically, I said, can you help me commit suicide? I mean, I don't think, I know that now in looking back, it was the coward's way. And I really mean that. I was a coward. I didn't go and just do it. I said, let me do it this way and really, really, really drag everybody down with me along the way. Let me figure out the way not only to kill myself, but to maybe kill my dad, really hurt my family. Particularly my 3 daughters who adore me and I adore, just the fact. And I smoke crack. And the difference between crack cocaine and powder cocaine is this. And I really, truly do not want to give a roadmap for people to be able to do this, because I swear to God, it'll kill you. But it's sodium bicarbonate, which is baking soda, water, heat. That's it. That's all. That is the entire difference of it, which allows it to be ingested through smoking. And the combination of those things makes it so that it affects your physiology much faster than it would be if you just use powder cocaine through your nose or in any other form other than intravenously. And it also allows you to ingest more faster than you could possibly ever ingest by sniffing cocaine up your nose. The combination of that, the combination of combustion, ritual, and the ritual meaning the way in which you have to, I can still feel my hands doing it, is, becomes this ritualistic thing with the combination of combustion, which is, and you learn, if you really study things about addiction, is these kind of key components of oral fixation and things like that.
I know.
And I got made fun of about it. And
I had to fast forward. I don't want him giving a breakdown on how to do all that. Oh my God. Candace, why are you asking him to give a breakdown on this? Are you serious? Girl. Ugh.
Just go find more for close to a 2-year period of time.
Wow.
And it took me to places, I wrote all about it. And I got made fun of about it. And, people think that, when I wrote my book, clawing through the carpet to find crack cocaine and, Parmesan cheese and I know it's a real laugh line, but anybody that's ever been an addict like that, they don't laugh about it. It's devastating. Think that you were that person. You can see yourself doing it. Just devastating. And so what happens in addiction so often is people not only, they can't admit that. They can't even admit it to themselves. They just block it out. They get 30 days clean. They come out. They go back into the same exact situation that they were in before. And they think, I'm just not going to do it again. I'm just going to stay, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. And what will come up is that they'll wake up in the morning and they'll remember that time in the motel with the prostitute that brought you the drugs and that stole your wallet and all your drugs and everything. And you had you were clawing through carpet to see if there was anything there, and you smoke whatever white that you found on the ground. Like, it's the shame. Is thinking of yourself like that, regardless of who you are, regardless of where you came from, whether your dad's the president of the United States or it doesn't matter. And they don't admit that to themselves. They don't admit it to anyone around them. Don't ever say it. And you know what happens? They never lose it. And it sits like right here, like in the back of your head, and it pops up. And you just feel so disgusted with yourself that your brain immediately tells you, regardless of how far away you are from a drink or drug, like, I know the way not to feel this way. I know exactly how to feel this way. You're going to die if you keep feeling this way. You need to take a drink. And that's always how it starts. I mean, alcohol is the most dangerous drug in the world, just by virtue of the amount of destruction and devastation that comes personally into the people around people that are alcoholics. And I don't find any difference between being an addict and an alcoholic. But that's where it starts. And that's where it started for me. That's my story until I met Melissa and got clean and sober. And I've been so, almost 7 years now.
All right, you guys, some moments change everything. And for a woman facing an unexpected pregnancy, seeing her baby vitamin C cleanse, father does for a living. And I think everything is simple. Cream is my favorite part. And I guess people don't realize, like, you're going through this and you don't get to decide what your father does for a living. And I think that's probably why people separate it as well too, because like I said, there's this idea of what a politician's family is supposed to be. Yeah. And you obviously are, because I genuinely understand what those sorts of addictions do. I don't think people realize you're just not even yourself. Like, it's like a demon, as the best way to say it. And maybe I'm taking a Catholic take on this, but like, it's like a full demonic possession when you're in the throes of these drugs. And I mean, this was actually a great benefit of A&E doing intervention, because people could really see these moments where people will choose the drug over their family. They will choose the drug over their kids. They will they'll choose the drug over literally anything. And for people who, and I actually tend to agree with you that I've wondered myself if there's something genetic, because I'm not wired that way. Yeah. Or maybe I just haven't found the drug that would do that to me. But like, I would say that like, I've just never been, never had something and was like, oh, I just need to have that again or want it again. And I've seen friends that they have something once and they're like, want to do this every second. And I go, that's very interesting. Like, it's almost like you're made of something different.
I'm certain of that. And the science is certain of that. And anyways, we all can, I think that we all can.
Candace, didn't you say you were addicted to Adderall? What you mean you've never been wired that way? You've never been addicted to something? You actually say you were addicted to Adderall and did a whole article on it. What you mean? I thought you were able to relate to this. Now all of a sudden you're saying you've never taken something and you can't relate to that? What are you talking about? Pick one. Either you can relate to this or you can't. And if you can't relate to this, why are you doing it? You said once upon a time you were addicted to Adderall and your lavender gay husband is addicted to alcohol. To the point where he's wrecking whole vehicles. Getting caught driving 3 times over the limit. When are you going to tell him to go to therapy? I'm all for people going to therapy. I think if you want to get clean and get delivered and set free from drugs and alcohol, you should definitely do it. Go get you some treatment, rehab, everything you need to be successful. But don't sit here and be disingenuous and then turn around and say, you've never taken anything and you've never understood that and you've never been addicted to something. You've been addicted to Adderall. You can't make this up.
Because people could really see these moments where people will choose the drug over their family. They will choose the drug over their kids. They will, they'll choose the drug over literally anything. And for people who, and I actually tend to agree with you that I've wondered myself if there's something genetic, because I'm not wired that way. Yeah. Or maybe I just haven't found the drug that would do that to me. But like, I would say that like, I've just never been, never had something and was like, oh, I just need to have that again or want it again. And I've seen friends that they have something once and they're like, want to do this every second. And I go, that's very interesting.
But you did have a drug where you wanted to do it again and again and again. It was Adderall. You went into a hospital, remember, or a doctor's office, and claimed that you needed a prescription for something you were not even being treated for. Just so you can get some Adderall. You did an article on how to get prescription Adderall. without even being a patient of a doctor. Boy, this is something else. And all of a sudden, you've never had anything where you just felt like you need to take it again, and again. But you literally used the word addiction in a whole article you wrote. The hell you mean?
Like it's almost like you're
Oh, I totally-
made of something different.
I'm certain of that, and the science is certain of that. And anyways, I mean, we all can. I think that we all can associate with, understand addiction at more or less devastating levels. So, for instance, where's your phone? I mean, you basically have a packet of heroin.
Right.
We all do in our pocket,
Yeah.
constantly giving us that dopamine. Which, by the way, we can get to talking about that because I think that we are not nearly as divided as people as we think that we are. I think that bag of heroin in everybody's pocket is feeding them a lot of that division. But so we can all kind of understand the compulsion to do things.
Whoa. Candace, you got a bag of heroin on you? What did I just hear?
Associate with, understand addiction at more or less devastating levels. So, for instance, where's your phone? I mean, you basically have a packet of heroin.
Right.
We all do in our pocket, constantly giving us that dopamine. Which, by the way, we can get to talking about that because
I don't have a packet of heroin on me. What the hell is that? I don't have a packet of heroin. He meant to say packet, not packet. I don't have a packet of heroin on me. Who has a packet of heroin on them? Y'all carrying packets of heroin on you all? Candace, you got heroin on you? All the times I said crack is wet and somehow you ignore me. You got a packet of heroin on you, girl. He said this. This came out of his mouth.
I think that we are not nearly as divided as people as we think that we are. I think that bag of heroin in everybody's pocket is feeding them a lot of that division. But so we can all kind of understand the compulsion to do things that aren't that clearly aren't benefiting us, like staying up.
Let me tell y'all something. I'm not addicted to my phone. I've had the same phone for like 3 or 4 years. I actually need a new one. I need 2 phones actually, because one for me to do live streams in the car, and the other one that I just have for me. So one for the channel, my business, and then a personal one. So I actually need 2 phones. But I'm not addicted to my phone. You can't make this up. There are days where I go without checking my email. I don't even listen. I went two whole days without checking my personal email, and sometimes not that I plan on it, but go 2-3 days without checking the Lady Luck Club email. And you guys send me great information over there. Because life gets in the way. When you're working and you're occupied 8-9 hours of the day, you got kids, you got other things going on. Yeah, I mean, the phone is the last thing I'm thinking about being addicted to. As a matter of fact, I know how to cut it off. So he's describing a phone to be a packet of heroin. I get people are addicted to their phones. Not all of us are. And I don't know if there's some sort of rehab treatment for phones. Like, has anyone ever gone to treatment and rehab for a phone? You're going to have cell phone anonymous? Is that a thing? Yeah, okay, bro.
Until 3 o'clock in the morning and going through your For You page on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Every mother, father can watch their teenager do that and go, God, this is awful. And I'm going to take his phone away. And then they turn back to their phone and they start going through their phone. Like, and I'm, I am not any better. So we can kind of all understand that compulsion. It's when the compulsion becomes just so the blast radius continues to grow.
Mm-hmm.
So the difference between being a addicted to your phone and being addicted to crack cocaine, I'm not saying are the same, but at least we can.
They're not the same. So why bring up that example? You do have some people that are addicted to social media and stuff like that, but it's not something that's going to, you know, land you in rehab either, unless they have a rehab that I'm missing out. Unless there is a such thing as a cell phone anonymous. Is it broken down by phone types or what? Are we talking about like iPhone versus Samsung or something? What are we doing? Yeah, there's an iPhone anonymous class. Oh man. All of those addicted to their iPhones. Boy, you need to go to rehab and therapy. Don't mock the idea of people getting rehab and therapy by comparing a phone to the likes of crack and cocaine. I mean, come on. You do know putting crack in your body can actually kill you. Being on your phone all the time, yeah, it can be very annoying and distracting. It can only cause some real damage if you're doing it behind the wheel of a car or something like that, or you're doing something where you need to be focused on that and you're not, and you're on your phone, and then whatever you're doing, you become negligent and it causes great bodily injury and harm. But you don't need all of those situations in place if you put crack or cocaine in your body. Like, you put that stuff in your body, that's it. Take some meth or a hardcore opioid if you want to. Chabu. You don't get any Narcan in time, you'll probably die. That's not the same effect of a phone. I'm sorry. I just it's just not a good example, dude. Why even bring it up?
Kind of get a little bit of an understanding of the physiology of that, of the way in which the brain actually works.
Yeah, we got
but
It's like the
we
mic.
gotta have iPhone versus Samsung. Crack phone anonymous. We gotta do a segment of that.
Micro versus the macro. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
everybody has the micro.
But so you can see
see?
the micro impact of it. But I think
The micro.
one of the
impact?
reasons that why people are so
I'm
like,
not even gonna ask.
shocked by my story. And by the way, and we're able to conflate. So if the New York Post every day for 6 years runs a picture on online. I mean, I think they literally at one point did like 1.5 stories of me a day for an entire 18-month period. Okay, and in each, it didn't matter what the subject was. It was a picture of me naked
with the prostitute.
with whatever, and with crack.
You're sitting across from someone that dove into the buffoonery of it all with reporting on that. Candace was one of the ones that was dragging you through the mud. Now all of a sudden she cares about your addiction. What in the entire hottest part of hell is happening, Candace? You dragged him through the mud. And now all of a sudden, I care about, addiction to drugs. And I've never, taken anything where I feel like I need to keep taking it again and again, even though she admitted to having an addiction to Adderall at one point. What in the hell is going? Candace, you can't even be honest and consistent about your addiction to Adderall or George Farmer's addiction to alcohol. What the hell happened to his eye? How did he get a black eye? How did George Farmer get a black eye, Candace? How did you break your foot again? She's never said what happened with that. Candace has yet to say how she ended up with a broken foot and George caught a black eye. And yet she cares about people that are addicted to something and that they should get rehab and treatment and all of that. But this dumb heifer won't even say how George got a black eye. Try to lie about a DUI. Still won't say what happened to her foot. All of a sudden, well, it's nobody's business. Somehow her stalking of Erica Kirk, she's made her business though. Why is it that Erica Kirk can't live in peace? But it's nobody's business as to how George Farmer got a black eye and Candace had a broken foot. Were both of them binging at the same time? I mean, seriously. And you know metaphors go over her head. Candace is not that smart. Don't compare this heroin thing to a phone, dude. You can't do that with Candace. She's stupid. She's not going to know the difference.
That pipe in my lips. But what, like, so I don't get mad at people when they go, like, was that your cocaine? Like, well, number one, you know the White House. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense. I had 7 Secret Service agents with me at any given time, everywhere I went. The idea that I was in the Situation Room and would decide to drop off. I mean, that, but beyond that silliness is is I don't blame people for not realizing that I have worked my effing ass off. I mean, in this environment, the proudest thing that I've ever done is stay clean and sober through all of that, every piece of it, both the trials, through the accusations, through the, Alexander Smirnoffs and Gallups and Konstantin Kuliks and Lev Parnases and Rudy's and Steve Bannon's and all of that. Is it purely because of the love of the people around me and my willingness to own it all? I'm sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
And you're not taking that away from me.
Right.
No, and by the way, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
The realization at one point is that you can try. I have no fear. No fear. And that's why I'm here. More than anything is because I probably, I'm certain that we disagree on a lot of stuff, but there used to be a time, Candace, where you and I could sit down together and disagree about tax policy and disagree about, the Catholic Church's view on abortion, or disagree with, whatever the subject may be, and still be able to go have a meal together.
Right. I talk about that often on my show. Like I back when I was left leaning in college, my best friend was Republican conservative. Like it wasn't so at each other's throats.
We want to verify who is that best friend? Because I want to reach out to them, because I'm tired of you talking about you were in college and you can't show any evidence at all that you were in school. Who's that so-called best friend from college? Because I want to interview them. I want them to bring any photos and proof that you actually went to school, to University of Rhode Island. Because you refuse to show any of your so-called 2 degrees that you claim you earned, Candace. I don't know why you just want hang the degree on the wall. You want people to believe that you're a journalist, right? If you have a degree in journalism, wouldn't that shut us up? For you to post that degree up, wouldn't that just shut us down once and for all? Candace, you're addicted to obsessions. Your addiction is being obsessed with someone. You're addicted to Erica Kirk and the obsession that surrounds Erica Kirk. Are you going to go to treatment and therapy for that, Candace? Because we would love to sign you up for therapy and treatment so that you can get over your addiction to being obsessed with Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk. What are those classes? Well, we can recommend some places. We got to find some places for Candace to get treatment. Boy, this helper needs a lot of therapy. See, Candace, I'm not against anybody getting treatment and therapy for their addictions. But addictions do vary. Your addiction comes in the form of obsession. Being, possessed with power and all this nonsense, and you being a cult leader. Yeah, you need treatment, all right. Are you going to go to therapy, Candace, and get treatment? You can't prove that you're a journalist, so you can't say, I'm doing all of this under the guise of being a journalist. You won't even show that you have a journalism degree. So since you can't show us proof of a degree earned in journalism, and in English, which is absolutely laughable when you can't say words like beret and bureau. At the very least, you can at least prove that you attended a school and dropped out of it. Well, why would you go back to somebody being in college with you and you've never proven you went to college? Yeah, we need to sign Candace up. It's got to be an obsession, Alcoholic Anonymous type thing going on. And that packet of heroin. Oh, Candace. Hopefully the DEA will kick in your door for that.
Hating each other and wanting to destroy one another. And, you know, you kind of see the good and the bad and go, well, you know, this is why I have this perspective, and perspectives could change. And that was allowed too. You know, I think about what it was that, just revisiting what made a lot of people, including myself, so angry about you. Or I guess it wasn't really about you. It was the gaslighting. It was the letter that came from people saying it was Russian propaganda. That is what is driving us crazy about the Epstein files right now. It's what's actually leading, ironically, to the collapse of the MAGA support, is we don't want to be gaslit.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it wasn't you. That's why it was so refreshing when you were like, yes, I had a crack addiction. This is me. I did this. I was with hookers.
Sure.
But you weren't speaking for you. And there were literally a bunch of people that were coming out and saying, this is not real.
Yeah.
And that is the most infuriating thing, because everyone's average. Everyone can connect with addiction. Everyone can have this conversation. Actually, if you would come out and I probably, in that environment, obviously, maybe there would have been a different result because we were at each other's throats.
No, exactly.
But that is what made people so angry.
Yeah.
It was like, nope, he never smoked crack. It wasn't real.
Yeah.
The laptop is Russian propaganda. We're like, guys, what is this?
Yeah. By the way, here's the problem.
What the hell is she saying?
Steve Bannon saved, and Rudy Giuliani saved the quote unquote laptop, which by the way is bullshit. If we can agree on that gaslighting, I will agree on the gaslighting of this, is that it was never a quote unquote laptop. There was a hard drive of stolen and hacked material, wherever it came from, whether it came from a Delaware repair shop or whether it came, like Lev says, from Dmitry Firtash, who was trying to sell a hard drive, Hunter Biden's, in Ukraine, that they were looking for before the laptop repair shop guy was ever the twinkle in the eye. Just go back and look at the record. Okay. So here's the thing, is you're absolutely right. And and this is like the freedom of being able to say this is like, yeah, they should have let me go out and talk.
Yeah.
But it was 2 weeks before the campaign. And then then the election was over. Steve Bannon goes on and with his buddy Gao, the Chinese billionaire that's now in prison, and that is like a Chinese spy or whatever, where he got arrested on his boat and all that crap. There is go listen to it. Go listen to the recorded conversation in which they say, like, the laptop, like, we got him. So we collected all the salacious pictures and we put them out there. And then Rudy went out and stood on the steps of the Newcastle County Courthouse with Bernie Carrick and said, this contains child exploitation, like pure, pure bullshit, just bullshit. So on both sides, you have this reaction, which I don't think was necessarily a coordinated reaction in the sense that, what do you do in 2 weeks? And so they come up with this and they say, and I don't get to go out and say, no, I was. But you know what I did? Is that come April, I write a book and I tell everybody I was addicted to crack. And here's my story. And here's what happened.
Okay, what was on the hard drive? Is he admitting that it was some horrible stuff on the hard drive? Or is he saying that it's bullshit? Which one is it? What was on the hard drive? I'm telling y'all right now, when I say I'm apolitical, that hard drive does not pay my rent. And I don't think I ever had any interest in trying to keep up with all of that. What was on it? I guess I can just answer that. Was it pictures on it? If he's saying, yeah, I was on crack and that caused me to take photos and blah, 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 then why say that it was absolute bullshit? I mean, it may not have been children, but it was still, something that was damning. What is he saying? He said pics. So it was pictures on it. Oh, God. Dude, why even bring that up? So Candace believes that it was bullshit now and it wasn't real? What are we doing? Candace, why don't you deep dive into that? You sitting here obsessing over Erica Kirk. And yet there's a whole hard drive with some weird photos on it. You don't want to talk about that? No, you don't want to actually get a hook to that hard drive? Did he bring it with him to Candace's house or what? I mean, how does it go? Did he actually bring her the hard drive to prove it was nothing on it? Where's the hard drive? Who has it? You can't make this up. So he didn't bring it with him to show her there's nothing on it. And we can't see this in real time. So, I mean, what are we doing? This is the beauty of me not taking sides politically. I get to ask these questions about just the simple facts of something and feel pretty good doing it. So why didn't he bring the hard drive with him? Then he could just show proof that it was nothing on it. Whatever happened with it? Whoa! Twitter banned Candace's account a few years ago for posting an image from Hunter Biden's laptop and flagged it as CP. What the? What the hell? So there were real photos of kids on it. See, here's the thing. When we don't see what was on it, how did she get that photo? What the? Candace, what is Candace doing? Does she believe that the photos were real? And if she posted up a photo that was from this hard drive, now she's sitting here believing that it doesn't exist? Is this where we're going with this?
And here is all of the rooms that no one would ever want to admit to being in, that I was in. And it was like a blip on the radar, because everybody was now fighting about whether there was kind of a suppressed story on Twitter and whether there was this gaslighting from, and by the way, I am not here to defend any of
But then it's
people.
part of like the political machine where they're like, we have 2 weeks to go to the election.
Yeah.
We're going to do this denial, because we can't afford this right now, essentially.
Yeah.
And then we're going to table this, make it past these 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then by that time, first and foremost,
By the
your
way,
father won,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So, and so people are angry. They feel like the election's been stolen and that there was this entire collusion to cover a laptop, which if it was on the other side, they may have done too. This is what DC is. It's politics. But that is where I think the anger came from.
Yeah.
And it was just like,
I get it.
how dare you gaslight us?
Yeah.
And then people then start making you this focal point of
It never
like,
had anything to do with me.
right. It was
And,
kind of bigger than you at that point,
You know what the laptop proved?
that you were a crackhead.
There you go.
You
By
were
the way,
deep in the
all
throes
this
of crack
all this
addiction.
other bullshit, bribe.
Yeah, I really don't feel bad about my thumbnail. Oh, we gotta look at it again one more time. Hold on. Now, I definitely do not feel bad about this. I just don't. I just don't feel bad. Don't expect me to feel bad about this thumbnail, dude, when you owning this whole crackhead thing. Oh, get it in, hurry up. We gotta start the show in 5 minutes. Don't sniff it off. No, it's my turn. My turn. Candace, I feel nothing laughing at this photo. Oh, man. That's what happens when it's just pure comedy at this point. You can't make this up. He said he's a crackhead. We're like, oh, okay, cool. So we'll just put up a picture of 2 Muppets doing crack. Oh, Candace, is that packet of little heroin in your pocket? You doing a what? What's on your end of the table, girl? Oh, Lord, I don't feel bad about this at all, y'all. You gotta laugh at this crap. Otherwise, you'll be sitting here irritated and confused. What the fuck is going on? Oh, Candace, this interview is ridiculous. She is so disingenuous. Candace does not care about anyone getting help. She just doesn't. I find this whole thing to be absolutely pathetic, Candace, when you obsess over another human being for no damn reason. And you refuse to get help for that. You refuse to get George Farmer help for alcoholism. And yet all of a sudden you care so much about someone being addicted and getting treatment. No, you don't. You knew this would be controversial for you to interview Hunter Biden. And you wanted the views. This is all a PR stunt for her. You have to keep this in mind when you're watching this. This is nothing more than a public relations stunt for Candace Owens Farmer. That's it. The same helper that can't prove she actually went to school for 3 years and dropped out. And they lied about going back and getting 2 degrees from it. This is a PR stunt. She knew people would tune in because they're like scratching their heads. Where the candy asses at? Y'all don't have a problem with this? The candy asses, you know, the ones that claim to support her because they want people to believe that they actually love Charlie Kirk and TPUSA. Y'all don't have a problem with her interviewing Hunter Biden? Candy ass is cool with this. You mean to tell me they didn't go into the comment section of this and go in on her? Candace, I'm going to your comment section. Respect to Candace for not bringing his father in on this. Not a Daily Wire move at all. Former addict, he is hitting the nail on the head with addiction. Lord, thank you for deliverance. Thank you for humanizing drug addicts and giving them a chance to tell their story. These, you really think these people here are supporting her because they're conservatives and they have views that align with conservatism? No. It's so refreshing to see 2 adults having a respectful discussion. What the hell? So the candy asses don't give a damn. They just don't care. They don't care at all. I'm telling you, the type of people that are supporting Candace now are those who never cared about Charlie Kirk, TPUSA. They don't care about Erica Kirk. They don't care about conservatives. They don't care about any of that she claims to be aligned with. She claims that she's a conservative. She claims that she's a Republican. And once upon a time, she claimed that she was a Trump supporter. See, I'm apolitical, Candace, but I get to say this and be consistent. When you claim that you're still aligned with conservative values, and you make statements such as, I've never taken anything that caused me to want to take it again over and over. But yet there's an article of you admitting to having an addiction to Adderall. How do you expect people to think that you're genuine with wanting to share a story about people getting help? When did you go to treatment for your addiction to Adderall, Candace? Wouldn't you want to put that out there? Or you just want people to think that you're an actual perfect cult leader? You can't say on one leg, I'm relatable. And I went through this. I have cousins and uncles that were crackheads and stuff. You were addicted to Adderall. So if you were addicted to any drug, when the hell did you go to therapy and get treatment, Candace? We'll wait. Where did you get treatment at, Candace? Shouldn't you be going through treatment? You admitted you were addicted to Adderall. So when did you get treatment? When did you go to therapy, Candace? Are you still in therapy? Are you still battling your addiction to Adderall? See, this is why I call it disingenuous. Because her admitting she was addicted to an actual drug, but never ever says anything about her treatment or therapy or anything from it. It's just more proof that she doesn't give a damn about the aspect of people getting help for addictions. She doesn't care about that. She only cares about the views that this would get because she knew it was controversial. That's it. Oh, I'm not going to bring your dad into it. But wouldn't the candy asses actually want her to do that? He said that he was genetically predisposed to be an alcoholic. He involved his father into that. He's saying that genetics is passed down from his mother and father. Somehow were coded for him to be an alcoholic. He brought his dad into that by saying that. This is, y'all see why I keep saying this is so disingenuous. Candace doesn't give a shit about this. She cares about, oh, I'm getting all these, look at these videos I'm getting. I want to break the internet. 1.27 million views already. This is crazy as hell. The aspect of somebody getting treatment, Candace doesn't care. And as you all can see in the comment section, Candy asses don't give a damn either.
Bribery and all these other things that they investigated up and down during the Trump administration with a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, with the Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, the only U.S. attorney in the country to stay on and continue to prosecute me, who then became special counsel after I got a plea deal. Because I paid my taxes late. I paid them with penalties and interest, and I owned a gun for 11 days. While they say I was addicted and check that box.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Everybody has all the information. It's not like the Department of Justice has my digital footprint, every text message, every email. And there's not a single one in which you find that would in any way support.
Yes, I know that the genetics go beyond mother and father. I'm saying she stated in the beginning she didn't want to bring his father into the conversation, but he essentially did that by saying that he was genetically predisposed to be an alcoholic. That brings him in. Like, we can't really skip the generation unless there's some testing to prove that it was not something a part of the father's DNA. We have to assume the genetics are being passed down, and naturally you're going to have some of your parents' genetics embedded in you, right? So we can't just completely ignore the father. If he did not want to bring up his dad, he probably should not have made that statement. That's all. That's the point that I'm making with that. I'm not saying that there's no genetic predisposition, but with him saying that, he effectively brought his father into the conversation. If you want to keep your dad out, then don't say anything that can allude to something going back to your parents or grandparents or great-grandparents or however. You know, does it make sense? I would not have even made that statement. If I want to leave my parents out of something, I'm not going to say anything about genetics, knowing that part of our genetic makeup includes DNA from our mothers and fathers. That's all I'm saying with that. But yeah, you're right. It does go past the parents. But I don't know what is, other than him admitting to being a crackhead and doing drugs and all this stuff. What is the heart of this interview right now? Because Candace doesn't care. She's completely disingenuous. Even if he's serious about owning it and you know, telling his story about going to treatment, all these things, she's not. This is the last platform you should go on if you want someone to take you seriously. Candace Owens' platform is not the show to go on if you want to be taken seriously by a little bit.
The really serious accusations of enriching himself somehow, or none of it's there. So I own whatever you want to call it. I own the laptop. Come, you know what? We can go through it together. Mm-hmm. If you're willing to like avert your eyes to the tragedy of addiction. I mean, just the absolute tragedy of it.
Yeah.
But man, oh man, there is no space for that in discourse anymore. There's no space for the nuance of, well, that was addiction. That wasn't corruption. You know, I did not do any business through entire 4 years. I became a painter. You know why I became a painter? Because it literally saved my life. I painted my whole life. And Melissa instinctively knew that I literally needed to like occupy my hands in early recovery, like 12 hours a day. Like just, you know, like to be able to focus on not the crushing weight of the consequences of years of addiction. And so I just sat and I painted and I painted and I painted. And I decided to have a show in the gallery and, you know, and offer my paintings for sale. And New York Post comes out and says, Hunter Biden's selling his paintings for $500,000. I've never sold a painting nor offered a painting for $500,000 in my friggin' life. And by the way, everybody knows this because every painting that I sold, everybody that bought a painting had to pay about $250,000 to defend themselves before an impeachment hearing. Go read the transcripts of people under oath. But regardless, is the laptop absolutely proved nothing, but it became this cultural touchstone. It was like, it embodied the Biden crime family. Mm-hmm. And if you wanted to be able to believe that, not wanted to be able to believe that, if you believe that because you're being told that by people that you trust that have told you that your election was stolen, that your democracy was thwarted, that the process was unfair, is that all you had to do, and I get this, is look at the pictures. It doesn't look like a good guy to me.
Right. Because you weren't a good guy in the pictures.
No.
Yeah.
Smoking crack in a motel room with a prostitute.
Right. Like,
you know what I mean? Like they come out and like they're saying, oh, like this, like I admit it all. Not only admit it all, I own it all. I will own everything, the worst of it, all of it.
And then being like, I mean, now in retrospect, and things have changed. I mean, times have changed. Like I said, I was one of the chief people that was really angry about it. And it did, that was the exact reason why when I re-examine it was the gaslighting. It's the same reason why I'm angry with Trump over the Epstein thing. It's like, I can't come back from media gaslighting. The Trump thing is worse because it came from his own mouth, the gaslighting. So it wasn't like people trying to cover it up. It was like Trump being like, what Epstein files? Are we still talking about the Epstein files? And so, but then things kind of changed, I think, with time also because I was very, definitely say I was close with Don Jr., traveled a lot with him through the Hunter Biden laptop scandal. We talked about it, this corruption, can't believe they denied it, all these photos coming out. And then we get whatever this, Trump family is now. And it's like, man, I think it was a historian that wrote on X exactly how I feel, which is I wish I could go back to the days where I thought like Hunter Biden's art was the most corrupt deal that was done in politics. And now we're going, okay, we stood behind Trump, we fought, we shared the photos of Hunter Biden to the extent that we could. And now we have their family engaged in so many corrupt deals, the meme coins, the taking advantage of people. And you go, okay, well, what we actually have is DC is corrupt, politics is corrupt. And I think it is kind of a unifying point, not to excuse, the gaslighting of people for 2 weeks, which made people super angry. But I do think it's just a different time where people are kind of going back and examining. And I feel actually terrible realizing that you were finally clean. And then it's just this humiliation ritual over and over and over again of people putting everything out there and not realizing also your kids are facing this consequence as well, which people do not think about a lot of times when they publish stories. Like I even was reticent and didn't cover the Chrissy Nome thing.
Oh my God. Oh, you dumb hypocrite. You don't care about Erica and Charlie Kirk's 2 kids. The amount of lies that she tells on a whole nother human being to the point where she called for her to be jailed. She wanted Erica Kirk to be jailed. And you didn't think about those 2 children at all, you dumb demon. Somehow, though, you have this fake sympathy, fake outrage for what was published about Hunter Biden, but you don't give a damn about what is published about Erica Kirk. And she has 2 small kids that are getting death and kidnapping threats. The hell you mean? What are we doing? Oh my Candace, I'm about to rage quit. God, this is oh my God, you hypocrite. Candace, you're such a demon. You know what she's doing? She's proving at the very least she can't go to court and decry that she was willfully ignorant. Didn't know that she was having these headlines put out about Erica Kirk or Brian Harper or TPUSA, because she knows damn well the damage that it causes when you lie on people. You lie on Erica Kirk 24/7. And I'm like, you're sitting here saying, oh, they don't think about the kids, What the? Oh my God.
Because the first thing that came to my mind
I don't even know what
was their kids. Like I'm like, these are kids that are about to go to college. Like, and so, and why are they doing this? Because she's in politics, right? And so this becomes, they don't think about the children. And yeah, I mean, I think now that I have kids too, I think there's just like, wow, they don't sign up for what I do for podcasting. Kids don't sign up for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, number one, though, kids are way more resilient than you think. They're so much tougher. And I know my girls have like, and they love me and deeply, and I can 100% accept that love now and return it with everything that I have to offer. But you're, part of what you're describing is politics in memoriam, part of it, but something's changed, Candace. There is a meanness, a willingness to adopt very, very un-American tactics against our opponents because it become a zero-sum game. It's not just...
Well, okay, so what is Candace's end game with her going after Erica Kirk? Because, Candace, you still will not be the CEO of TPUSA. You nor George Farmer. So, knowing that you will never be the CEO of TPUSA, what's your damn end game? Because when it's all said and done, she's going to sue you and win. TPUSA is going to sue you and win. And all of this would have been for what? you're still not going to be CEO. And none of this brings back Charlie Kirk. So why go out and lie and obsess over this woman again 24/7? And you're not thinking about her kids? They mocked Erica Kirk for being scared out of her mind at a correspondence dinner where an active shooter showed up. And yet she's sitting here saying this bullshit. Candace, you are full of it.
That I disagree with you. You need to be punished. You need to be punished for what you believe. You know, there's this incredible show. I really want to meet them one day. I don't know if you listened to it. It's called The Necessary Conversation. Have you listened to that? Incredible. It's a brother and a sister who are progressives. One lives in LA and like one lives in Austin, or something like that. And she runs a bakery. This sister and a mom and dad. And they are ultra MAGA. And I think they're like in, Missouri somewhere. Okay. And I mean, like, don't take their caps off. Trump literally can do no wrong. He's playing 4D chess on the Epstein thing. I know he said no war in Iran, but he must have a reason for it, and you can't convince. Like literally, but they have this conversation, and they have real issues with each other. Like the daughter gets really mad at the dad. Like, Dad, you were a jerk to us when we were kids. You made me. But then she has this conversation with her mom, who loves animals and like taught her about empathy. And they would adopt all these animals, and they would you find out like her dad taught or coached all of their little league games, and she was a softball player. And if a kid couldn't like afford the uniform, Dad would quietly go out and buy the uniform. And he's awful on this thing, by the way. Like he's and like in terms of the way that he speaks and speaks to them, and he's like tough, and I don't give a shit, and drop a bomb on them, kind of thing. But it's so informative. Is that before? That's a normal family. That's a thing. Before, you and I could meet at a restaurant in Georgetown, and your husband and my wife, and we could have dinner together. And like with Tucker, I knew Tucker, you know what I mean? And like you could have dinner together and think that what Tucker was saying was crazy, and I don't agree with, and I don't agree with half the stuff. But you know what it didn't mean? It didn't mean that I thought that he should be tried for treason and executed. And that's what happened to me. And I mean that not figuratively. I mean it literally. That's what people were saying. And that's what people of real importance.
Oh, shit. He's saying this to Candace. Candace wanted Erica Kirk to be jailed for a crime that she couldn't articulate. Off to jail, Erica Kirk, at least for questioning. You gonna ask her about this? Are you gonna ask Candace, why did you want an innocent U.S. citizen to be jailed and questioned? But yet, when Victor Marks asked you about a guest that came on your show that had knowledge of another person making a death threat about unaliving Victor Marks, and the FBI and the sheriffs are having a hard time finding that person, all of a sudden you haven't spoke to anybody, you have nothing to do with it. But you wanted Erica Kirk to be jailed for what reason? You tried to tell Victor Marks, Candace, be careful, you can't accuse somebody of having a warrant. But you wanted Erica Kirk to be thrown in jail, and she committed no crime. But yet the FBI and the sheriffs are looking to question a man that actually stated he wanted to unalive someone and detail the whole plan as to how he wanted to do it. Somehow people have to be careful with that piece of shit not being accused of having a warrant for his arrest. That's soon to come. And you'll go down with him if you know what the hell he is and you don't want to say. You're not that smart. You will not be able to best any federal investigator. But you wanted Erica Kirk to be jailed. So is he going to ask about this or what? How hypocritical is this going to get? Boy, this is some bullshit right here.
We're saying those were the words that were coming out of the mouth, and I'm paraphrasing of people like Steve Bannon and people like Rudy Giuliani, people of authority, and it changes everything. Is how can you even have a discussion? For instance, how could I go out and talk about How could I respond? Was that cocaine mine?
Mm.
Like, what do you want? You want me to take a drug test? Because I'm taking a drug test almost weekly for
Oh,
the
wow.
Department of
They were neighbors?
Corrections and Probation. You know, I have a probation officer. You know, I'm on release until trial. You know, but what do you do? Is that the statement that you make to the New York Post? It's impossible. Becomes
Acting like
impossible. But what do? You realize this, and I don't know if you feel this way in your own life. Is that you know what the real problem is? It's not out there. It's not that person. If I could just get Steve Bannon to tell the truth, if I could just get Rudy Giuliani to stop lying about me, if I could just get Konstantin Kulak to say that he wrote it's not there. You realize in order to survive, it's all inside. Every single piece of it is about figuring out how to love yourself, not live in that shame. And in order for you to be able to be of service first, starts, to Melissa, like return the beautiful thing that she gave me, which was a chance.
Mm.
To be of service to my dad, to return the unconditional love, which is not love without consequences, not love without accountability. It's just knowing that no matter what, even through the consequences and being held accountable, that person still loves me.
Mm. All right, you guys, when I think about the future, I picture of a little moment. Oh, there's a special discount about my dad, my grand. It's like, okay, apply that for some reason. There's a special discount plus free shipping for our listeners. There's a special discount plus free shipping from our listeners today. Again, that's getnativepath.com/Candace. I think that was also what came across in your interview with Andrew Callahan, where after I watched it, I think it sort of edited my opinion about that relationship between your dad, because I think since the laptop scandal, in my mind, it was I guess a bit cartoonish, where it was like, well, you can do whatever you want. You had smoke crack. We're just powerful. We'll cover it. We'll do it. Like that's like whatever. We have so much power. We've acquired so much power. And then when I sort of saw you really defending your dad over this George Clooney thing, I was like, okay, this is just a normal father-son relationship. Yeah. Like people can't apply that for some reason when you're talking about a president or somebody that has access to power, but he just loves his dad. And this is the way any normal person would defend their dad. If they said something about your father, if they said something about your son, like this is so normal that I think that's what was a bit resting for me. I was like, this is very normal dynamic. He doesn't care if Jake Tapper's on his side. He doesn't care if George Clooney is on his side. That's his dad that you're talking about. And he's having a natural reaction that I would have if someone was talking about my dad, my grandparents, my sister, my cousin, even when they do something wrong, by the way. Like it's like, okay, no, but like that's my family member who did something wrong.
Kids.
And so you have no right, and I will breathe fire.
No. This is why Candace gets away with doing all the crap she does for so long. You mean to tell me you would defend someone even if they're wrong, including violating the law? What kind of shit is that? So you don't think that your relatives should be held to the same standards as anyone else if they were to break the law, Candace? You know how you admitted to a felony of stalking? You don't think you should be held accountable against the law? You're out of your damn mind. If your mom, dad, grandparents, your cousin, your auntie, your uncle, your mammy, I don't give a damn. If they want to get mad because you actually are held accountable for admitting to committing a felony of stalking, they're going to be mad from now until kingdom come. I don't give a damn. You can't shield someone because they're genetic relatives of yours when they go out and actually do something wrong. That's the opportunity for you to correct them. But if the consequences of their actions lead to them having some sort of legal consequence, then that's what should happen. Because you're the product of what happens when you ignore it. And you have 2 sisters and a brother. None of your relatives can tell you, go sit your dumb ass down somewhere. You are wrong. And you're stalking somebody. This is why you're going to lose your lawsuits. Go to court and think you're going to be able to claim willful ignorance if you want to. Or your relatives to be able to get you out of this. Hell no. If they get in the way of it, all you're going to do is piss off your attorneys and the other party's attorneys, the judge and the jury. You don't shield people when they're wrong. One thing's I having a godmother in my life who's now a retired federal judge, was that's one thing she instilled in me. I'm gonna always love you, but I'm not gonna support you when you're wrong, especially if you do something that's a violation of law. Because what would be the main motivation for you violating the law in the first place? Unless you're having some, there's some level of self-defense, which is not illegal to defend yourself. See, that's the thing. But if you just go out and admit that you're stalking someone and you know that's a felony, that is a whole crime. Or you're doxing people, I'm not supporting you in that BS. If the law comes for you, it comes for you. You can't make this up. But yet, she's saying here, like, even if they're my relative, you don't have the right to be mad at them. No, we have every right to be mad. We have every single right to be mad at the fact that your relatives won't tell you to go sit your ass down somewhere before you get locked the hell up for the rest of your life. Because they're sitting back, allowing you to go out and stalk other people, cyber dox, target, bully, harass, to no avail, to the point where you're catching federal lawsuits. Yeah, they should kiss our ass and kick rocks. We don't care if they get mad, Candace. So you're willing to excuse someone's criminal behavior because DNA and genetics, and for no other reason. Yeah, okay. I see how the rest of this interview gonna go.
On someone, and that's kind of, and you're right. And now it's getting dirtier. The games people are playing are dirtier, and it is about wanting you to feel unsafe. And I think that is something that is so new.
Yeah.
When you have people posting your address, posting where you are, knowing that you have children. And yeah, I really do. And it is over perspective. Like for me, it was me changing my mind on Israel. And suddenly I'm getting the New York Post treatment, and I'm getting all these people coming after me, and I'm going, this is my perspective. You're welcome to try to debate me on why I feel the way I feel about which is because I have two eyes about what's happening in Gaza. But to do these tactics where you're trying to destroy people, feels very...
No. Nothing's got those lawsuits, Candace, just go to court. You're trying to tie in being sued for defamation when we have anti-defamation laws in place. Here's why we have laws that says that you should not defame people. There are federal laws in place that outline what defamation is defined to be in the court of law. And when you violate the law, there is a consequence for that. And it can be pursued in a court of law as a civil matter. Meaning, Candace, you're going to have to pay some damages because you failed to read a damn book, and your relatives won't get in your ass about this. No, they think it's okay for you to create a website where you're doxing children and minors. Until they tell you the truth. I hope that this disturbs them forever. You can take that how you want, Candace. You can kiss my ass too.
Very, very new to me.
Yeah, and let's be honest. I hate that phrase. Okay, I got it from my perspective. Is this? I know where that started, and that started when Donald Trump, from rally stages, started the "Where's Hunter?" or yell "Where's Hunter?" call and response crowds, and then they printed T-shirts, and then they made hats, and then they made mugs. "Where's Hunter?" And then they showed up at my door. I didn't have any security. I didn't have anybody. I can't afford that in my life, particularly at that time. And they literally showed up at my door with bullhorns and MAGA hats. And on the direct, and the way that they got there is the New York Post published on the front page, on its cover, an aerial view of my home with the address. And then in the thing said, and if you stand here at this, on this part of the street, you can see, and there are floor-to-ceiling windows. And, and so they showed up.
Wow.
And Alyssa was, 6 months pregnant at the time? She got in the car because she was alone at the time and sped off, and they followed her and they ran her off the road. She panicked, and then, she got, and they did it again, and they surrounded her. And that's new, man.
That is new.
And like, similar to you, is it like, before I sat down, I heard where you live, what the level of security that you have or didn't have, and, what your perimeter of your property is like. How the hell do I know that? And how is that even remotely safe? Because you have people who now you basically spoke your truth, and they decided that you cannot exist. And so therefore...
No. She didn't speak a truth. She lied like hell. That's why she's being sued, you moron. I don't care about your political values and beliefs. She lied. And she defamed. And she intended to do so. And did it with malice. Nope. She's being sued. She puts out people's addresses and doxes people because they wear green hoodies. What the hell are you talking about, boy? Hunter Biden, what the hell are you saying? This girl has doxed minors. She had a whole website dedicated to that. You mean? Well, oh my God, the ass kissing going on in this interview is insufferable.
I don't know what's going to happen, but for some reason, I think it's appropriate for me to say, tell you what Candace's address is, who lives there, and the level of security she
Tim
has.
Pool doing that was one of the most. It was so obvious
By the
what
way,
he was doing.
My dad said to me, "Is I have to stop saying the F word."
But it was no, it was like seriously. That to me was like it's a declaration of war. Like they know I homeschool my kids. They know, and he's describing the security apparatus, and he's doing it in this rant, trying to be impassioned about the fact that I don't support Israel or I don't support whatever his motivation was. There was zero reason that you would be describing the perimeter of my house outside of wanting someone to get harmed. And like, first of all, like I'm not like Tucker Carlson, and I say people all the time.
People, you put out other people's addresses. You doxed a donor because she was Jewish. She gave TPUSA money. You are actually stalking Erica Kirk. For goodness sake, you have sources and direct contacts that live in this girl's residential building. You admitted that you have eyes and ears everywhere and that you're always listening and watching her. You are stalking her, and that is a felony in the state of Arizona. What in the entire hell do you mean, Candace? No one is advocating for you to be put in harm's way, but you actually lied about an assassination attempt on your life with zero evidence. Where's those transactions to Club Descent? You know, from the French president, you claim we're paying Club Descent $1.5 million, was it? To take you out? Where's the evidence of that again? What are those transactions? But yet you didn't file a formal complaint to the FBI because you're an idiot. And he's sitting here, you know, like, well, in your situation, did zero research for this. You mean to tell me he didn't hear about all the other videos of Candace being debunked on every level, being challenged to present evidence? Somehow Hunter Biden didn't read any of those posts? Consistently being asked, present the transactions. You claim somebody called you and said the payments were being made from the French president to Club Descent for your assassination. Now, obviously, there must be a paper trail. Where's that paper trail? What the hell is it? Candace, I thought you had candy-ass cult members and living in France that were going to get that paper trail for you. Where the hell is it? Where are those transactions? And he couldn't seem to look that shit up. Oh, my God. Or even ask her right now, hey, did you ever come across those transactions from your assassination attempt you claimed was coming from France? You said it was going through Club Descent. Here's the X post that you put up about that. Did you ever get those transactions? Who was the person that called you? That high-ranking French government employee. They work for the government and they called you and told you this. Did you ever get any emails or a screenshot of that stuff? Why didn't they just send you over evidence? Can you post up the transactions? Why you didn't ask her this? You say you earned 2 degrees, one in journalism and one in English. Can you post up the degrees? Can I see it? I mean, I'm here in your house. What is your journalism degree? I don't see it on the wall. There's so many questions he could have asked her in real time. What is ass kissing session is stupid.
That's why I get so worried, because when Tucker gets accosted in public, he just has this like total happy warrior demeanor. I will claw someone's eyes out for my kids. Like I am not the property to try. We will shoot you. Like I will shoot you and I will kill you and I will happily go to prison. But before.
Oh, okay. Well, then don't get mad when you get sued, you dumbass girl. You know, that's a wrongful death lawsuit too. Because you probably would not wait for that person to get on your property to try to claim, you know, stand your ground and any of that. Candace doesn't have a clue on how that law works. Oh my God. No, she's just a murdering type. You know, I would shoot you, I would kill you, I would happily go to prison. Candace, I'm gonna snip this because you know these words came out of your mouth. Somebody send this to to the Macron's attorney. Y'all snip this and send it over to the Macron's attorney and to Brian Harper's attorney. Boy, they'll love this in court, Candace. Oh, that's a snip. They're gonna love that. Oh, I'm so Candace. You put your foot in your mouth every single time. I told you I see through you, heifer. No, you're gonna try to weaponize a law just to justify taking somebody's life. How dare you come on my Hidden Valley Ranch farm? Messing with my moo cows and shit. Candace just looking for a reason to just shoot and kill somebody. What the hell wrong with you? No one is even trying to go to your house, you dummy. But yet and still, she don't mind sending her cult members after everybody else. She doxed her own attorney's law firm. Like, no one was really reading, because her cult members don't read. No one was really looking for her attorney's law firm office. And then one day, Candace just puts them out there, trying to talk about federal agencies in the building where their law firm is. Never mind all the staff that work there that do not want to be bothered by her dumbass cult members because they're sycophants. That's what we saw, the Transformer, Optimus Prime up on top of a building with a crane and it was red. Candace has lied so much. It's unbelievable. And yet she called Victor Marx's statements fantastical. Never mind the bullshit she comes up with. Yeah, okay.
Or you have one opportunity to even make me, and I'm not even going to think about whether you're going to hurt my
You
kids.
sound exactly like
That's
you would.
that's me. That's just me.
By the way,
And I've said it over and over on my podcast. I will smile in my mugshot, okay, because I did the right thing, and I have no qualms about that. So when he did that, I was like, okay, this little beanie boy, okay, little beanie boy. I see exactly what you're doing. The whole world sees what you're doing, and you are doing something because you want my children to get harmed. And then if something happens to them, you're going to go, well, I don't know how that happened. As I was describing the perimeter of her home and talking about.
No, because we're all going to say, well, we don't know what happened because, she didn't give a damn about stalking Erica Kirk, and she's got 2 small kids either. And if something happens to Erica Kirk and those 2 small kids, I don't know what's going on. I know nothing about that. Candace wanted to lie about not knowing that she was notified that someone had said that they wanted to unalive Victor Marx. You see how she lied her way out of that. Tried to play ignorant. I never got any calls, or I know nothing about an investigation and a blah, blah, blah. You a damn lie from the pit of hell. And Candace, when you're a pathological liar, no one believes a damn thing you say. So you saying all of this is irrelevant. Your fake outrage is stupid.
What her security is, which was inaccurate.
Candace, but that's like, what are we even talking about? That's exactly why they do it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that even if the chance is this small?
No. Candace admitted to alleging that someone was trying to assassinate her. Are you going to ask her about that, Hunter Biden? Are you ever going to ask Candace, why did you say that someone was trying to assassinate you? Like, why would you even want that to be a scenario? Why would you want to have that type of allegation? You claim that the president of an entirely different country was making payments to a club de sang for your assassination attempt. Why would you want to put that shit out there, knowing you have 4 small kids? She made that shit up. Candace lied about an assassination attempt from a whole president of a different country, just so she could feel special about something. But she did not even think about her own kids and the danger she put them in, lying about an assassination attempt on her life. Who the hell would want her around if the president of France is looking for her? But yet her dumb ass went to Dollywood and to Christmas and New Year's Eve parties and shit. Went around other people. I'm not going outside my house if I know that there are, Israeli operatives and French female assassins looking for me, dressed up like Carmen Sandiego. Imagine it. Female French assassin dressed up like Carmen Sandiego, and you got this Israeli operative dressed up like a ninja. And she claims that they're after her and they were paid $1.5 million. How is that not reckless? Boy, oh, this is something else. This is something else. Ass kissing.
The reason that they do it is exactly that, is to make you really afraid, not for yourself, for your 4 kids, for your family, for the people that work around you. It's like, and by the way, I'll tell you, is that I have the same approach that I think Tucker has to it, which is, then I don't know, which is basically like, I can handle it. Like, I can diffuse the situation. I can do it. Melissa, people kill you.
Yeah, I'll kill you. And I'll ask questions later.
And she did exactly the same. And you know what really worries me? Is all of a sudden, we're all talking about violence. Like, you're talking about violence.
Candace, what did you just say?
Violence. Like,
seriously, that to me was like, it's a declaration. Kids, like I am not the property to try. We will shoot you. Like, happened as I was describing the perimeter of her home and talking about what her security is.
What they do it is exactly that, is to make you really afraid, not for yourself, for your 4 kids, for your family, for the people that work around you. It's like, and by the way, I'll tell you, is that I have the same approach that I think Tucker has to it, which is, then I don't know, which is basically like, I can handle it. Like, I can diffuse the situation. I can do it. Melissa, people kill you.
Yeah, I'll kill you. And I'll ask questions later.
And
Candace, did you just say this? I'll kill you and I'll ask questions later. That's not self-defense, you dumbass. So that stand your ground theory would just be tossed out of court because you're basically admitting to premeditation. Nope, won't even ask if you, she probably wouldn't even wait for the person to be on the property. She's just going to kill them and ask questions later. You can't kill someone and ask them questions after the fact. They're dead. They can't answer them. How you kill someone and then ask questions to a dead corpse? Is that what you do? Are you going to commune with the dead and then ask questions in your vision? How does that go? Candace, you understand? All of this that I'm snipping will be seen by whole attorneys that are already suing your dumbass. I'll kill you and I'll ask questions later. Ow. Hey, that's not self-defense at all. That's premeditated. This is the second time she said that she would just kill someone and not care. Because she's a demon and she doesn't have a soul. No one is after Candace, but Candace lied about a whole assassination attempt. And this clown couldn't even ask her about that. You know, whatever happened with that? Did you ever file a formal FBI complaint? If they're putting your address out there, did you file an FBI complaint against that person? Why don't she just sue Laura Loomer again? Candace, are you afraid that Laura Loomer will counterclaim and sue your ass right back, or what? You think you get to lie on people and defame them, and then when they say, okay, well, here's what you're hiding, and there are receipts and evidence to prove it, somehow, now you think you should just kill this person and ask questions later. This is why your candy-ass cult members are sending out death threats against people, Candace. Because you don't value human life. Get your dumb ass off of our planet.
she did exactly the same. And you know what really worries me? Is all of a sudden we're all talking about violence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're talking about violence. Violence is defense, but now you're talking about the violence.
Mm-hmm.
And then they kind of like go, oh, you're gaslighting us. This is bullshit. You're fine. You're really rich and you this and that. You can take care of yourself. It's like bullshit. Did you see what just happened to my best friend?
Yeah. Look, I mean, we
Like,
just
what are you
watched
talking
Charlie
about?
get, and he had a full security apparatus.
Yeah.
We still don't know what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
There's zero interest. That's another thing that just completely, for me.
That's a damn lie from the pit of hell. Tyler Robinson shot him. And how much did you pay him again, Candace? You know, because you're a scorned woman and all. How much did you pay Tyler Robinson again? We still don't know what happened to him. No, you just want to go into some alternate reality where you think it was not Tyler Robinson. Funny how you can't name who it was, though. You can't even narrow it down and come close to it. My guess would be George Farmer. How much did you pay Tyler Robinson? You keep pushing out this dumbass lie, and you don't think that Erica Kirk is going to sue the crap out of you. Yeah, keep on lying like that. Doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on this bullshit. Keep on, Candace. You're handing Erica Kirk a case, and you're too stupid to see it. Tell your relatives to help you pay your attorney's fees. Why are you asking everybody else to do it?
was like done with Trump whatsoever. Like, I mean, there's just no way for someone who came from the inside and
Who was
watched the
not
work
done with
that
Trump?
Charlie did to get these people elected. Don Jr. was like,
Did you just say he was done with Trump? This is so gross. There's zero interest. What do you mean? There's a whole murder trial going on in the state of Utah. This is just stupid. Oh, Candace, I'm trying my best not to call you the B word.
completely for me was like done with Trump whatsoever. Like, I mean, there's just no way for someone who came.
Are you done with Trump? Well, what are you talking about? Why you keep calling yourself a conservative, Trump supporter, and all that other stuff when it's convenient for you? The Candy ass is cool with this, by the way. Y'all know because they're not conservative or Republican or MAGA supporters at all. She has like 6 million between bots and people who are not. They're certainly not Trump supporters. They don't give a damn about Charlie Kirk. She doesn't even care about Charlie Kirk's 2 children. Boy, you can't make this up. They don't believe that he is dead. That's how dumb her code is. Because somehow she thinks she deserves to know where he's buried. Girl, bye, heifer. Erica Kirk will never let you near that man's grave. Got your damn eye.
From the inside and watched the work that Charlie did to get these people elected. Don Jr. was like a brother to Charlie, literally like a brother to him.
Yeah.
And to see the Trump brothers, to see Donald Trump himself, Kash Patel, who Charlie pushed for him to lead the FBI, had him on his podcast. JD Vance, came out of nowhere. Charlie was like not sleeping to make that happen. And to see all of these people have zero interest in the obvious holes in the story, even if ultimately the holes get filled and there's a picture that makes sense. Which
there is. It's already there. And it's because you're not privy to see all of that evidence does not mean that there is not an already picture painted without holes in it. You keep poking holes in it. Imagine that. She's got a whole painting where she's single-handedly punching holes in it, but then talking about, now I demand you all fill these holes that I'm punching in this painting. Hell no, you fix it. You punched the holes in the painting, Candace. Now you got to fix the painting. You asking people to do the job for you that you claim you were going to do, which is the research. You want everybody else to do it for you, and you're willing to dox people, stalk people, harass people, target people, make false allegations and claims, and then raise money for a moron whose son even said that he's a pathological liar. All for you to keep punching holes in a painting. You're expecting everybody else to feel? Girl, if you don't kick rocks and jump off a bridge.
I put that at a 0% chance. But let's just, the fact that they have zero interest and they're just accepting the narrative, like what this has done to me, and I've said this, I'm just done with politics. I'm just done with politics because I can't even begin to comprehend it. And again, that element of gaslighting that's happening here, where they're pretending that the people who are noticing that none of this is making sense are the crazy ones, and everyone else who's like, no, turn the chapter, a week later, it's all solved.
Yeah.
And this is how it went down, and none of it makes sense, but just accept this slop. It is the most infuriating thing, and it's just fully removed the scales in my eyes. And
Candace, you were getting information from Joe Kent, who worked for the feds. You were single-handedly giving out Fed slop. He was giving you information according to Mitch Snow. You trusted Joe Kent, who worked for the feds, according to Mitch Snow. Joe Kent, who worked for the feds, vetted Mitch Snow, according to Mitch Snow. He told on you. Mitch Snow told on you, you dumb ass girl. And yet you gave that Fed slop to the candy ass cult members, and they're too stupid to see it. Candace trusted somebody that worked for the feds. Why trust any of them? I wouldn't trust any one of them. If I don't trust the feds, I just don't trust the feds. I'm not going to sit here and trust one if I don't trust any of them. How many times did Candace even quote information that she claimed came from an informant in the FBI? Candace actually admitted in an entire interview, with the CNN, what's the girl name from CNN? She actually stated that she had sources inside of the FBI I have the video on my channel of the interview with no commentary. You can put on the closed captions and watch that interview. Candace admitted to having sources inside the FBI. Why would you need that if you don't trust Fed slop? And they aren't spearheading the investigation, by the way. The state of Utah and the prosecutors, the investigators in the state of Utah is spearheading the investigation of Charlie Kirk's murder against Tyler Robinson, who did it. Tyler Robinson did it. Yet and still, we still don't know. No. We all know. You just still trying to grip. And you're too stupid to pivot onto something else. Unbelievable. Oh, you can't make this stuff up, Candace. You're so stupid. So stupid.
Stopped with this left versus right.
That Fed slop came from Joe Kent, and the candy asses have no problem with him. Now, we don't trust the feds, but we do trust Joe Kent and the feds, who's now under investigation by the FBI for leaking out information. Candace has sources inside the FBI and admitted to that in an interview that she claimed she did not do. I didn't do any interviews after Charlie Kirk died. And then that interview drops. And she did it after Charlie Kirk died. Candace has been lying about dumb things from day one. She's sitting here getting information from the FBI, from her sources in the FBI, while talks about Fed slop, when she's the main one peddling it out. Girl, people who have a brain know that the feds are not spearheading the investigation. Why would Candace need sources inside the FBI again? If they're not spearheading the investigation into Tyler Robinson and the murder trial, why would she need to even say that? Make it make sense. Why admit to having sources in the FBI if they're not even spearheading the investigation? And if you don't know what spearheading means, I encourage you to go on dictionary.com. Candace, make sure you spell it correctly. It's all one word.
Crab versus Republic. I'm like, this is sheer evil versus good.
By the way.
This is like sheer evil.
But by the way, for real, exactly.
I'm
exactly. It is good versus evil.
Yeah.
They have torn the mask off of this. I said to you before, is that I pray to God that by the end of this, that you think of me as a friend, because if anything ever happened to me, I want you and Melissa team up. Like, oh my God.
It's not happening with Charlie Kirk.
And the criticism of you for asking the questions for someone who was like a brother to you is like, what the F are you talking about?
Yeah. That's
what
the
are you talking about?
Like, how dare you care?
Coming from someone who you've attacked and you've and politically, you've had all of your criticism, which I have no problem with, and we disagree on so many things. But I listen to you and I go, right on. Like Epstein, like you want to figure out why they don't want to let the release all the Epstein files? All you got to do is literally look at a picture of Trump standing on his stage at his inauguration and look behind him.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like every single person.
He's protecting his donors without question.
I mean, it's crazy. Like Palos and Poli and this and that and the other thing and all of these things. It's like, okay. And by
Candace, the cult members are cool with this. They cool with this interview. They cool kicking Trump in the ass. Like her supporters are cool with this. The ones that actually claim to support Trump, they cool with this bullshit. They stand for nothing.
Wait, anyway, my point is it's like, when are people going to kind of wake up to the fact, and it's not left or right. This is a really, really horrible group of people that are pulling strings that impact us all, and they make us think that because you and I disagree on the graduated tax rate or some social issue, is that we are sworn enemies. Not just like sworn enemies, that I deserve violence.
And I could see them, and it does seem like both sides have woken up without question. My audience is now split, and I still say what I believe. I haven't changed my position on abortion. I'm Catholic. I have, there's nothing that has changed. I think they're just hearing me for the first time, and I do think there was something about the Charlie Kirk assassination that everyone just sort of looked up. We just sort of all looked up at the machine and was like, wait a second, what is this? Because they expected Trump to be ride or die. They expected Castro. I mean, wow, this is going to be solved in the clearest way possible because the entire political apparatus that has the power in the Department of Justice is in the hands of Charlie Kirk's friends. Like, that was how I felt, right? This is it. No, whoever did this is never going to get away with it because these are Charlie's friends. And what did we get?
They're the people that Charlie Kirk made.
Charlie Kirk made these people. That's exactly right. You led a youth revolution to get these people elected in power. He was ride or die to
the level of disloyalty or fear. I don't know what it is.
Disloyalty
is
disloyalty may be guided by fear, but it's
so
disloyalty.
disturbing.
It's disturbing, and I cannot forgive Trump, the Trump family, what they have done or what they have not done for Charlie.
Can I keep one of these?
Yeah.
First?
Yeah. And I'm full on. I'm like, call me a conspiracy. I'm like you, where I'm like, oh, what is the shame tactic of the day? You're calling me a conspiracy theorist. Great. I'm like, you'd be a fool to believe the stuff that they're telling us today. The stories are telling us. I mean, it is something that is just so disturbing. And I think that the Charlie assassination has just so crazy, like, because he was so Republican conservative, but I think it's brought people together in a productive way.
Yeah. Look, I'm here, and you're here, and I really think that we're not unique. You know, I think very, very kind of emblematic is that, like, I'm like, let's put the past, not behind us. Like, I'll explain anything you want. I'll talk about anything that you want to talk about that you still have questions about, or that anybody is it. But like, this isn't right. This what we're witnessing right now is not right.
Mm-hmm.
The level of corruption, the obfuscation, I mean, whether it's Butler or Charlie or these things that it's just not right. And I mean, it's so glaringly not right. It's almost as if they're just saying, F you.
They're not even trying. We don't even get good psyops anymore. And that's what I keep saying. I'm like, it's so disrespectful that we're not even getting good psyops anymore. Like, we're supposed to believe he survived four assassination attempts, the first president that's ever survived 4 assassination attempts. Yeah. They lie to us about things and make a big deal, and then they make it want to, it's going to go away. They're going to keep pretending and telling us that this is a totally normal grieving widow. Okay. No one's buying that. Like, something's just not right here. Everyone can see that. This is not how you would react to your husband being shot. And this sort of just, I'm fine. And I, like, 2 weeks later, I fully accept the narrative. I have no interest in anything else. It's over. Let's close it. I forgive him. Let's move on. You're asking us to abandon our common sense and our humanity is what you're asking us to do. And that kind of seems like where we're at. Like, they're insisting on this. And I'm going, where is this going to go? Because we're not doing the thing they want us to do. Like, they're just constantly giving us slop all the time. I mean, even the recent White House Correspondents' Dinner, there was so much theater to it after, so much theater. And now it's kind of, okay, Secret Service maybe shot each other and we're just going to kind of quietly move on. But Trump needs a ballroom. Like, that's a normal reaction. Hey, there's a shooting duck. Hey, well, we better get that ballroom.
And by the way, it's going to cost $1 billion now. And by the way, it's not from donors. And by the way, we're going to do it. Like, it's just the constant, like, talk about gaslighting.
This has been just this, and we're not even, are we even a year into Trump's second term?
We're a little over a year.
A little over a year in second, and I don't think there's just been, I'm like, how are we going to deal with 4 years of just being gaslit every 5 seconds and told that MAGA, literally MAGA, is not MAGA anymore. And what was actually never Trump, which was actually pro Hillary Clinton, if you think about it, that's now MAGA. It's literally people who have been against Trump the entire time who are lecturing us about this stuff, like the Mark Levins and the Ben Shapiros, and like, we're MAGA, and the Laura Loomers, like, we're MAGA now. Okay, great. Then I'm not MAGA. Like, I've never agreed with these people. I am opposed to these people's ideas. I am opposed to unleashing an actual lunatic who has had to be Baker acted and put on Psych 5150 holds by her own parents who fear her. I'm opposed to that actually being unleashed upon the population.
Melissa always uses 5150. I had that. She goes, that person's going to get 5150. I'm like, what are you talking about? What's 5150?
And you're telling us this is MAGA now. Like, this is what we do. Yeah. And so it's been a challenging time because you do have to have, like, the humility to admit that I'm quite embarrassed
Candace,
about it.
The president of the United States of America has posted images of himself as a king, I think, half a dozen times now.
Yeah.
Like, when are people going to wake up and go, okay, like, if that's what you want, and by the way, if that's what you want, then you know what? I know that there is the vast majority of Americans, but some that are really going to really have a problem.
Yeah,
really have a problem.
I am MAGA.
God forbid. And this whole thing is that we all need allies now because they do have an enormous amount of power. One of the things that I always think about is that it's so easy to silence people, but it would be particularly easy, for instance, to go, like, if some, like, the whole cocaine in the White House thing. And by the way, I look at your premise is that, like, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but I know my truth, and that's all I can do.
And you preferred crack anyways.
100%. Okay, and I would not.
Evidence is
and by the way,
overwhelming.
I would not have forgotten it in a cubby.
Not if you're crawling on
to
the floor.
go into the Situation Room, which I've never been in before. Okay, exactly. I mean, Jesus Christ. Anyway, but my point is that what if they, what if I'm flying back to LA and or when I go through security and they find drugs in my bag? Who would believe me that I'm clean and sober? Who would possibly believe me?
No one.
No one. No one. And I could take drug tests and I could prove it and I could, I mean, literally, I pack my bag in front of a witness everywhere I go so that at least I would be able to say that. Here's the crazy part is the idea that I would think that there is a government in power capable of doing that. Says everything anyone needs to know about where we are.
Yeah.
The idea that you feel unsafe in the United States of America because you disagree with the current.
Oh, okay. So Candace, because this charade thing, y'all. Oh, child. It's like they both vying to see who can kiss each other's ass the hardest. She literally said, I never agreed with these people. Was she talking about Trump supporters and conservatives? Because Candace, we don't put words in your mouth. She said, I never agreed with these people. See, I'm trying to go back. What she said, I never agreed with these people. So why did you become a conservative and a Trump supporter? Why did you do this, Candace? Enlighten us.
Like they are just constantly giving us slop all the time. I mean, even the recent White House Correspondents' Dinner, there was so much theater to it after, so much theater. And now
she thinks that someone walking in with a gun, an automatic machine weapon, somehow is not a big deal. Candace does not care about a damn thing. She is absolutely soulless and heartless. I guess she thinks that she'll be able to, become impervious to a bullet or something. You mean to tell me you would not be afraid if somebody walked into a store or mall or wherever you are with your 4 kids and your lavender gay husband and they have an automatic weapon on them? You're not going to be scared of that? So we get to say that if you're ever in that situation, Candace, the theater of it all. Candace was so overly dramatic. I mean, she ran past gunfire. I mean, goodness, why she has to be so dramatic and overly theatrical about this? Candace doesn't give a shit about a damn thing.
now it's kind of, okay, Secret Service maybe shot each other and we're just going to kind of quietly move on. But Trump needs a ballroom. Like that's a normal reaction. Hey, there's a shooting duck. Hey, well, we better get that ballroom.
And by the way, it's going to cost $1 billion now. And by the way, it's not from donors. And by the way, we're going to do it. It's just the constant, talk about gaslighting.
This has been just this, and we're not even, are we even a year into Trump's second term?
We're a little over a year.
A little over a year in the second, and I don't think there's just been, I'm like, how are we going to deal with 4 years of just being gaslit every 5 seconds and told that, but literally MAGA is not MAGA anymore. And what was actually never Trump, which was actually pro Hillary Clinton, if you think about it, that's now MAGA. It's literally people who have been against Trump the entire time who are lecturing us about this stuff, like the Mark Levins and the Ben Shapiros, and like we're MAGA, and the Laura Loomers, we're MAGA now. Okay, great, then I'm not MAGA. I've never agreed with these people. I am opposed to these people's ideas.
What do you mean? Laura Loomer used to support Hillary Clinton. Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying you never supported people who are now MAGA? That have always been MAGA? What are you talking about?
I am opposed to unleashing an actual lunatic who has had to be Baker acted and put on Psych 5150.
Candace, we're going to have you Baker acted because you admitted to stalking someone and you're obsessed with her and you won't leave her alone. You also said you were addicted to Adderall. Erica Kirkens never said she was addicted to Adderall. You also lied about, being kicked out of the house at 14 and living with some boyfriend for 6 months. There are a lot of reasons why you need to be getting therapy and treatment and help. You going to overlook that, Candace, or what? Your ass need to be Baker acted. The rate you going, you actually think no one should be suing you for lying on them, causing damages? And then you don't care that you're putting Erica Kirk and her kids in a line of fire even the more. You admitted to stalking her. We got eyes and ears, listening and watching everywhere you go, everything you do. Why? You don't have the authority to do that. Who gave you the authority? You dumb demon. Candace is absolute pure evil.
By her own parents who fear her. I'm opposed to that actually being unleashed upon the population.
Melissa always uses 5150. I had that. She goes, that person's going to get 5150. I go, what are you talking about? What's 5150?
And you're telling us this is MAGA now. Like, this is what we do.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
So it's been a challenging time because you do have to have like the humility to admit that I'm quite embarrassed
Candace,
about it.
The president of the United States of America has posted images.
Candace. So, you know, obviously you were never a Trump supporter or anything. You just use these people to get up to the point where you are, to build some platform. Unbelievable. I'd rather be honest to say I'm apolitical than to lie about taking one side or the other. Once again, the beauty of being apolitical. But Candace lied. She lied about it. And now, I've never agreed with these people supporting them anyway. What? What? So we can all see clearly who's all now supporting Candace. Clearly, it's not Trump supporters. You know, the candy asses are cool with this. You know why? Because the majority of them never were conservatives or MAGA or Republicans. They weren't any of that. The moment she realized she could get views and make millions of dollars by actually dragging Charlie and Erica Kirk in TPUSA and now dragging Trump, she just went full-blown mode. She's not even hiding it anymore. Not even hiding it. It was just a matter of time till you got to this point, Candace. Can't make this stuff up.
Of himself as a king, I think half a dozen times now.
Yeah.
Like when are people going to wake up and go, okay, like if that's what you want, and by the way, if that's what you want, then you know what? I know that there is the vast majority of Americans, but some that are really going to really have a problem.
Yeah,
really have a problem.
I am
and
MAGA.
God forbid. And this whole thing is that we all need allies now. Because they do have an enormous amount of power. You know, one of the things that I always think about is that it's so easy to silence people, but it would be particularly easy, for instance, to go like if someone like the whole cocaine in the White House thing. And by the way, I look at your images. Is that like you can believe whatever you want to believe, but I know my truth, and that's all I can do.
And you preferred crack anyways.
100%. Okay, and I would not.
Evidence is
and by the way,
overwhelming.
I would not have forgotten it. In a cubby.
Not if you're crawling on the
floor. To go
floor.
into the Situation Room, which I've never been in before. Okay, exactly. I mean, Jesus Christ. Anyway, but my point is that what if they, what if I'm flying back to LA and, or when I go through security and they find drugs in my bag? Who would believe me that I'm clean and sober? Who would possibly believe me?
No one.
No one. No one. And I could take drug tests. And I could prove it. And I could, literally, I pack my bag in front of a witness everywhere I go. So that at least I would be able to say that. Here's the crazy part, is the idea that I would think that there is a government in power capable of doing that. It says everything anyone needs to know about where we are.
Yeah.
The idea that you feel unsafe in the United States of America because you disagree with the current administration on a issue 70% of Americans agree with you on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think we all can agree is that we need to stop the wholesale murder of a population in Gaza.
Hold on. 70% of people in this chat does not even agree with Candace. You mean to tell me 70% of Americans agree with Candace doxing people and stalking and obsessing over Erica Kirk? To the point where she can't allow this girl to be left the hell alone. Man, to the point where it's obvious that Erica Kirk should get a protection order against Candace. Erica Kirk is already getting death threats and kidnapping threats against her and her kids. And all Candace is doing is antagonizing them while lying about assassination attempts on her life. If the assassination attempt is fantastical and made up, and not real, then she's not under any real threat. F that nonsense. Good grief. He might as well just say, you know what? Welcome back to being a Democrat again, I guess. I mean, what is he trying to do here? You have crazy people everywhere. The last thing you need is to sit here and to dox people, target people, create websites where you're, exposing minor kids, subjecting them to being bullied and harassed and targeted and doxed. All these cyber crimes happening all over the place. And Candace does not give a damn because reasons, and she's scorned and Charlie Kirk didn't pick up. Yep, Candace, are you going to go to Russia or what? I mean, we rather just you go on at this point. No one talking about you don't feel safe in your own country. We don't feel safe with Candace in our country. How about that? I think we can all agree. None of us feel safe with Candace in the United States of America. She has no shame in actually stalking people. We don't feel safe with her here. Candace, why don't you get the hell on and leave the U.S. and leave us alone? Take your cult members with you. I think that's a fair assessment. I no longer feel safe with Candace Owens living in the United States of America. I'm tired of sharing my country with her. All this nonsense she's doing. And it talks about she would rather be Russian. Oh, okay. Get your ass home. Bye. If we can find a way to Brexit her behind off of our planet, we would. Why should we feel safe with Candace Owens living in the U.S.? She admits to stalking people and that's it. And then nothing should happen to her. Is this guy for real? Two crackheads interviewing each other, y'all.
Whatever you think about my father's policy as it relates to, I always say to people, one thing he didn't do? He didn't greenlight to turn Gaza into a Trump golf course, with the maitre d' being Jared Kushner with $4 billion in Saudi money.
It's despicable.
Despicable.
Yeah. It's just like they did the deal before. I mean, when he posted that, I'll never forget that. I posted the Trump, here's what Gaza could be. And I could have anyone in a building. And I was like,
but literally, that's what they're doing.
This is dead children. You're literally saying this is all going to be fine because we're going to get up a Trump resort or something. Positively despicable. I mean, just positively despicable, tasteless, indefensible. And
it's not a
yes,
joke, though,
Jared, it wasn't a joke. And that is the deal.
And that's what they're doing. Literally doing. And by the way, they're doing it out in the open. I mean, it's not as if they're hiding it in any way. I mean, they are making deals as they go through. I always say to people, it's like, you had such a problem with me. I didn't do any business.
I'll take the paintings.
I didn't do a single business. Every single person that bought a painting from me during the time my dad was there in office. I had 2 shows and probably sold a total of 20 paintings and 13 of them to my best friend. And that's it. That's it. And you had a problem, not you. Well, you too, but they had a problem with me as being this emblem of corruption. These guys, okay, Don Jr. got the single largest loan guarantee from the Department of Defense ever handed out of over $600 million for an energy company, a fusion energy company, of which he has zero experience in. They have gotten Jared Kushner, who's never run a private equity fund, has now a $4 billion private equity fund with 80% of the money coming from the Middle East, of which he continues to raise as he is the ambassador at large on behalf of the Trump administration, not as a political appointee, but simply as a son-in-law of the president, to come to a peace deal of a war in Iran that they started that has cost the economy billions and billions of dollars.
Boy, this is something else.
For a war nobody wanted. That every president before him, was pressured by the Israelis to get into. And every single one, regardless of what you think of them, from Jimmy Carter, through President Reagan, through both of the Bushes, through Clinton, through my dad, said, you're out of your damn minds. And here's the reason why. This is what's going to happen. So who benefits right now? You know who benefits? The people that are making trades of billions of dollars on market manipulation that occur. And we all know it's literally out in the open. But who's gonna
Candace is hiding money in LLCs. Are you gonna ask her about that? She ran Brexit in the ground, hit it over 1.72 million in the negative. and TPUSA bailed her out. You gonna ask her about that? Why don't you ask Candace to produce her tax statements? Because, you know, we're all waiting to see that. You're not going to ask her any tough questions at all, huh? We're just going to go through this charade and listen to this get dumber and dumber. He didn't give her any pushback. He didn't ask her any questions. He just believed everything she said because she's a narcissist and just let it ride. Not even gonna ask her about her degree. Or either one. Nothing. Nothing. You say. Oh, okay. She creates fake outrage because morons refuse to read and her cult members are stupid. And yet and still, she lied about an assassination attempt on her life. If Candace does not feel safe, it is all her fault. She created a huge threat and danger because she wanted attention, not because there was something actually wrong or that people are looking for her. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, just scream out at me. Like, I am so far off the Trump train. He's posting.
No,
me.
by the way, and I'm not even saying it.
Like,
For the,
it's embarrassing.
For the purposes of, like,
But it is embarrassing. It is embarrassing because we got behind him as the answer to corruption. We thought he was going to be this outsider. You know, he's going to go to DC. He's going to drain the swamp, and then he became the Loch Ness monster. You know, and so it's like, I don't know what it is about that swamp, but you get swimming in it, and it's like people do this. And yes, it has been for Israel. Not to say that Trump wasn't pro-Israel. Most presidents actually are pro-Israel when they go in there, and if they go anti-Israel, they kind of end up dead. But it's or they sort of get kicked out. If we're talking about Nixon and the scandal of Watergate, which I've revisited and did think that that had a lot more to do with his shifting viewpoints, but that wasn't the issue. Like, I was pro-Israel, generally speaking, not very educated about the topic. It's this level of corruption that you're talking about when you are willing to let real Americans be harmed, their day-to-day lives be harmed. They're suffering at the gas pump. Their groceries are expensive. All at the so that you could further enrich. How much more money does the Trump family need? I mean, just like literally, how much more money do you need like that? You're going to allow this to happen? Don't you just want to?
It's fun. Candace says they actually end up dead, while she says, "I'm just gonna kill you first and ask questions later." You know, like she'll be able to ask a dead person questions. We snipped it, Candace. That's what you said. Those words came out of your mouth because you're a moron.
Have now the legacy of being a good president. I mean, this is
I'm saying to you about like the cryptocurrency thing. I think there's incredible promise in cryptocurrency. I believe in the
Oh my God,
meme token. I'll do something one day to create a community, and there's really good reasons to do it. There's
okay, so you're not gonna ask her about that LGB meme coin? We gotta check the status of that lawsuit. Make sure that I'm not missing an order where she was, you know, excluded from the lawsuit, or they agreed to dismiss some of the co-defendants. I gotta follow up on that one. You're not gonna ask her why she was named in the first place? You don't want to challenge in her on any of this stuff, Hunter Biden, you say? Okay. God.
really interesting ways, and I know people
Pathetic, man.
disagree. I just happen to be kind of like a
crypto guy.
I mean, just because of my understanding.
Dang, simp.
I think it's incredible freedom in a world in which we've been controlled by banks. So if you have the same problem that I have with big pharma banks and the Fed and these like where does
But
money
she was
come from
taking
kind of
off-
thing,
oh,
is it
okay,
like
look that up.
I truly believe in what Satoshi, kind of the manifesto of Bitcoin. But that's just me, regardless. My point is that they had such an opportunity.
Mhm.
They had such an opportunity. I'll give you this. I want you to look at the conspiracy theories. Go look up Gal Luft and Alexander Smirnov. They're the two principal individuals that made the only claim that people hung their hat in Congress and elsewhere as it relates to my dad and corruption, bribery and stuff like that. One of them is a fugitive from justice wanted by Interpol and the United States government, Gal Luft, who is a former IDF officer who is believed to be living in Israel as a fugitive, which the Israelis will not help us locate. And the other one is Alexander Smirnov, who is a known Israeli intelligence agent. Those are the two people who was in a prison in the United States, so serving 6 years, and they can't find him. Your prison can't find him in his prison, in the prison. He is on furlough, but no one knows where he's been furloughed to. The only passport that he has is an Israeli passport. There are forces that I used to say, oh, this is bullshit. Have you ever read The Devil's Chessboard
Yes, Alan Dulles, looking into the CIA. I read this book, Chaos, that then led me to the Devil's Chessboard. It's actually on our list for books to read for the book club.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll knock you. Chaos, CIA, Manson stuff. That was the one that knocked me. And I was like, what the heck is our government? What is going on?
Chessboard, and you realize that anyway,
what the CIA is capable of, and you think it's all a conspiracy. And I think that's what they're fearful of, is that people have awakened to that. And so when they're kind of trying to throw red meat now, which you see them doing, the left, the right, it's just not landing the same anymore, because we just realize that there is a devil's chessboard.
That's why in terms of the left, like, you think I'm going to defend the DC elite of the left? They crushed my dad. They when they saw their chance, they did everything in their power to push him out. You know why? Because he was never part of that club. He was never part of the Epstein class. He lived in Delaware. Everybody you can think whatever you want about my dad, is that literally my dad never bought a stock or a bond, because he made a commitment in 1972 when he was 30 years old after Watergate, never to own a stock or a bond. And he did. My dad was the poorest person ever to enter the presidency, and the poorest person, not poorest, I mean, he had money, he'd written a book, and he'd done well, but he had the least amount of wealth entering the presidency in modern years since 1900 than anybody. And when he was in the United States Senate, he was not only the poorest man in the Senate, not poor again, he made over $170,000 in average over the course of 45 years, but not just the Senate, but 535 members of Congress. He was never a part of that club. And that's what I wish, like, you knew. That's what I wish they knew. And I am not here in any way to defend, the DC elites of my own party. I think that they're just as complicit in all this bullshit.
No, without question, like the Nancy Pelosi's. What's your opinion on Kamala then? Did you like her?
Look,
you didn't. You definitely
no,
didn't.
You know what I did, and I don't want to say anything. I didn't know the vice president that well.
Okay.
I mean, and she was always nice to me personally, and so that was my, but I didn't have the other thing that people think, that I was like living at the White House. I literally didn't leave my home because it was really hard to leave. I stayed, in the hill that I lived on until the fires came. That's what.
How he skirted around not having to answer anything about Kamala Harris. So he's not gonna ask her. You did a whole expose on her. How do you feel about her? Like, seriously, Candace, why are you asking it? Do you care how he thought about Kamala Harris? Seriously. Yeah, I'm not gonna answer that. No, because I don't, I should not. She was nice, okay? She was really nice. Then she's so nice. I don't want to hurt her feelings. What? You can't have an opinion of someone? You spent more time with her than you probably did with Candace. What you mean? She was the vice president of the United States of America. And somehow you didn't know her well enough to have an opinion of her at all? Boy, he full of shit. You can't make
where I was with Bo and Melissa, and trying to make it through, and not trying to make it through, thriving, making it through what would otherwise have seemed like a horrible, horrible life from any outsider's perspective. So I'm not dodging the question, but I don't want to shit on the
you're dodging it.
Vice president, because I have no reason to necessarily.
No, she did nothing personal to you. She was nice to you.
Okay, but you're not shitting on her by saying, with a couple policies that I did not support, her pushing out, because it did not really provide any benefit to Americans overall. I didn't really care for those policies that she put in place or that she championed for. But that's on a professional level. On a personal level, she's never done anything to me. She didn't pay my bills or anything. I think she's nice. Like, why is that so hard to say?
Never did anything personal to me.
Yeah.
I think that she is, so
kind of
really don't
machine stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't, in terms of all of that stuff, I'm, I think I'm tough enough to realize that, that's part of, like, when you get to politics at that level, people kind of, I think, have this misperception of me, is that for 50 years I was a crack addict and I was that picture. I mean, I went to Yale Law School. I served in the Clinton administration. I was chairman of the board of the UN World Food Program, which is the largest humanitarian organization in the world. I served on 16 boards before I ever joined the board of Burisma or anything. I taught at Georgetown I was taught at the master's program at the School of First Service for 4 years.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah. And
that was something that surprised me, to not to be rude, but
Wait a minute. Y'all didn't have a conversation before this interview? Didn't he say that they went out to dinner? that him and his spouse went out to dinner with her and George, and she didn't know he taught at a class at a college university? Are you going to ask her to show proof that she attended school? Can you tell Candace to post up photos that she actually took on a college campus and show proof that she attended school with transcripts, with evidence and documentation, with people who were like teachers and classmates that could literally look at a photo of her and say, yes, this person with this name went to these classes and attended this school? Can we get that evidence? Because right now, really all you have is her word. And her word is garbage. Candace never proves anything. Candace, you went to college for 3 years and you never took one photo at college? You out your damn mind. You don't rock a University of Rhode Island t-shirt or anything. You claim you earned 2 degrees and we can't see either degree? Why lie about your education again? So he's not going to ask her any of these questions. Okay.
I thought you were dumb.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, maybe because Meghan
McCain
McCain was on The View for too long or something. And I was like, here we go. Just like rich political kids. Like, I mean, she's just so dumb. And yet she's just always here. Like, they're just giving her stuff. And so I think there's also that perception where it's their rich kids don't work, aren't smart. And so I was kind of expecting you to be sort of a Meghan McCain. And then when I watched it, I was like, oh, wait, he actually has brain cells, which is, by the way, remarkable that you didn't kill them all off when you were on crack.
I told you before. I think they got pickled all the vodka.
Or something like that. So I was like, this is interesting. He's not a total idiot. So there are the stereotypes of rich kids who just keep getting handed all of these awards in life.
I say to everybody is that if there's anybody in the history of America that benefits from low expectations, it's me. Is it? People are like, oh my God, like you're not a
dumb.
Complete moron. You haven't pulled out your crack pipe yet, which is really crazy. But that gives you an idea, by the way, of the level to which I was muted because they didn't want. And you have to subvert yourself to a machine to a certain degree, and like it wasn't up to me if I wanted to go out and like rail at the machine or rail at go on and argue with Jake Tapper or
because it would harm your dad.
Yeah, because then I become even more of the story. But you give up your voice in that way, and it's incredibly emasculating, and particularly when the portrait that is being painted of you as a ne'er-do-well that never did anything in their life. Like you want to talk about experience? Go look at my goddamn resume. I have 10 times more experience in 10 times more things. And I know I am 10 times more well-read than either one of the Trump boys, regardless of what you think about them. Now, you know what I can't do? Is that I'm not a great shot. And I don't know anything about real estate. And I don't know anything about making money. And that's why I'm about, a few $1 million in debt. And I don't. I need to change that one around in some way at the age of 56.
Hold on. He don't have a job. Hunter Biden, they hiring at McDonald's and Publix and Chick-fil-A. Like you're in debt. Why do you have a job? What does he do for a living? He's not teaching anymore. You might want to go back to teaching. You need to get a job. How are you living? What is he? Is he disabled or something? What the hell? He's 56 years old, millions of dollars in debt, and he has not said one time what he actually does right now. Does he still paint? Where are you working at? He should be working.
The portrait that was painted on me has given me this incredible gift that I can walk into your house, into your studio, and I guarantee the people afterwards are going to go, I still think he's but my God, he's not. You know what? Like, can you believe it? He didn't go do lines in the bathroom.
No, that was my reaction when I watched Andrew Callahan. I was like, wow, he's actually thought through his addiction. He's talking about the ritual. Like, this guy's not an idiot. And you're right. I guess you do benefit from having exceedingly low expectations.
Exactly.
But it was sort of like you said the first time you spoke. And of course, you did sort of have to be quiet because otherwise you would have definitely hurt your father. And there's a machine that's kind of bigger than you that you have to submit yourself to.
The rage was there. You could tell that I even went back. My dad just said, honey, that was really beautiful parts of it. Do you have to use the F word that much? I was like, coming from you. The thing about my dad though is he at least from the different generation, he never talked to us that way ever, like even around my mom or but anyway, so I'm trying to curb the F word for my mom and dad.
All right, you guys, summertime expenses in 2026 are stacked.
Ooh, child. Candace, why are you putting ads in this?
my sister Caspi was about 18 months, and who my oldest daughter's named after, Naomi, and yeah.
Probably shouldn't name his kids. I mean, seriously. You might not want to put their names out there. If you don't have to, don't say their names. Just let them be kids.
Do you have any memory of her?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, he doesn't.
For certain whether the things that I have, which I believe are memories, are memory, because it would be very rare at that age. I have distinct memories of my mom carrying us around in picnic basket, and I even have a distinct memory of the car, not the accident, but of the car. But I don't know if it's because I've been, so steeped in stories. The beautiful part, like everything, have you ever read any of the Gnostic Gospels?
No.
You really should, because I know you're.
He's Gnostic. He is Gnostic.
I've listened to you talk about your Catholicism and your faith.
This girl doesn't read a Bible, let alone Gnostic Gospels. Candace doesn't read. I told y'all, Candace, he said you read the Gnostic Gospels. Isn't that okay? What? Somebody right quick before I have to Google this. The Gnostic Gospels versus the regular Gospels. Like, what's the major difference here? I'm assuming that he's saying this, because they're Catholic. If she's not reading she's not reading Gospels that is read in the Catholic faith. Why in the world would anyone believe that she actually reads the Bible? She just said no. So it's just very firm, like she didn't even think twice about it.
Like everything, have you ever read any of the Gnostic Gospels?
No.
You really should.
No. I guess if she holds a Bible, she's going to melt. You can't make this up. What's the difference? Gnostic versus regular gospel. I mean, is it glitching? Is it the video glitching? Is it freezing? Gnosticism is fake Christianity at best. Oh God. Candace don't read a Bible. I'm telling y'all, Candace don't read no Bible. She doesn't pray. She doesn't read a Bible. She doesn't do any of that.
Because I know you're I've listened to you talk about your Catholicism and your faith.
And I'm like a toddler in the faith, and there's so much. It's like so rich.
So it's really cool. There's the
what?
One of the things that I've always been a student of, because when I first went to Georgetown, the two closest people after I got to Georgetown were two Jesuit priests. One was named Ted Disiak, another one was Bill Watson. And both Father Watson and Father Disiak led me into this idea of service. I started a thing called the Jesuit International Volunteers with Father Watson. Father Disiak, and then I went to the JBC because of Father Watson, which is like the domestic Peace Corps, and I did that for a year. And then when I opened up my own law firm, all my clients were Jesuit universities, because I was friends with presidents of the universities that were just like 5 or 6 years older than me. They were now becoming presidents of St. Joe's and Granton and Loyola and all these Jesuit universities, Detroit Mercy. And but anyway, the Gnostic Gospels were they were found in Naj Hammadi, and they were written in the period between Christ's death and the first 2 centuries. And there's the Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Philip, and Constantine. No,
I'm very interested in this.
Emperor Constantine converted to Christianity.
Yep, the end.
But what he did, and really what it was about, was not a true transformation of faith. It was a way to consolidate power. So he made the Christian bishops, who were 200 years into the very, very early church. He made the Christian bishops his lieutenants and enforcers as it related to the religion, so that he can control the more radical elements of it. And so that is when they came to an adoption of just 4 gospels. Mm. And there's all of these other writings that became that you could get excommunicated for promoting. That is really beautiful portraits of, like, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene and Jesus's relationship with Mary Magdalene. But anyway, it's not a gospel, but it is one of the texts. I think it's called the Acts of John. There is a thing that Christ says, and he says, I'm paraphrasing, you must learn to suffer as I do in order to be able not to suffer. And that is the greatest lesson of everything. is not having gratitude for all the good things in my life, for having immense gratitude for all of my life. Like, I wouldn't be here. We can have this honest conversation. I couldn't get to know you as a human being if every single thing didn't occur behind it. I would not feel this gift of being alive on a daily basis the way that I do if I hadn't overcome committing suicide dozens of times in motel rooms, in places that I could never afford to be found dead. You know, and it's that piece of life that, like, the only way I got it is when they just tore off all my clothes, tarred and feathered me, and put me in the center of town and said, "Look at him." And I survived. When you survive that, you kind of go, "What am I going to do with my life?" Well, the number one thing I want to do with my life is, number one, take care of me.
Yeah.
You take care of me.
I feel like I
yeah.
have to say, like, I'm really sorry that I contributed to that. Like, I just feel really shitty. Like, I feel guilty because, like, hearing you talk about, I mean, basically
What the
having
hell?
the
Oh, Candace, you feel shitty about calling him a crackhead. Why don't you feel shitty about saying that you're actually stalking Erica Kirk? Is she not a human being? I'm not even trying to say you shouldn't feel shitty about, like, horribly going after, like, whatever. Well, why aren't you feeling shitty about actually breaking the law and admitting to stalking Erica Kirk? Why do you go after her and not feel anything about that? Look how quick she is to, subdue herself to a man. But with Erica Kirk, oh no, she's lied so much, but she can't prove how she lied. Takes her words out of context and then tries to flip them around. And the cult members know they can't read well enough to know that they would never be able to prove how she lied in the court of law, especially when you are infamous for forging texts and emails, not playing full videos because you wanted to try to pass off someone for being weird, for not saying word car or vehicle or automobile or whatever. But then they actually say the word at the end of the video that you never play because you're lying by omission. I mean, can't say exactly what Erica Kirk has said that was an actual provably false statement. But she doesn't feel shitty about stalking this woman or lying on her and insinuating that she was involved in some cover up of an assassination, which is a crime. You don't feel anything about that, Candace? Oh, Lord. God is even insulted at this.
worst moments of your life. Like, I always speak about on my show how a lot of these kids growing up aren't going to even know what it was like before social media, where you make a mistake and like have that be over and you got to grow up, and now it's like they're digging and they're finding people's tweets from when they're 17. They're an idiot. They wrote the N-word once and they like want to hang them when they're 40. And
we don't even, did that actually happen, Candace? Why haven't we seen any evidence on that? Funny how the NAACP swept in and got you a settlement and they just kind of went away. Where's the evidence of that? Where are the court documents on Georgia's DUI? You make stuff go away to cover things up because all you care about is PR. And you take no accountability on anything. And here you sit apologizing for calling him a crackhead when he's called himself that 4 times in his interview.
I just saw you as a caricature, and it was definitely, like I said, like feeling gaslit by the political machine, convinced that it was just the left that partook in this political machine. And I just like really want to say, like, genuinely, like, I'm so sorry that I just didn't even consider he's a crackhead. And like, like that's actually a very relatable thing, and he shouldn't be,
No, I didn't consider at all that he's a crackhead. Yeah, I'm sorry I called you a crackhead, even though you called yourself a crackhead. And not one time, when I was sitting here going in on you and your father and your whole family. Did I ever think that, well, I probably shouldn't be doing this because he's a crackhead, and crack solves everything. Crack. Tyrone Biggums. Oh, man. Peanut butter and crack sandwich. Oh, man. Where's Dave Chappelle when you need to hear it? Okay, Tyrone. Okay, kids. Today we gonna learn about crack. What the hell? This man literally called himself a crackhead and talked about doing lines in the bathroom at least 3 times in this entire interview. I don't feel bad about my thumbnail that I'm going to be putting up, Candace. You and Hunter Biden can kiss my ass. You ain't got to like my thumbnail, but it's going up.
To have that is just unbelievable to consider every worst thing you've ever done.
I am, like I told you before we started.
Unbelievable.
But I do. I just feel like it's not who I want to be, and I think I've come a long way from that in general. And but I did partake in just the inhumanity of just look at this guy at the worst moment of his life, like with prostitutes. He's on crack. He's on drugs, and we should make fun of him because it makes us feel good, or it makes us feel like we're something.
Why do you keep calling Erica Kirk a liar? She hasn't done any crack at all. What are we doing? No. You can't make this up, Candace. You don't go and attack people because you believe they're doing crack. You go in and attack people because you have no soul. Your heart is black. You don't give a damn about none of this stuff. What are you doing? Oh, man. And the candy asses are all cool with this shit because, they deep down, they never cared. They don't care. They don't know. We want her to go in on Erica Kirk. What you mean, Lady Luck? Yeah, okay. Never mind those 2 kids that, somehow she's having stalked. Candace is stalking Erica Kirk. Did y'all know stalking was illegal? Oh my God.
How being the machine, and that it was, I think, a really warped viewpoint. And hearing you speak about it today, I'm just like, wow, it's so gross that I participated.
I should have done that. I didn't know he was a crackhead.
So much, and I mean this in a good way, so much power. Because I think that your audience absolutely trusts you. And the reason that they trust you is because you've shown an enormous amount of courage of speaking your mind, particularly as it related to someone that you love like a brother. And
no, she loved him
everything
like a
that has
husband.
transpired since then.
No, you're mistaken. She loved him like a husband. She wanted to be with him. No, she lies when it comes to this whole, oh, he's like a kid brother to me. Ask her, why did she unfriend him? Why did they unfriend each other? Oh, even better. And Hunter Biden, you should ask Candace, why didn't you go to his memorial service? You didn't have to talk to TPUSA or Erica Kirk, but you still should have went because of your love for him, right? Why weren't you at his wedding? They came to your wedding. Why didn't you go to Charlie Kirk and Erica's wedding? Why weren't you invited? What happened with that? You weren't invited to their wedding. Why weren't you invited to their wedding? Was it too hard to ask her that? All of a sudden, when it comes to asking hard questions, well, I'm a crackhead, so I can't think of those words.
Just a immediate rejection of power and an immediate rejection of...
If you're new to here to the Lady Luck Club, I'm going to be perfectly clear. I am apolitical. I don't lean Republican or Democrat. That way, I can go in on everybody. Equal opportunity over here. Period. Clearly, they both have 2 different political views, I guess. Who knows? Candace might be whatever she still claims to be. He clearly claims to be a Democrat. And I'm going to go in on both of them. That's how we do here. This is the freedom that I love having and being apolitical. I don't care what side of the aisle it's on. Politics do not get you into heaven either. God will not be asking you on Judgment Day, did you vote Democrat or Republican? Somehow that matters up here. He didn't care about that. That's not the ticket to heaven. It's more problematic for Candace to not even read the Bible or follow the word of God or say a prayer, have a relationship with Jesus Christ than it would be for her to sit here and talk about being a conservative or a MAGA or Trump supporter or a Republican. Candace is doxing people like she's committing cyber crimes. And she's never apologized for that. And yet, she has shown that she's capable of saying the word sorry or apologize. But it's because I didn't know you were on crack. But you won't do this to Erica Kirk? Yeah, so Erica Kirk is going to have to sue you, Candace, is what you're saying? Oh, okay.
And knowing that you were just going to get the shit beat out of you.
Oh, God.
And for you to say that to me, I truly mean it. Just from a purely selfish point of view, it means the world. And
no one
and
says
that, it was, I truly didn't come here for that. I came here because you know what? I ask forgiveness every day, without any expectation that I will be forgiven. But I know the people that I hurt, and I still do, and I'm not even remotely perfect, and I still screw up, but God, if like conversation and genuinely, authentically believe that, like, I think just opens the door for and a few other people without being, with all humility, like maybe a few other people.
And there is a freedom in it too. Like there's a freedom that your worst moments of just like,
yeah,
there's nothing else.
What are you gonna say?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like
you got me butt naked up with the crack pipe. So
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I survived it, and so you have it. And
I'm not questioning you being out here. Are you talking to me? I love all my mods. Are you kidding? You all right? Good night, Patrina. How you? Thank you for tuning in, honey. Make sure you hit that like button. You okay, Francisca? Let me know. No one's. I'm not questioning you being in my here. Maybe you're talking to somebody. I don't know. Oh, okay. All right. I just want to make sure you're okay. Somebody said, did he get coached? Candace always coaches people. This is why he kissing her ass and not asking her any questions about, the transactions on that assassination attempt, or why did you say that you got sources and direct contacts that live in Erica Kirk's residential building? Why is that? Why are you doing that? I mean, since he wants to relate to everybody on a human level. Erica Kirk has 2 small kids as well. Are we going to just ignore that, or what? I mean, what are we doing? Candace is one where everything's pre-recorded, pre-scripted. He had to be coached on this. He probably got a script and said, here's what you should say and do. So you can make our cult leader happy, because Candace is an idiot.
It allows you to kind of return to who you are, because it's, addiction is...
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish it. I always say, like, people growing up and seeing what it's done to families, and seeing a lot of stuff when I was younger, like, really made me, like, again, I'm like, wow, I can't even imagine.
Imagine if you could talk about it. Imagine if you could have openly talked about it, and the person that you were confronting or doing it is like, were able to say, like this is, like, we got to do something about this. Come on, everybody, let's do something about it. I want to start an aftercare program for people for free, because the biggest thing that happens is people go to detox and they go to recovery center or rehab, and they get out after 30 days and they got nowhere to go.
Look at this damn ET doll back there. Candace will put that up, but not her degree in journalism or English. Candace, where's your degree? Where's your damn degree? You got this ET doll back there, but not your degree hanging on the wall for journalism. And then you get mad when we call you stupid, retarded, and ignorant and dumb. But you won't show people that you got any modicum of education at all. Not even a little bit. But you'll put this ET doll back here to double down on the defamation against Brigitte Macron. Why is this damn doll back there? She really is into voodoo now, I guess.
Oh. And so one of the things that I'm trying to do is start a free aftercare program. And there's a couple. There's one in Kentucky that is a really beautiful model. But if I could do that, I've worked with an organization called Boston Universal. I'm the development director there, and they do tenants' rights and homeless prevention. Like, I know what we all can agree on. We can all agree on that, the people can't afford to pay the rent and need to be able to figure out a way to stay in their houses before it becomes a mother with 3 kids that are homeless.
Mm.
We know where that leads. But these kinds of things is what I want to use, what I'm doing. I want to do that. I also want to make a living. I also want to be able to pay my debt. I also want to be able to do the things that, I have, I also still want to make art, I started, finally, and I'm going to put all my art on my website and people can come look at it. If they want to buy it, they can buy it.
Mm-hmm.
And because I don't really believe art becomes art until you share it with somebody. Until there's an observer of it. So I can, I can sit in my studio.
Y'all notice how tight his pants are. Damn, his pants tight as hell. Dude, what's going on with your pants? Why are they so damn tight? Boy, he won't be able to fart good without busting the seam. Oh my God. He got on all these bracelets. What's going on with him? They're having a midlife crisis with these tight ass pants. With that dead gut. Man, come on, man. Do some sit-ups and some crunches or something. Y'all, we're gonna start our exercise walks. Oh man. I'm just confused at the man. He doesn't even look like he can breathe good. You don't even see the belt. Where's the belt line? It kind of fell inside of his belly somewhere. God damn, these pants are tight as hell.
Which is my garage. But I want to do all of those things, and I want to be able to do it, and I want to be able to talk to you. You know what I mean? I want to be able to talk to the people. I want to talk to
Dude, you got to get a job.
Like that family, necessary conversation, and say to the mom, like, the stories your daughter tells you about the way that you adopted animals, it really moves me. The fact that you think I'm the spawn of the devil.
I know, go on them boob walks.
We maybe have a discussion about it, right?
Yeah, it's a caricature, and I have a caricature of me that's been built up for years. So I should have been more empathetic to it, honestly. But it's when you're in it, you kind of don't really know that you're in it. I think.
Well, not only in it, is that you're in it to win it. Yeah. And once everything is put in a political lens and life or death, and if we lose this election, this is over. And these, now I'll tell you this: is that we've never had somebody that is, opposed staying longer than they're supposed to. But regardless, is that I think that we all have a tendency to look at the time that we live in and say that it's worse than ever, absolutely worse. And the fact of the matter is if you know your history, is that this is a cycle. There will always be really bad people. We will always be disappointed in the end with leadership. We will always have corruption. It doesn't mean that we need to accept it. It doesn't mean that we don't need to fight against it. It doesn't mean that sometimes really good people...
Or perpetuate it, or to lie on people when they haven't violated the law and then demand that they be jailed or at least interrogated and they have not committed a crime and you can't prove that. Such as what Candace has done to somebody else who has kids as well. You can't make this up.
Make the wrong choice. But what it does mean is that I have absolute hope. I really, truly still believe in America, even with all of all of its faults. I mean, even after reading The Devil's Chessboard, you read that and you go
what is
and
this?
That's not about Democrats and that's not about Republicans. And if you go back and you go back to Reconstruction, you go back to Andrew Johnson, and you go back to the fact that the United States of America has not been truly the United States of America until 1964 at best. And this whole thing, but I still really believe in the illusion. And the thing that makes me so mad is
you let Candace tell it. It was the Jews that enslaved everybody. He's saying the U.S. didn't really fully become the U.S. until 1964. Are you trying to say that it wasn't until anti-discrimination laws were passed? Civil rights was the focal point that the U.S. became a country. I mean, is that okay? Okay. Oh Lord,
completely
done, dude.
Torn away that illusion, and people feel hopeless. They feel like there's no chance of changing it. Okay, they gave this guy the reins to do it, and he was the one who's going to blow everything up and make it better for everybody. And they're kind of like, wait a second. What happened to Charlie? Wait a second. Why are we at war again?
Yeah. I think this is actually the most important question, and I will make this my final question I want to ask you. But I'm really interested about your faith life. You're Catholic. You're raised Catholic. You went to Catholic school, and you're talking to me about the Gnostic Gospels.
Okay, let's you and I go see the Pope together.
I'd love to do that.
Seriously.
I think he's a little mad at America right now.
No, but you and I
he's been. I was tweeted the same day as the Pope, by the way, by Trump when he said bad things about me.
For
so
real, let's go to the Vatican.
I would love to. I would love
This is
to.
the coolest place in the world. I love.
I just got back from Italy.
Take her to Italy and make sure she does not come. Like, keep her over there. They can have her. Dear Vatican, can you all please keep Candace Owens? She's all yours. We don't want her back. God.
There 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I did my confirmation.
Well, you did?
I did. It was just the most beautiful.
Oh, that's so cool.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was literally the same day that Trump posted the Time Most Vile Person of the Year. So I felt like there was, even in that, there was something divine, because it was
Shout out to Fax Me. That was Fax Me's photo. Shout out to Fax Me. Candace, you are the most vile person of the year. Shout out to Fax Me.
Looking at fake power, and then the real power of like having, a cardinal getting confirmed, being in Italy, the deep history, like what outlasts that. Like there was something so fickle about it.
Never mind the power of God. Because that's what this was supposed to be about, right? The power of God. No, she talks about the power of the Vatican and Pope and, the history and all of that, but she doesn't talk about God. She doesn't quote scriptures. She doesn't pray. Candace doesn't read a Bible on her show. Like, if she were to read the Bible, she would not get any views, because her cult base want her to continue to attack Erica Kirk and demand she be jailed for no crime committed. Can't make this up.
Like posting this photo of me when I was sick. Okay, great.
Wait, hold on.
Talk about humiliating people for sport.
Somebody literally sent this to me right before I came into you. They knew that I was going to talk to you. And I promise you I did not plan to do this.
No, you're so fine.
It was a prayer. If you are wise and understand God's ways, prove it by living an honorable life. Do good works with the humility that comes from wisdom. But if you are bitterly jealous and there is selfish ambition in your heart, don't cover up the truth with boasting and lying. For jealousy and selfishness are not God's kind of wisdom. Such things are earthly.
Candace, you are selfish and jealous, and envious and scorned. Somebody, boy, the timing of that scripture is something else. Candace doesn't know the script, know the Bible. She's looking at him read words. That's all she's kind of picking up in her mind. Candace. It's mighty funny how that scripture was sent to him while he's sitting there with you. And it's dealing with jealousy and selfishness. Boy, this is something else right here. Hold on, we gotta go back.
To me, right before I came into you, they knew that I was going to talk to you. And I promise you I did not plan to do this.
No, you're so fine.
Oh, they knew that he was going to talk to her. I did not plan to do this. So that person sent that specific scripture because they knew he was going to be talking to this helper who has been nothing but jealous and envious. Oh, Candace, I got to slow down the video on this one. Oh, man. We got to slow it down. It's the word of God. Let's go.
It was a prayer. If you are wise and understand God's ways, prove it by living an honorable life. Do good works with the humility that comes from wisdom. But if you are bitterly jealous and there is selfish ambition in your heart.
Candace, you are bitterly jealous and there is definitely selfish ambition in your heart. You want infamy and fame and money. And your dumb cult members keep confirming that every time they come to my chat, accusing me of being jealous. No, that's your dumb cult leader. No, Candace Owens is jealous of Erica Kirk, and she also wants her dead. I want Candace to be alive and well and to go to court and to lose her lawsuits. Then that is the penalty and the punishment she suffers because she defamed people. She lied. And no candy-ass cult member is going to change that in a court of law. They don't care how you people feel in court. Nope. You're irrelevant.
Don't cover up the truth with boasting and lying. For jealousy and selfishness are not God's kind of wisdom. Such things are earthly, unspiritual, and demonic. For wherever there is jealousy and selfish ambition, there you will find disorder and evil of every kind. The whole first piece of that, when you were just talking, is what's my faith? If you are wise and understand God's ways, prove it by living an honorable.
Candace doesn't care about God's ways. That's why her demonic ass sits in and does the things that she does that violates the Bible and the law of the land. She thinks she's above the rule of law. Candace about to F around and find out. She doesn't care about obeying the laws of the land based on what the Bible says. That girl doesn't read a Bible. Probably the first time hearing a scripture or a prayer like this since she went to Italy to get confirmed because somehow she couldn't get confirmed in the U.S. Whatever. I just want her to go to court.
Life. And the thing that I recognized is that quote from Mother Teresa, I don't go to Mass as much as I used to. Grew up going to Mass every Sunday. I never would miss a Mass. You know, I went to Georgetown. I was Catholic. But what I realized is that my real faith is in that belief, is that just do the next right thing. That's it. Whether it's the golden rule. And that doesn't mean you have to be weak in your empathy, but always be compassionate. I believe in the perennial philosophy. I believe that same exact message from the Upanishads to the Gospels of Jesus Christ are all at base in terms of the red letter words of each of them are saying the same thing. Love your neighbor like you would want to be loved. And it's the hardest thing in the world to do. It's so hard. But that's my faith. And I think that there are certain people that arrive at certain times that are messengers of that. And like for instance, I certainly don't agree with the Catholic Church on a lot of stuff. I certainly have a but I tell you what, I really am so proud of Pope Francis and now Pope Leo in terms of just the notion of social justice. And I think that there can be a practical application of that in terms of our leadership. I really do. I think that faith that is used as a cudgel is really, really dangerous. I think that I know a lot of people that I personally love and very close to that are part of an evangelical church, particularly in the African American community, but that are horrified by the complicity of a certain section of the evangelical church and what's happening in the world today. Mm. So, to me, my faith is very personal, rooted in it's rooted in Catholicism, and it's rooted in the Society of Jesus, the Jesuit Church in particular, which they used to always call the Black Pope until we finally got a Jesuit Pope. But and with the eyes wide open too, that the church is as an institution is incredibly flawed and had been, but it's given me an enormous sense of community and belonging, just from a cultural perspective.
Well, what I'm going to say is I really think you should go to confession.
Yeah.
You should do that.
Candace, you should read a Bible. The audacity of you. And pray. You can't make this up. All right, y'all. That's the bulk of that. You can't make this up. Oh, man. I'm just getting lost in what he's saying. He's throwing a lot of ums and kind of stammering and is slurred. Obviously, he's tired of something. I can't even understand what he's saying at this point. So, and that's at 1.3 speed. Normally, y'all, I'm going to tell y'all something right now. I listen to a lot of videos and I have to speed them up to be able to kind of get them in, especially the longer videos. And even if I can't go past that, some of you are just, like, oh no, you can't make it too fast. So I try my best to keep it balanced with that. But even at 1.3 speed, I can't make, what is he trying to say? I don't know if he has a speech impediment or what's going on, but I can't even connect what he's trying to say. So Candace Child, you talking about somebody needs to go to confession. You need to repent to Jesus Christ. Can make this up. She treats Catholicism as if it is the ultimate Christianity. No, it's not. Oh my God. She has no concept of having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ herself. And I guess she thinks that going and confessing something to a mere mortal that did not die on the cross for your sins is somehow going to absolve her of all her sins. No. But she won't read the Bible. Can make this up. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. We got some supers up in here. Let's get to those. Thank y'all so much for the support. Oh, Kadia has been a member for 12 months. Please make sure you email me. Shout out to all of my mods. I appreciate all of you all and your support. I know it's been a crazy school year. Many of us are, parents who got jobs and stuff like that. So trust me when I tell you all, I understand. You guys are always patient with me, especially when I have to push back live stream times and all of that. And today being one of those days. So we'll be back at it tomorrow. We're going to do a marathon tomorrow, y'all. Marathon. And we're going to get it all in. And knock it out tomorrow. Because Sunday and Monday I want to preserve, for the kids. And spend some time with my babies. Sounds good? We're definitely going to change the thumbnail and the title of this since we got in this interview. Or whatever this was. Child. So you guys tune in to the notification that will be updated for tomorrow. I think I'm gonna start at 1 and we'll just run a whole marathon for at least a good 2-3 hours. So come prepared with your popcorn and your wine and your Kool-Aid and whatever else you want. All right, thank you, Juju, for gifting an LLC membership. And oh my goodness, March on, thank you for the $20 super. Hi, Miss LLC and Luxters. Thank you, folks, for helping me to understand this insanity. Hunter Biden doesn't realize the CEO will turn on him on a dime. She's duplicitous and dangerous. Absolutely. And Martron sent another $20 super. Thank you. Also, the issue surrounding most of Hunter's money crimes was that they had reached the statute of limitations. There was plenty of evidence that was shown publicly that Hunter secured 10% for the big guy and some. Wow. And then the $10 super from March On. Shout out to March On. Thank you so much. The $10 super from March On also. So, CEO, it was Trump that signed the bill to get those Epstein files released, you dumb alien hellfire. Oh, man. Now y'all understand why I call her a heifer. Candace, you're a retarded goat. Oh boy, thank you so much for that. Oh, that's funny. That's good stuff. March on sent the $5 super. I am so irritated with these two dunces. No self-awareness whatsoever. Oh, I gotta go take my blood pressure. Child, you and me both. I had to take it before I had even started the live stream. Oh my God, y'all. March on sent the $2 super. I hope Loomer sues her too. Exactly. Oh, Candace, if you try to sue Laura Loomer, she's gonna counterclaim against you. You understand? And she's gonna tear your ass up in court. Shout out to you, Marchon. Thank you so much. Did Juju send another LLC membership? Thank you so much, Juju. Oh my goodness. Marchon is in. What? Thank you. The $10 super. Hey, Hunter, kudos to you for your sobriety. Your children deserve a sober father. However, you still have a lot of work to do to reconcile yourself to the truth. Exactly. Absolutely. $2 super from Marchon. Hey, Candace, you so fake. Marchon, you a rock star. Oh, $50 super. Y'all, the sponsor of the stream. Marchon. Thank you for a $50 super chat. Look at that. I just want to honor Miss Lady Luck and the Luxters. You are a wonderful community of folks to be around. You are an absolute blessing, Marchon. Thank you so much. Wow. I appreciate this. This is such a blessing. It warms my heart to know that you guys are tuned in and you're hitting that like button and supporting us here in the LLC. Thank you so much, March On, sponsor of tonight's stream. It's an absolute blessing. All of you guys are an absolute blessing here. And none of this is possible without you all support. Thank you all so, so much for all the supers, cash apps, Zells. Thank you all for hitting the like button and hyping these videos up. Continue to hype up the videos, hit that like button, and engage in the comment section. Y'all, we got a marathon to go to tomorrow, so we're going to be getting it in, and we're going to have a good time doing it. So thank y'all so much. I appreciate you all. Y'all, we're going to change that thumbnail. It's going to be epic. Shout out to you, March On. This is amazing. It's rare. I barely see $50 super chats. Oh, man. This has been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Y'all, this interview was something else, y'all. Thank goodness for the thumbnail we got. We got to laugh at something. God. All right, y'all, tune in tomorrow. 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to start our marathon. Candace, we're going in on you. You clown. And we'll be finding out a little bit more about Samantha. You won't believe it. Y'all, make sure you tune in and set your notifications on. I appreciate all of you. If you're not subscribed, please do so. And until tomorrow, you all, have a good evening. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.